Welcome to the third and, for now, final installment in this series. If you haven't seen the other two, you should, but they're very long. I have been recapping all of the new Carnival plot information. I did one on the main story and the initial cards. I did one on the 2022 events, and now I'm doing the 2023 events. That means the events that have happened so far in 2024 won't be included yet, but I might make a video in the future explaining those if I still feel like it at the end of 2024. Or if you guys want me to, I could make like individual videos as the events come out. We'll see. Anyways, the first event in 2023 was Silver Miracle. So this event was a really special one because it was the first time we ever got an Eden SSR, and I remember when it came out I was like, oh my fucking god, it's him. So this one had SSR Galactic Mist Eden, and the event ran from the 18th of January until the 9th of February 2023. So chapter 1, a Misty encounter. This one starts in Eden's bedroom at the mansion. He's making an outfit and thinking about what his life might have been like if he never ended up here, and he figures that his life would have stayed the same as it was, which is to say overworked, mentally ill, you know. Also, he mentions again living on takeout and instant noodles, which I mentioned this in the first video twice, and I don't remember if it came up in the second video, but anyways, at the very beginning of the main story in the prologue, he says something about how he only ever ate diet supplements and drank energy drinks, but then 2 times now after that he has said that he used to eat instant noodles and whatever while he was overworked instead of just diet supplements. So I'm choosing to believe that he was eating junk food instead of eating no food, because that's better. So yeah, he also recalls the last time he was at a doctor before he was magically teleported to the Klein continent. He was told that he wouldn't survive much longer without making lifestyle changes because of how overworked he was and how like he wasn't taking care of himself. He does mention though that he liked his colleagues and he had good friends, and so he reveals that he had plans to throw a New Year's party before he got transported here. So he's making the outfit that he had planned for that party because he thinks it would be a shame to just give up on the design. And while he's working on this, a huge ice bird lands outside the window and it drops a feather, and then it surrounds Eden like with its wings and stuff, but before anything happens, a servant checks on Eden and the bird vanishes into thin air. And Eden looks like down, because he's on like the second floor, and he looks down and he sees Momo outside looking scared at the bird. So he wasn't the only person who saw the bird, but like pretty much he was. So he goes to the kitchen and he still has the feather, and Yakumo is like, whoa, why is your hair a different color? And Eden is like, what? So turns out his hair is now silver. So he tells Yakumo about the bird, and Yakumo is like, I thought that was just a myth. My grandparents always used to tell me about that mist enshrouded bird and said if you touch its feathers you'll never see your family again. And Eden is like, yeah, well, I'm an orphan, so it's fine. Which is insane. He's like, fuck it, I don't have a family. But Yakumo is like, dude, what if we're your family? What if you disappear? Like, what the fuck? So he says they should visit Olivine because Olivine knows a lot about legends like this because he is a studious guy and he's always reading shit. So chapter 2, new outfit, new me. They go to Olivine. Olivine says the bird may have been the light crane, but there's lots of different versions of that myth. So he says that the disappearing from your family version is from the light territory, but in the water territory, the bird is transparent and it floats like mist, and it only appears once every few decades, and it chooses a person who's on the verge of death to give a feather to, and then when winter ends, the person turns into mist and is transported to another world. But he says you can prevent it by drinking warming winter soup made with these super hard to get ingredients. So Yakumo, of course, being the soup guy, is like, I got this. So he's going to find all these ingredients and he's like, we have to save him. But Olivine is like, hey, for all we know, it could just be a bird. And he says sometimes large birds put their scent on their prey so they can find them easily when they get hungry. So basically everybody is like, Eden is fucking dying, or at least Yakumo is under that impression, and Olivine seems to be sort of as well. So Eden tries to throw away the feather, but it just returns to him, and he decides to change into his New Year's outfit so that the scent might go away if the bird is trying to like hunt him down that way. And Olivine also puts a spell on the feather to mask the smell of the feather itself. So that is the explanation for why Eden is wearing the outfit that he is in his SSR, which you know they always have to be giving us explanations for the outfits. And then Morvay sees him and he's like, even though you look kind of like Huey right now, I wouldn't hold back even a little, which is so funny. Blade agrees that Eden looks like Huey in this outfit, which led me at the time to think that they were talking about like that Huey dressed like this. I don't think he did. I'm not sure, but I doubt it. So I think it was just the hair. But anyways, so that confirms that Blade really has like internalized that Eden isn't Huey, because now he can make the distinction between, you know, this one's Eden, that one's Huey, and right now it's just Eden that looks like Huey instead of Huey that doesn't want to be called Huey anymore, like it was back when they met in the main story. So that was a cool moment. And now everybody in the mansion knows about the bird. Yakumo has been telling people, Eden has been telling people. It's a whole situation. Yakumo is like frantically trying to get all the ingredients to make this soup. And so Blade says that back in the dead zone, he heard people say that the bird grabs humans and brings them back to its nest to slice open their chest and pick out their heart. So that's the dead zone version of the myth. Blade also has set up essence sensors on the edge of Astra's land as a defense mechanism. So they'll shoot any essence possessing creatures that pass through them. I don't know how he did that, but I respect it. After that, Eden runs into Dante and Edmund in Astra's cafe. They're on a date. They are 100% confirmed by me to be on a date. Not confirmed by the devs, keep in mind, just me. So Dante, upon seeing Eden, he's like, what's wrong with your head? Which is such a Dante way to point out the hair. What a bitch. We also find out during this that Blade is standing guard outside, which is funny. He's like following Eden around and just standing guard wherever he goes, just in case. So Eden tells Dante and Edmund about the ingredients that Yakumo is still missing. He says there's 3 that Yakumo can't find. White orb cabbage, oval leaf venison, and dried desert taro, or taro, I don't know. And Dante says that dried desert taro grows in the fire territory. He also says that he thinks this whole night crane or whatever the fuck is bullshit, because of course. But Edmund is like, actually, one of my elders told me one time about a similar thing that happened to a family member of his. So Edmund says he'll ask his family members for more details. So Chapter 3, Crisis Approaches. So Olivine and Garu are out asking around for answers about the one remaining ingredient, which is oval leaf venison. Olivine happened to find out that orb cabbages grow on the slopes of Mount Vale in the south of the Light Territory, and Mount Vale is a mountain, and it's called Mount Vale because there's a bunch of white flowers covering the whole ground. So the 3 of them pull up, and the night crane shows up on the top of this mountain and gives Eden another feather, and then Karu and Eden are attacked by a dark figure. Chapter 4, Self-Defense Class. So the dark figure was a bear, and Quincy and Topper just so happened to show up at the same time, so they saved Eden and Karu from the bear. So Quincy is looking for the ingredients too, because Topper went to visit Yakumo to talk about food, which is so cute that they like just meet up and chat about food sometimes. They're besties. And then Topper came back home to Quincy with a list of ingredients to find. So Quincy already has the oval leaf venison, and he says that oval leaf deer feed on white orb cabbages, and both are found only on Mount Vale. And so then they're talking about the bird, and Eden is like, man, Quincy, do you know any good ways to deal with giant birds? And Quincy just replies with twist and snap, which is so fucking crazy. He's insane. So then Quincy is like, Huey's hair one time turned a similar color, and during that time where his hair was silver, he always seemed to be in a good mood. Then of course Kuya randomly shows up, and he's like, I've seen the night crane too. And Eden is like, wow, really? And then Kuya shows Eden an illusion of the night crane attacking something, and he says he'll teach Eden a defensive stance to like scare off the bird or whatever. And Quincy is like, I've never heard of any of that happening before. So it's like, do not trust this guy. Do not trust him. And then Kuya says he's leaving, and Quincy is like, good, don't come back. He literally says, don't come back. And it's so funny. Like, I know that they have beef, but sometimes it's just so direct. and it just makes me giggle. So Kuya literally turns around to leave, and he has a feather from the night crane on his back, so Eden takes it. And then chapter 5, maximum effort. So Dante is still at the mansion, and he says it's because it's storming, so his carriages can't leave yet. But then Gyro shows up and delivers some dried desert taro / whatever. So that obviously shows us that Dante could leave at any time. He's just fucking lying because he's worried about Eden, but he doesn't want to say it. So he's staying here to make sure everything turns out okay, but he has to be like, whoa, my carriages can't, I couldn't leave even if I wanted to, because he sucks. So they finally have all the ingredients, but the soup has to simmer for 24 hours. So while the soup is simmering, Edmund shows up and he tells everyone the results of his investigation into his family members' situation, which are that rumors of the bird kidnapping people appear to be true, but none of the family members can recall anything specific about the family member getting kidnapped, so nobody knows the identity of the kidnapped person or if they ever returned. And also, the elders that Edmund asked, even though they can't remember the identity of this person, they know for sure that their hair never changed color, so that part is definitely unique to Eden, at least. And then Eden goes back to his room to sleep for the night, and he's thinking about the whole family member disappearing thing, and he's like, man, is it really true that I have no family? And then all of the clan members' faces flash into his mind, and he remembers the dead zone when he almost died, and he thinks about how he didn't want to die then either, and like he doesn't want to die now, and it's all because of the clan members like keeping him safe and happy and mentally stable. This is of course a theme of like Eden's events. Usually this kind of happens in every event anyway. There's like a little sentimental moment where he's like, wow, I just love these guys. But especially in his own events, it's very like found family, like just him thinking about how much better his life is, and it gets me every time. So chapter 6, Steamy War. So the soup is done, and Eden gathers the whole clan to eat the soup together, and he sets it up like hot pot. And he also has a will that he wrote, but apparently he didn't write it for this specific occasion. He's like had it for a long time, which is so funny. Like at some point he was like, I have got to write a will. So the hot pot situation is kind of crazy for a while just because, you know, everybody's so chaotic, but eventually everyone settles down and they're just eating soup and talking. And Eden is like thinking to himself, maybe this is what a family gathering feels like, which gets me sad. It gets me sad. So while they are eating, the bird shows up and Blade's like turret defenses or whatever don't work. So Eden does that fucking pose that Kuya taught him, because of course, and Blade is like, wait, I recognize that pose. It's the fucking pose from those weird like candle sculptures that Blade makes of Eden, which really, I mean, okay, several things are going on here that mean a lot to me. First of all, that's hilarious. Second of all, Kuya remembers the pose. What do you mean he has the pose from the candle sculptures memorized? What are you talking about? So obviously that fucking pose doesn't work, and the bird picks Eden up and flies away with Eden on his back. And then chapter 7, the night crane. So as they're flying, the night crane is talking to Eden telepathically, which is possible because Eden has the feathers. So as it turns out, Kuya told the night crane before that if Eden did that pose, it meant he wanted to play. So he did that fucking pose, and then the bird was like, oh yay, and just took him. Oh my god, it's like, oh. So the bird says Kuya paid him a visit. So this whole thing is Kuya's fault, I think. He just got bored and he went, hey, I'm gonna go visit this bird at the top of this mountain. I feel like Kuya, I need to have like a spin-off game or like some sort of story where it's literally just Kuya's daily life, because I need to know what this man's is up to when he's not around Eden, because he is just up to everything all the time. So they end up at the top of Mount Vale, which is where the bird lives, and the bird can in fact turn into mist. So earlier, recall when they got attacked on the mountain by a dark shadow, the reason they couldn't see the bear was because it was super misty, and so it turns out the mist was the bird trying to protect them from the bear, like to block the bear's line of sight. But the bird says that it wanted to protect Eden because Eden is his friend, just like Huey. So then we get bird lore. So I guess back in the day, this bird was really injured and Huey saved it. And so they became friends. And then the bird changed Huey's hair color into this same like silver thing so it could find Huey from up in the sky easily. But then the bird ended up sleeping for a long time, and when it woke up, it went back to the mansion to play with Huey again, but Eden was there instead. And when the bird was surrounding Eden, Eden called the bird pretty, so the bird was like, oh my gosh, that means we're friends. We find out the truth behind the rumors as well, which is that the bird takes people who are on the brink of death to replenish their essence, and the reason you can prevent it with the soup is because the soup is very high in like essence replenishing ingredients. So if you eat that soup, the bird doesn't have to help you. And the reason that the legends involve people dying is because sometimes the bird shows up too late and they do die. And so Eden is like, oh, okay, well, now that we have that all cleared up, and since we're friends, you can come visit whenever you want. So they fly back to Soup Mansion, and we find out that after Eden disappeared with the bird, everyone went fucking crazy, especially Yakumo and Garu. So Kuya ended up telling them the truth, and then half of them ended up fucking fighting Kuya instead, which I need to see. I'd pay to see it. So Eden is like, wow, you guys were worried about me? Like, you know? And then he has this little sentimental moment again, and he thanks everyone for showing him the joy of being alive, which is like, if your boyfriend was like randomly like, thanks for showing me the joy of being alive, I feel like I'd be concerned. I'd be like, what? What does that imply about your past? But that's the point. He basically used to be sewer slidle back in the day, so, but now he's not because he's healed by his 12 boyfriends. So that's the end of the event story, but this time the Eden event has a card, so there's actually more. So SSR Galactic Mist Eden Room 1 Igniting the Fire. This one takes place right after the bird leaves for the first time, like after it shows up at his window and disappears. Astra and Morvay heard the noises from Eden's room, so they came to check on him, and they start asking questions about his old life and stuff, because they see the New Year's outfit and they're like, oh, what's up with this? And so Eden starts reminiscing about his old life, and we get a flashback to Eden at a bar, and he orders a drink, and then he's talking to the bartender who knows him because he's a regular at this bar, and he's like, man, my boss is making me work on New Year's because I have no He's making me work on New Year's because I have no family, so he thinks I'm just not gonna be doing anything. And Eden's boss said some shit about him, like, you're just gonna get into trouble if you don't have to work or whatever. So Eden punched him and quit his job, which this was before he was working at the sex toy place. It was like back in the day when it was one of his random part-time jobs. So that's just kind of a random thing that adds more weight to that part of Eden's past of like him being treated like shit because he's an orphan. Just another instance of that. There's many, which is very sad. So they have that little conversation about Eden's fucking trauma, and the bar owner is like, yeah, well, I don't sell booze to minors, so get the fuck out of here. And Eden is like, hey man, you know I'm not a minor anymore, come on. Then Eden thinks to himself, I would have stopped coming here long ago if there weren't so many hot guys. I hate arguing with this chump. So the bar owner gives him shit all the time, I guess. And some guy overhears them arguing about the drinks or whatever, and he butts in and he offers Eden some chocolate, but it's like spiked, and the bar owner notices that it's spiked, and he's like, excuse me, this bar has a strict no dickhead policy, which is iconic. So the guy, he kicks the guy out, and then he tells Eden that the chocolate has drugs in it, and Eden is like, oh, word? So he eats it anyway, and the bartender is like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? So he locks Eden in the bathroom because for some reason this bartender knows that it's some sort of like aphrodisiac drug. So he's like, you cannot be out here being horny in my bar. Stay in the bathroom until it wears off. And then Eden is like, hey man, I know you take stuff like this too sometimes. Don't act all high and mighty. Which is just like, what the fuck? Like, Eden knows the craziest people. And he is just in situations regularly. So, room 2, titled A Fistful of Joy. Do not get me started on that fucking title. Basically, the title is kind of self-explanatory, I'm not gonna lie. He's alone in a bathroom stall. It's not that great. We do get one little thing though. Eden thinks to himself that he sleeps with people just so he doesn't have to feel alone, which is really sad, but it makes a lot of sense. And then room 3, raising familiars. So he told Aster and Morvay that whole story from the flashback, and they are like, damn, that's kind of got me turned on or whatever. But Eden is like, no, I'm tired. So they save that for another time. And then it cuts to Eden returning from Mount Vale with the bird. And they are hosting a New Year's party because, of course, Morvay and Aster were like, oh, he wanted to do that, we should host a party. And they say something about how Huey never hosted parties and he was also barely ever at home. And Aster says that Huey used to leave him completely by himself before he made Morvay. So Aster had to do all of the like mansion upkeep by himself before Morvay was invented, which I'm counting as another Huey L. And he talks more about how he had to essentially raise Morvay because after Morvay was made, Huey would still just leave them alone all the time, but Morvay was like a kid. So it was kind of a whole situation. And then room 4, afternoon tea for 1. So Eden ended up making Aster and Morvay outfits as well as like gifts. And then of course they are like, well, we have a gift for you too. Cut to room 5, double the fun. This is, yeah, the gift. I don't really have to explain the gift, you know? So yeah, they smash. And then that is the end of that. Moving into the Forest Carnival event story. Forest Carnival ran from the 23rd of February to the 23rd of March 2023 and had 2 SSRs, Afternoon Days Kuya and Spring Chaos Edmund. Chapter 1, Unusual Customer. It's almost White Day again, so Aster invited Edmund back to their cafe from last year, which by the way is called Passion Cafe, I guess, to try their newest sweets and chocolates and stuff. And Morvay is talking about this chocolate that he calls libido chocolate, and Edmund is like, oh my gosh, a new dessert? Like, why haven't I heard of that one? And Morvay is like, it's because they only sell it on the black market, bruh. It's an aphrodisiac chocolate. And Edmund is like, what the, what in the blazes? And then this bear yokai shows up to buy some chocolate, and this noble woman is like, oh my gosh. There's like yokai racism, I guess. So there's like people looking at him funny, and like this lady leaves with her kid and is like, oh my gosh, like I can't expose my children to this, right? And so Eden is like, what is up with that? Like, are yokai not allowed here? Or like, what's the deal? And Edmund is like, no, they're allowed here technically, as long as they follow the laws. It's just that people are scared of them. And so the bear explains that he's here because he heard the shop was opened by a non-human, so he felt like he might have a better chance of not being treated like shit here, but he just wants to get some sweets. He wants chocolate. And he says that he was worried because he can't fully transform yet. He's like a younger, like less powerful yokai, so his bear features are not fully hidden, and he was worried that the knights would get him in trouble for coming into the city. And Edmund tells him, he says, if my fellow knights have treated you poorly despite your pure intentions, I'd like to offer my sincere apologies. So Edmund once again is being a king. So Edmund then further explains the whole like people having a fear of yokai thing, and it's because of some rumors of like yokai that eat people or whatever. So people developed this irrational fear of yokai. On the flip side of that as well, there's a lot of humans who hunt yokai. So humans and yokai have a two-sided beef. In case anyone was wondering why the bear can eat chocolate without getting sick, it's actually kind of funny that it's like the writers knew that somebody would go, actually, bears can't eat chocolate. So they had a little discussion between Eden and Morvay where Eden is like, wait, hold on. Can't bears like not eat chocolate because it's poisonous? And Morvay's like, what? Was that a thing back in your world? Was the chocolate full of poison? That's crazy. So that's a little teehee moment. So the bear is like, I want to share the joys of chocolate with my friends and family, but they don't want to come here. And the yokai of the forest think that chocolate is only for freaks and humans. So Aster is like, I see a genius idea, because if none of these yokais are eating chocolate, we can start marketing to yokai in the woods, and it'll be an open spot in the market. So chapter 2, job assignment. Aster starts a meeting with Edmund, Eden, and Morvay to figure out a plan. And Eden is like, why not try a pop-up shop? And Aster is like, what is that? But also, it's hard to open stores in other territories because of all these logistical things. And so Eden is like explaining pop-up shops, and he says that he worked for a big department store back in the day, so he used to work pop-up shops all the time. So add that to the Eden job list. So then they're talking about stores and whatever, and they're pointing out that the pop-up shop idea wouldn't work as well because the yokai are against chocolate in the first place, so nobody would buy it. And then Eden is like, how about we hold a tea party that both humans and yokai are invited to, and that way the yokai can try chocolate and the humans can realize that yokai aren't actually that bad. And the bear yokai, who is still here, is like, that's genius, I'll try to get my friends to help. And then Edmund is like, can I be put in charge of recruiting the human like participants, right? So he can invite the knights, because he thinks it would be useful training, because the knights are scared of yokai because they ran into some like mischievous yokai back in the day or something, and now they're all weird about it. And of course he thinks that working towards a harmonious relationship with yokai would be a good idea because he's a king. Then we cut to Edmund and Eden walking through the woods in their new outfits for the tea party. And Edmund is like, hold on, weren't you almost eaten by a bunch of yokai in the mountains that one time? Aren't you scared? Which he is referencing the mystical banquet event when Eden was in fact almost eaten by a bunch of yokai. And Eden is like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm a little worried, but there's a lot of good yokai too. So he is also a king, but we already knew that. So they get to the venue for the first time, which Aster and that bear yokai chose, by the way. It's on the border between the wood territory and the light territory. Also, we get the explanation for the outfits, which is that Aster made Edmund and Eden wear them because they're in charge of greeting all the guests, so they have to look good, which they do. Very much so. This is one of my favorite Edmund cards. He looks so fucking good, and the art for the, yeah. So they start talking about, you know, recruiting people and kind of deciding who's gonna do what, right? So Edmund and the bear yokai are recruiting people. Aster and Eden are in charge of researching new chocolate flavors and such, and then Kuya fucking shows up out of nowhere and he starts being a hater, and he's like, what's so good about chocolate? Like, and Eden is like, well, boy, do I have a product for you. And he pulls out this, he calls it the Passion Cafe chocolate surprise box. It's like a chocolate sampler box, but each chocolate is a different flavor, but some of them are gross. So it's like Bean Boozled chocolate box. And Kuya grabs one and eats it, and according to Eden's assessment of his facial expression, he got one of the gross ones. And Eden says they also have plans for a chocolate fountain, chocolate-coated toys, and a giant piece of chocolate with mystery prizes inside. And Edmund is like, we do? And Aster is like, shh, he's just trying to get one over on Kuya, but those all sound like good ideas. And then the bear yokai who heard that is like, is it really okay to lie to Kuya? Most of the yokai in the forest don't dare get on his bad side, which is really funny. And then Edmund is like, is Kuya considered your leader? And the bear is like, he rarely pays any notice to us younger yokai. There's some who worship him and others who fear his power, like myself. I try my best to keep my distance. So they end up convincing, mostly Eden, ends up convincing Kuya to join them in their plans for the tea party, and Aster gives Kuya an outfit, of course, and Kuya is like, this outfit sucks, so he uses his magic to alter it. And then Eden thinks to himself, he changed pretty quickly. Do I detect a hint of excitement? So this hater freak is actually enjoying himself as per usual. So chapter 3, a spot of conflict. So a couple of the friends that this bear yokai brings are the two bird yokai from Mystical Banquet that were like really terrorizing Eden and Garu. So that's a little bit concerning. Also, just generally, the yokai won't take orders from anyone other than Kuya, and they keep going over and messing with the knights and scaring them, so the knights are too scared to do stuff, so nothing is getting done. So then of course there's conflict between Edmund and Kuya, because basically Edmund is the knight's representative and Kuya is the yokai representative, so they're beefing. And of course Edmund is trying to be like, why can't you just tell them to be nice and be civil? And Kuya is like, now why would I do that, you know? So it's just kind of it's just a problem. And Eden is like, guys, fucking relax please. And then Edmund apologizes to Kuya for trying to give him orders, which I appreciate. And then Kuya goes to Eden and he's like, don't you think everyone's gonna leave and then there's gonna be nobody left to help you? And Eden is like, well, that just means there's more chocolate for me then. So the bear yokai goes to Edmund and he's like, listen, I promise the yokai are really looking forward to the tea party and they do want to help. And so Edmund shakes the yokai's hand, and then upon seeing this, the yokai and the knights agree to cooperate, at least for a little bit. And then Eden runs into Dante again. This is kind of a running thing that they do. I don't know if I've mentioned this. They always run into each other, like literally bump into each other. I don't know why. That's like always the way that they find each other in these events. So Aster says Dante is here because he wants to break into the fire territory market with the chocolate as well. And then Dante is like, as if I would come all the way out here for that shit. Don't act like you didn't order a bunch of our spices for your chocolate. So Dante, of course, personally decided to deliver them because he's not at all in love with Eden, not even a little bit. And Quincy shows up and starts helping as well, but of course he just happened to be around because we are in the fire territory pretty much. And you know what's actually crazy about this? He just showed up and started helping because he just doesn't mind helping, which is crazy because back in the day he would have absolutely minded helping, but now he's a chiller. Blade, Garu, Olivine, and Yakumo also show up in a carriage to help, of course. So the whole squad is here. You may notice that Ray is missing. That's because he has not been birthed yet. He doesn't exist here yet. We're getting there though. He's got like, I don't even know how many events it's been now since he was introduced, but there's only a few more before he is canon. Anyways, also in this chapter, Aster decides to name it the Forest Carnival. Chapter 4, No Running in the Flow Patches. I don't know if this is a mistranslation because it seems like it should say no running in the flower patches, or if it's supposed to be no running in the flow patches, like short for flowers, or if I'm just an idiot, I don't know, or if I wrote it down wrong, like I really couldn't tell you. Anyway, Dante is teaching Yakumo about the spices that he brought because of course Yakumo wants to learn about every spice that's ever existed so he can expand his cooking horizons. And Aster explains that he ordered these spices thinking that adding them to the chocolate might pique the yokai's interest, and then Dante asks if Yakumo has any ideas on how to make chocolate that yokais would like, and yokai is like, maybe if we made it in the shape of flowers they might be more inclined to try it, and Dante is like, getting them to try it isn't enough, they have to like it too. So Edmund says maybe some yokai could help, and then Dante goes to look for yokai to help them with the chocolate, and he tells Yakumo to stay behind. So Dante is on chocolate duty, Yakumo of course is on chocolate duty, and Edmund is on chocolate duty because whether or not somebody assigned him that job, you know he's gonna fucking be there. Also, if you are curious about any explorations of the Yakumo and Dante dynamic, I have a fic recommendation for you. I don't do this very often and I don't think I'm gonna do it again after this one. Like, I literally only have one fic recommendation for this whole goddamn thing, but I need you guys to read this. It's called From the Earth Nectar by Shameless Cooper on AO3. I don't know if it's uploaded anywhere else, but it's on AO3. Pull up to that shit. There's only, at the moment of recording this, 5 chapters and it's unfinished, but I'm assuming there's going to be a bunch more chapters by the time this video comes out, but I'm obsessed with it and I need you guys to read it and scream with me because I'm actually not gonna survive it, I don't think. So anyways, back to the video. Meanwhile, those bird yokai start chasing Karu through the flowers, and then a knight tells Olivine that yokai often cause trouble like this in the border villages, and so Olivine is like, well, how do you communicate with the yokai when they do that? And the knight is like, communicate? You can't communicate with yokai. They attack the second we draw our weapons. So then Olivine is like, okay, whatever, and he tries to talk to the yokai anyways, and it does not work, so he threatens them with magic. Chapter 5, Disaster. So we get a little moment here where Kuya is watching the yokai and the humans trying to work together, and he's like watching from a distance as per usual, and he says, why must we work toward this pathetically unachievable goal again and again and again? And he's talking to himself, I think, but Eden hears him. So Eden's like, what? And Kuya is like, well, the Lord of the Yokai tried this 1,000,000 times to achieve peace between humans and yokai, and it never worked. And so Kuya is like pondering what kind of future the Lord of the Yokai was possibly trying to even achieve. So that's that moment. And then we get Edmund saying about Kuya. He says, I've tried my best to understand his way of thinking, but I'm struggling. I'm close to resigning myself to defeat. Which is so funny. So they are getting fed up. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't remember who Edmund was talking to. I'm assuming it was like Eden was checking in and, you know, asking how things were going with Kuya, and Edmund said that. But I don't actually remember, and I didn't write it down. I just wrote down that line and that Edmund says it. So I don't really know. But anyway, so cut to the day of the tea party. It's morning and the party is in the afternoon. So Eden, Edmund, Kuya, and Garu get to the venue early, but everything is fucking destroyed. So Edmund immediately sends Garu back to the mansion to gather the rest of the clan members to come help. And then chapter 6, find the culprit. So of course the yokais and the humans immediately start blaming each other once they all show up. And Kuya says some shit about how humans are annoying or whatever in front of everyone, but when Edmund, Eden, and Kuya are out on their own, Kuya is like, yeah, the humans didn't do it. So he's just trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do. I think he's just stirring the pot because that's what he does, because he's bored all the time. And of course, he knows everything that happened already and he's just not telling everyone the whole story because he's annoying. But as it turns out, it was a pack of wild beasts with tampered essence that got in through a hole in the fence, and their essence was tampered because they ate some of the chocolate and it sent them into heat, so they just ran around and ruined everything. But regardless of this, the humans and the yokai end up starting a damn brawl with each other because they just could not stop blaming each other for everything. And so watching this, Eden is like, I have a plan, and he asks that bear yokai for help. Meanwhile, Edmund and Kuya start arguing again, and Eden gets on the bear's shoulders and yells at everyone to stop fighting, and then he says the tea party is canceled. So chapter 7, starting again. So Eden is like, you know, at the end of the day, this event was just for promoting chocolate, and like, I don't think one tea party is enough to solve decades upon decades of beef between humans and yokai, and I wouldn't want to take on such a monumental task in the first place. Sometimes you just have to admit defeat. And Edmund is like, no, you don't. Because of course Edmund never gives up on anything. So Eden is like, well, as I've said all along, anyone who doesn't want to help can leave, and the rest of us will keep trying. If there's not enough of us, we'll cancel it. And then the rest of the clan members show up, and all of Eden starts helping heal the injured yokai from the brawl, you know? And then they are like, oh, maybe humans aren't as bad as we thought. And then Yakumo helps repair the knight's clothing that was damaged in the brawl, and then they are more comfortable with yokai. And Eden tells Edmund that he wasn't actually planning on giving up, he just wanted everyone to decide for themselves. And everyone, of course, ended up deciding to stay. But also, Eden and the bear yokai made a secret weapon as a backup plan. Also, Edmund asked the bear yokai to bring Yakumo some help with the cooking, because recall, they were trying to get some yokai to help with the cooking of the chocolate, and the bear ended up bringing the chef from the mystical banquet, which I thought was cute that there's like, you know, which of course the dove yokai were here too, but like, it's just cute that they bring back the same characters. So chapter 8, teamwork. The humans and the yokai are now finally working together instead of just begrudgingly cooperating. Chapter 9, Forest Carnival. It is now time for the actual Forest Carnival itself. So they do end up having a chocolate fountain, and the secret weapon that Eden and the bear yokai prepared is this thing called the Mondo Choco Honey Ball, which is a ball filled with little charms made to look like the clan members, and Eden and the servants at Aster's mansion made them. So it's like a big, you know, big chocolate thing with toys in it for entertainment, for the goofs, the gaffs, little prizes, you know. We also find out that a bunch of yokai showed Eden into the woods where they keep their honey so he could use it for the ball, and then the knights helped transport it to the location of the ball making. I don't know where that was, but wherever they made the ball. And then the humans and the yokai actually end up apologizing to each other for everything. So after all, it's a pretty good turnout here, of course, because why wouldn't it be? I do sort of think it would have still been a pretty good story if they did just give up, because I don't know, like, I feel like sometimes you do just have to give up, you know what I mean? I still would have appreciated that. I would have been like, yeah, you know what? True. Anyway, so chapter 10, the first step. So Kuya still believes this is just a gathering of dumbasses, and he's like, just this one fucking tea party doesn't mean humans and yokai are just gonna get along forever. And then Edmund is like, haven't your beliefs changed once ever in your life? And Kuya is like, nope, never, not a once. Which obviously is not fucking true, but it's just so funny. And then the bear yokai notices that Kuya hadn't grabbed one of the Kuya figures from the pile yet in the ball pile. So he brings Kuya the little figure shaped like him, which I have a picture of, I think. It's so cute. And I want one in real life. I should learn how to, what's it called? Whittling? I should learn how to whittle so I can make one. That would actually be fire. Anyways, so he brings it over and Kuya is like, you can leave it over there. Leave it over there as in like, I don't know where he's talking about, but he's not saying put it back in the bowl. He's reluctantly accepting it, basically is what's happening. And then the bear is like, somehow you seem a little different now. Whenever we'd bring offerings in the past, you'd always burn them to a crisp. So it's one of those moments where it's like, oh, Eden is making this evil old man a little bit nicer. And then Kuya asks Eden, he's like, do you think I've changed? And it's just so like, ugh, like duh, of course you have, bitch. What are you talking about? I think too though, you can't entirely credit Eden with the changes because as we see with Kuya flashbacks, before now and after this, he was worse before by a lot. So I don't want it to seem like I'm just trying to say that Kuya like met Eden and then magically became a whole different person, because he did not. And I don't want to take the credit away from his own personal whatever the fuck he was doing with his mental state, with his evil traits wearing off. I don't know. So basically now everyone's chilling. They're all relax maxing, and all the humans and the yokai both are invested in this chocolate business now, and they're looking forward to more chocolate, and they're also looking forward to that black market libido chocolate, which is hilarious. And Eden is like sitting back observing everybody, and he has one of those, last chapter of the event story sentimental moments, and he thinks, wow, maybe we've all changed in ways nobody could have predicted, right? So then that's the end of the event story. So the cards, starting with SSR Spring Chaos Edmund. Room 1, Duty Bound Vice Captain. This one takes place while they are still preparing for the tea party. We find out that Edmund took it upon himself to arrange a carriage full of stuff, and Eden was like, you need to take it easy, so I will help you put this. And when I say arrange a carriage full of stuff, I mean he was literally like arranging the items in the carriage to make them fit. So Eden's like, I'll help you. And a fruit fucking explodes on him or something, like he gets like juice all over him, and of course it makes him horny, so he goes to a nearby stream by himself to straight up jork it, and Edmund is like, what is he doing, where is he going? And then Eden as a joke is like, oh, do you want to help me out, hee hee? And Edmund is like, at this rate we're gonna be late getting back, so I guess I should. And Eden is like, what? Okay, hey man, can't complain. So then we get room 2, In Need of Attention. This room, by the way, is so, like, the art for this is so beautiful. I wish there was like an SFW version that didn't have those huge fucking sensor bars like the new Carnival Bliss ones have. I wish somebody just drew them sitting next to each other like this with clothes on, because I would frame it in my goddamn house. I'm so fucking serious. It's so pretty with like their outfits look so good in this event, and the lighting is so good in this room, and they just, oh my god, they look so good. That's really my only thing about this room. There's nothing like plot relevant that happens here. So then room 3, Nightly Dreams. So Edmund finishes helping, and Eden is like, well, okay, I'm feeling better now, but you seem to have a problem. And Edmund is like, I have no time to solve this problem right now. And Eden is like, well, doesn't that kind of suck though, to just have to like deal with that problem, And Edmund says back when he couldn't control his gemstone, situations like this were commonplace and usually even worse. And Eden gets sad thinking about how much Edmund probably suffered before. And so Edmund is like, well, if you want to help, then go check on the knights that are loading the carriage. So they go back to the carriage, and the knights that are loading it, I don't think I mentioned this before actually, but the knights that were helping with the party and the same knights that are helping with this carriage are new recruits, so they're not like experienced knights. But anyways, so they suck at loading this carriage. They're like really bad at Tetris. They're putting these fucking blocks in the wrong locations, right? And so Eden is like, these guys are way too dependent on Edmund, because they can't like do their jobs when he's not here telling them exactly what to do. And so they're like, well, what do we do about that? And Eden is like, well, maybe you can just like observe how Edmund handles things, and then you can try to learn from that. And the knights are like, well, we became knights because we admire him, even though he had a lot of haters when he started, and he still kind of does have some. So one of these knights tells Eden that they decided amongst themselves that even though it's not necessary because Edmund can handle himself, they decided they'll keep him safe to the best of their ability, which is really cute. And then they're talking still about Edmund and like what but he's like at work and stuff, and the knights are like, he works really hard and like he regularly misses meals. He replaces them with biscuits, but he's still super strict during training and all that stuff. And Eden is like, oh, so he's strict with you guys too? Suddenly being whipped doesn't seem so bad. And then the knights are like, what? You got whipped by Edmund? I'm so jealous. Can you tell us the details? Like, what did you do to get him to do that to you? And Eden is like, so y'all are into that too? Okay, I'll tell you a little bit. And then Edmund shows up and he's like, what are you guys fucking talking about? Get back to work. So room 4, messy essence. This one takes place at the end of the party. So Edmund is like spacing out and being weird, and Eden is like, hold on, your essence is fucked, you gotta follow me. So they leave the party, and of course they start kissing to regulate the essence, right? And Edmund is like, yeah, listen, I'm tired, but I can't leave these new knights by themselves because they might mess shit up. And Eden is like, well, if you never give them responsibilities, they'll never grow. And Edmund is like, you know, the captain said that before too. Maybe I should put more faith in them. So Edmund and Eden go back to the tea party, and they find the knights have taken it upon themselves to start packing up, and they're doing pretty well. And so Edmund is like, wow, when did you guys get so good at this? And they're like, well, it was all Eden's idea, like to observe how you do it. So the knights tell Edmund to go rest while they finish up packing everything up, and Edmund reluctantly agrees. And then Eden, of course, joins him in the carriage, and Eden is like offering his shoulder for Edmund to sleep on, and Edmund is like, that's it? Like, that's all we're gonna do? And Eden is like, what? Are you saying what I think you're saying? So this is one of those rare occurrences, which of course are getting less and less rare as we go on, but it's a rare occurrence where Edmund is initiating. So then we get room 5, which is called Craving Your Warmth. So we get some therapy in this room. So Edmund is like, yeah, like I've been tense for the past few days because if I mess everything up, it could worsen relations between humans and yokai instead of making them better. And he says that his titles and his personal identity have never allowed for mistakes. And Eden is like, well, that's a hard way to live. And Edmund is like, I know that more than anybody else, but I still wish to succeed. Maybe that's impossible. And Eden says, you're hardworking and honest, and when you make mistakes, you work hard to fix them, just like you did for the party. And Edmund says, not everything is fixed so easily. I alone. And then Eden cuts him off and says, Edmund, you're not alone, which just really, just gets me. So he says, you're surrounded by people who care for you, and they'll help you out whenever you need, me included. So stop skipping meals and pulling all-nighters, or your essence will always be wacky. I know you're a master of restraint, but now that I'm by your side, you can let yourself go every once in a while. And Edmund is like falling asleep, I think, but he says, knowing you're looking out for me makes me happy. Thank you, Eden. It's like one of the most direct things he has ever said, and it just sounds like such a boring fucking, like, you know, like from anybody else, pretty much anybody else. This sentence would be so lame, but it's like, oh my gosh, he's just, they're so cute. I'm so sad. I have a note right under that, so I wrote down that line, and then my next note just says, people died. Yeah. Several civilian casualties. So that's the end of the Edmund card. Moving on to the Kuya card, SSR Afternoon Days Kuya. Room 1, special repayment. So takes place during the party preparations, but after everyone is already getting along. Eden asks Kuya to help identify chocolate flavors or something to try to distract him from being a piece of shit, because he was like goofing with people while they were trying to work. And Kuya does it, and then he's like, well, since I helped you, now you owe me something. How about you feed me some chocolate, right? So then room 2, body banquet. Eden is like, how about this idea? And he explains the concept of body sushi, which is just like eating off of people, specifically sushi, but he's just saying, you know, you can eat food off of somebody's body. And Kuya is like, ooh, good idea. So it's just that, but with chocolate. And then at the end, somebody shows up, so they stop, and Kuya says, thanks for the delicious meal. Which just, like, of course he would say that. So then room 3, illusory investigation. I hate that word. So anyway, this one actually takes place, I think, at a second tea party, because the first one went well, so Aster planned a second one, and I think we are at the second one. So Eden notices that Kuya has been acting weird since the last tea party, which it refers to it as the last tea party. That's why I think this is like a second one. And so Eden thinks it has to do with the tension between the humans and the yokai, which there still is some, obviously. just slightly less. And so Eden like brings it up, and Kuya basically says like, how about we do a little experiment to see if peace and love on planet Earth is possible, right? So he's like, I'm gonna use an illusion to show one human interacting with one yokai in its most primitive form. And Eden is like, bruh. And Kuya is like, I'm trying to prove to you that no matter how hard you try, nothing will ever change. So he's being so like cringe in this event. He's being so annoying. I don't know. I find it so annoying when people see hopeful things happening right before their very eyes and they just think, well, that doesn't mean anything. Everything still sucks and it's horrible and it's terrible. And it's like, shut the fuck. I mean, I get it. He's a depressed, mentally ill old dude, but like he needs to relax. Anyway, okay. So room 4, Tipsy Desires. The illusion picks like 2 random fucking people, basically, like one human and one yokai or whatever, apparently. So the illusion picks a giant yokai and a literal baby for the experiment. And Eden is like, whoa, because Eden and Kuya are like watching this happen somehow. And so Eden is like, yo, hold the fucking phone, like get that baby out of there. What the fuck are you doing? And Kuya is like, no, I told you, no one is gonna be harmed. And then he's like, or are you ready to admit that fear is the natural response that humans will always have to yokai? And so Eden is like, oh my god, like what a conundrum, right? Meanwhile, the baby is actually chilling, and the yokai becomes a fluffy bunny that like sits in the baby's arms. And then Eden and Kuya are shocked. Capital S, shocked. They're like, what? Wait. Kuya's like, hold on. I was trying to prove my really annoying wrong point. What are y'all doing over there? So they stop the illusion, right? And the baby's father shows up and asks what happened, and Eden tells him the truth. And the dad is like, oh, you're off playing with the yokai again, are you? And Eden's like, what are you fucking talking about, right? So the dad explains that the second the baby learned to crawl, he went into the forest to play with the yokais near their village. And he says, his mother and I were scared to death, but the yokai have never harmed him in any way. As such, when we heard of your tea party, we were only too happy to bring him along. And so Eden goes to Kuya and he's like, hold on, you said your illusions are formed from the memories of your victims, right? So what was with that huge yokai just now? And Kuya says that it was formed from the fear in the hearts of humans, but then it transformed into a little fluffy guy because the baby sees yokai as like fluffy, friendly things, which I don't know. It's so cute. Like just such a wholesome fucking story. But of course, even with all of this evidence after evidence after evidence that change is possible, Kuya just keeps passing it off like it's a coincidence or like they got lucky or whatever. So it's like, don't piss me off. I literally says in my notebook, don't piss me off, Peepaw. So don't piss me off, Peepaw. What are you talking about? And then whatever, Eden gets drunk on chocolate cocktail and he goes up to Kuya and he's like, he literally is like, wanna fuck? And Kuya is like, well, if you were to be this forthcoming in bed, I wouldn't mind at all. And then they smash. So room 5, Drunken Kisses. This room was actually really cute. This is the one where Kuya he's making like a little guy smiling face. And of course, there's a lot of kissing going on. Eden was like begging to be kissed and it was really cute. And then Kuya at the end says, thanks for the delicious meal. But this time it's after Eden has fallen asleep, so Eden doesn't hear it. Kuya also says, the greatest pleasures come from the unexpected. He says that twice in this event actually, but I didn't really make note of the first one because I thought it was just kind of like, that's just kind of a normal Kuya statement, but he has said that exact same line twice. Anyway, so that's that for Forest Carnival. The next event is Army X Blood X Oath, alternatively Army Blood Oath, which ran from the 12th of April to the 4th of May 2023, and it had 3 cards, one of which was an SR. This event was the first event to ever have a limited SR, so everybody was like, holy fuck. So we got SSR Forgotten Fruit Garu, SSR Crystal Awakening Blade, and SR Smoked Timber Quincy. Also, as you'll notice, Army Blood Oath, if you take the first letter of each word, is ABO. So yeah, this is the ABO event. I did not even notice that at first, and then I think somebody pointed it out on social media somewhere, and then I went to read it for this video and I was like, oh my god, because I hadn't actually read the event before. So yeah, I don't remember if I've said this already or not, but this is one of those times where I think that the developers of this game, the writers of this game, really know their shit. Like, they are fellow internet freaks. They are fellow like fandom joiners, because like they just took the top 10 like AO3 kink tags and they were like, how do we put that in our game? And they continue to do it, and it keeps getting better and better. There's an event, it's not going to be in this video because it was in 2024, but there's an event later where they literally do self-cest, and I'm not joking. Everything is possible in this game, and I am really happy about that. I hope they keep getting crazier. Okay, so this event story is a little bit longer than a typical one would be, so instead of having 10 chapters, it has like 16, so be prepared. Chapter 1, Secret Between the Pages. Eden and Quincy find Garu and Blade in the library talking about a secret base. Garu says they found another library behind a flag on the wall, and Eden says, just how many secrets does this library hold? Which is a reference to Eerie Escapade, and also is hilarious because Garu has been involved both times. Like, I don't know what the deal is with Garu and finding secrets in this library, but so they go into the secret library and it's almost 100% identical to the normal library, but there's a few books that are different, and Eden and Blade notice fluctuating essence nearby, so Eden asks if the books can hold essence, and Blade says people imbue books with essence for all sorts of reasons. So that's a little like world building thing, that there's magic books. And then Garu and Blade climb up the bookcases to get to the magic one, and they get it down, and it's called combat training, and Blade is the only one out of everybody there that can read the language on it, and he says there's names on the cover, and then he reads them out loud, and the lock that was previously on the book disappears / breaks / opens. I'm not exactly certain, but basically the book was locked and now it is not. Chapter 2, Mysterious Vibes. So they get teleported into the book, and also they're wearing different outfits now, which is the explanation for the card outfits. Also, I have a note here that says this is the one where they fucked up Garu's collar, never forget. So I remember when this card came out and I saw the way that they had drawn Garu's metal collar. The front of it is metal and the back is like a ribbon or something, and it pissed me off because I was like, that's not how that looks. It's metal all the way around. Why would it be built like that, where there's like a ribbon like in the back? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. But then after this, that was the only card where they drew it like that, so I don't know why they did that, but it makes me laugh now in hindsight. I remember being like, if they keep this, like if they change this design and they keep it like that, I'm gonna be... That scared the fuck out of me. I'm gonna be so angry. Is my food here? Dead ass. Shut up, stop. So there's that little tangent about the Garu outfit. And then Blade's expression gets all weird. Like, he's all /serious instead of /J. And he says, he gets like robot mode and he's all analyzing surroundings. High similarity. And it's like, high similarity to what? We shall find out in the next chapter. Chapter 3, Assigned Duties. He says it's similar to the place where he used to live, so it brings back memories from back then, and he's confused about that, about his feelings about that, basically. And then Garu tells Eden that there's a mark on his neck, and some dude appears. He's like, welcome to my training grounds. You may call me General. And he says he's in charge of this place, and it's a dimension composed entirely of essence for the purpose of training soldiers. And he says they have to complete their mission if they want to leave. And he says that each person has a mark based on which role the book gave them upon entering. So Garu is a warden, and the warden, like, explanation says, due to their frail constitutions, wardens must stay close to their commanders. Blade is a vanguard, which I think is how you pronounce that, I don't know, which is a rare breed possessing a resilient body and menacing levels of strength and endurance that cannot attack unless told to by their commander. And Eden obviously is the commander. And the mission is to make their way to the roof and survive it. Chapter 4, Time to Train. They get brought to this underground arena level, and then the general disappears and they are on their own, right? Fighting for their fucking lives. So Eden has to command Blade and Garu has to stay near Eden or else he like becomes weak, right? So chapter 5, short reprieve. Garu and Blade say they have both been feeling weak and hot since they got here, and so they take a break for a second, and Eden goes to open a magic door with his essence, and it causes like 40 enemies to show up, and one of them slices through Blade's shoulder. Chapter 6, arduous clash. Blade says, and of course he's still in kind of like robot mode, right? So Blade says, I determined I was unable to evade all oncoming attacks. Allowing my arm to take damage was the optimal choice. So they are fighting for their goddamn lives. And so Eden commands Garu and Blade to avoid battle and defend themselves, but it was like wasting their energy, and then of course Blade ended up getting hurt, so Blade is like, hey King, maybe let's change the command, right? So Eden is like, okay fine, go back to killing everybody, whatever. And then the door opens, but Eden can only hold it open for so long, and so Garu goes through first, and Blade tries to come too, but he gets held back by chains randomly, so Garu and Eden are the only two that make it through. Chapter 7, neck aroma. Like, don't get me started. Garu gets all weird about Eden's scent, because remember, it's the ABO event. And then Eden is like, you know what? Actually, I can smell a different scent coming from you too. That's crazy. And then their marks start acting up. And when Eden touches Garu's mark, Garu absorbs his essence. And he says it feels good because, why wouldn't it? And so Eden... my god, it's just like, I know I'm literally talking about the gay sex game and that's what you guys know I'm talking about, but it just gets me sometimes. So Eden like rubs Garu's mark until his essence stabilizes, and he gives him a handkerchief so that Garu can carry Eden's scent wherever he goes. So chapter 8, slowly eroding. So Blade is not doing very well, right? And he is weakening from Eden's scent being so far away, and the general randomly shows up and says to Blade, this isn't the first time I've encountered a powerful E-droid, but I've never seen one quite like you. And he asks how Eden programmed Blade, and Blade said Eden isn't his master, and then the general is like, okay, well, this test would lose its meaning if I let you reconvene with your friends. And he says, if the test gets too easy, I'll never get the answers I seek. So, like, huh? So then he steals Blade's consciousness or something, and he tries to reprogram him, and Blade's memory of Eden tries to like fight back against the general's magic. Chapter 9, confide. So it cuts back to Eden and Garu, and Eden tells Garu about how he feels powerless without Blade, and he's worried that Garu is gonna get hurt, and Garu is like, I'm glad you're worried about me, but another thing that would make me happy is you believing in me. Which is like, I know he's not being passive aggressive on purpose, but that's how it sounds when he's like, you know, I'm glad you're worried about us. However, but then Eden is like, no, the person I'm worried about, like the person I'm struggling to believe in is me, not you. And then they happen upon a library because of course there's gonna be another library, but this one is full of books in the same unknown language as the cover was written in. And Eden finds a paper, like an envelope with a familiar looking wax seal, but he can't read the paper and he can't remember where the wax seal is from either. And then Blade shows up and starts attacking Eden. Okay, so it's getting wild. Chapter 10, murderous intent. So Eden and Garu try to escape, but Blade knocks over a bookcase and blocks the door. So they can't like avoid fighting him. So Garu is like, okay, we can try to mess with his core to stop him. And then Blade almost kills him, but then as Blade is about to turn to Eden again to continue to attack Eden, a huge fluctuation happens and a rift forms in the air between them, and Quincy and Topper show up. Quincy immediately realizes that he also cannot attack unless Eden tells him to, so they go sicko mode with it. Quincy is like, give the word, and Eden is like, okay queen. Chapter 11, losing awareness. So Quincy grabs Blade from behind, and Blade breaks his own fucking arms to escape. And then Eden is like asking Quincy, like, what do we do? Like, do you have any ideas? And Quincy is like, maybe we could rip off his arms and his legs. And I forgot that he's insane. And so Eden, of course, is like, well, I know Blade would recover from that, but like we're not doing that, babe. He can feel pain. We're not ripping his arms and his legs off. So Quincy is like, don't think about it too much. the most effective method isn't always the best one. Then Karu shows up and he yells at Blade like, oh, so you take orders from just anyone now, do you? And Blade almost snaps out of it. And then Quincy and Karu work together to subdue Blade so Eden can make contact with his gemstone. And it works, and Blade comes back, and then Eden can smell Blade's scent again because duh. So they saved the day. Chapter 12. Blood-filled honor. So Blade explains that the past got mixed with the present in his mind, and then something weird happened with his body and he couldn't handle the extra burden. And Quincy explains that he got here because he noticed that these people weren't at dinner, and he was like, that's weird. And then he found the book on the floor in the library, and Topper could smell their scents through the book somehow. So Quincy injected some of his own essence to disrupt the book's essence, and then he just basically walked in. However, Quincy starts to basically disappear, and he says maybe since he forced his way into the book, it's rejecting him, but it should just return him to the library. So then everyone is just like, oh, okay, bye. See you when we get out. And then Quincy disappears. And then Eden shows Blade the document, and Blade, of course, can read it, so he does. And it says the following: a salute to my subordinates, Arlen and Owen. By their honor and courage, I was able to return alive from that living hell. This bittersweet victory belongs not to me, but to Arlen and Owen, my dearly departed comrades. Their sacrifice was an offering of immeasurable value. May their honor and glory shine forevermore. Signed, Barnett. I didn't mention the names before, but those are, in fact, the 3 names that were on the cover. Eden, of course, does not realize immediately that the names are the same, but they are. They also find a map of the place so they can find their way easier to the roof. So they get to the roof, and the general is like, well, your mission ends here. And then Garu and Blade fall to their knees and they can't move. And the general says that the mission doesn't apply to everyone, only to the commander, meaning that only Eden is allowed to leave, even though they all completed the mission. Chapter 13, Leaving Solo. So Eden gets really fucking mad, and he grabs the general by the collar, and then he realizes that the seal is the same as the pin on the general's coat. But before he can really do anything about that, the general pushes Eden off the fucking roof. Chapter 14, Growing Sluggish. So he wakes back up in the library with Quincy, and he finally realizes that the names on the letter were the same as the names on the cover of the book. And he tells everything to Quincy, and then they try to go back into the book by reading the names, but it doesn't work. Quincy says that he tried to force his way in again after it kicked him out, but it didn't work because the essence is now more condensed for some reason. Meanwhile, Blade and Garu POV, the general has given them another mission so they can leave, and that mission is to survive without Eden. So chapter 15, Good Friend. So Garu tells Blade that it reminds him of when it was just the 2 of them surviving in the dead zone, and then we get a flashback to Garu and Blade in the dead zone where Blade says he's on standby waiting for someone important, and Garu says he's basically doing the same thing. And then Blade is like, well, that makes us waiting buddies. And Garu is like, I like the sound of that. So just a very cute little throwback. So we get back to the present, and they both are like, well, all that waiting was definitely worth it to meet Eden. And they're like, we can definitely do this. This is nothing compared to all that time we spent in the dead zone. Chapter 16, At Your Command. So the general is like, how can you guys fight on? Like, don't you resent Eden for abandoning you? And Blade is like, you forced him out. What the fuck are you talking about? And then Eden overpowers the general's essence from outside the book to transmit a message. And the first thing he says is, mic test, mic test. Turns out the overpowering his essence to send a message thing was Quincy's idea. So Eden uses his essence to subdue the general, and he's like, you're Barnett, right? And the general is like, I thought I could use you to figure out what my subordinates were thinking in their last moments. And he says, maybe now I have the answers I was seeking. Your mission is complete. And then he turns to Eden and he says, back then all I wanted was the return of my subordinates. I see no reason to deny you your own such wish. And then he thanks everyone, and everyone goes back to the library in Astor's mansion. And the book has a new sentence written in Klein script, which means they can all read it, that says, in the future, if you ever find the need, you're always welcome to return to my training grounds. As the one in charge, I guarantee this place poses no danger to you. It is merely a space for engaging in combat training. And Quincy is like, I would advise against returning. So they put the book back on the shelf, and the narration says that the general now has a tranquil heart. So that's the end of that event story. I enjoyed that one more than I thought I would. I originally, when I saw the cards and they were like sort of prison / cop looking, I was like, oh, fuck this event. Like, I don't want that shit. I mean, it has, like, you know, with wardens and everything, it's kind of prison themed, I guess, but like it's not very heavy on the prison cop vibes. So it's actually very good. And I always love when the side character is like, or like the villain or whatever, ends up being chill at the end of the event. So overall, good shit. So moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Forgotten Fruit Garu, Room 1. Amnesia Warden style. This one takes place after the event story, and Garu wants more combat training, so him and Eden end up going back into the book, even though Quincy was like, probably don't do that. And Eden finds Garu asleep on the ground, and the general shows up and says, any soldier worth a damn can stay calm in any emergency. Your mission is to safely escort 6 civilians out of a war zone. If you succeed, you will regain your lost memories and be released from this dimension. But Eden is like, I haven't lost any memories, babe. What the fuck are you talking about? But then Garu wakes up and he's like, hold on, who are you? But he still remembers how the missions work. So he's like, based on your scent, that you're the commander for this mission, right? I'm the warden. And then Eden tries to tell Garu who he is and like refresh his memory, but it gets censored by the general, basically. And he can't even mention Karu either. So it's bad news bears. Right, it is bad news bears. So they start off on their mission, right? And Garu is kind of popping off, and Eden is low-key a background character during this part of the mission. But then Garu gets tired and he gets all weird about Eden's scent. So Eden brings him into a tent at the rest area, and then Garu wakes up. And by rest area and tents, I mean they are, of course, escorting people out of a war zone. So it's like this long walk. So they stopped for the night and set up tents and such. So room 2, I'll take care of you. So Garu wakes up and he hasn't lost any of his memories. And he says he was trapped in the, whatever it's called, not the body, but like trapped in the, he was unable to come out, basically is what I'm saying, until now, until Garu went to sleep. So they smash to like regulate Garu's essence or whatever. And then room 3, unusually charming. Garu tells Eden that Garu has been worried about him. He says it's something about shackles or something. So Eden is like, I'm surprised he saw through me so easily. Yeah, I have been worried about Garu and you, Garu. By keeping you by my side, I'm worried I'm stopping you from doing what you really want to do, which is where the shackles thing comes in. Basically, Garu was worried that Eden was worried about something, I think. Then Garu is like, girl, you are pissing me off. Your worries are stupid. What makes you think you have the power to keep me here if I didn't want to be here? He says, I wouldn't stick around if I was unhappy. I'm not an idiot. And then he actually compliments Eden by saying, you may be a fool, but you're also honest and hardworking. And he kind of popped off with that. Usually Eden is the therapy boyfriend, but I love these type of moments where Eden is worried about something and then the clan members comfort him. Oh my god, I could read this forever, dude. And then room 4, private command. So Garu comes back, and even though he lost his memories, he ends up asking Eden to be his commander / master all over again. Garu is like, I'm in love with you, basically, is what he's saying. So then they complete the mission, and Garu gets his memories back, and then he basically properly confesses to Eden, and by confesses I mean in like the convoluted way. Nobody in this whole game has actually said I love you yet, but I have a feeling we'll get there someday. But they all have their ways of, you know, saying it without saying it, and this is one of those moments. And before they leave the book, Garu asks for sexy time. But when I saw that, I was like, can't the general like monitor everything that happens in this place, or like, you know, like what's with that? Which of course they already smashed before, but it's like, I don't know. Anyway, so then room 5, immersed in your scent. They smash, you know, they talk about smells a lot. It's classic ABO type of shit. Not everything, just the smells. But anyway, that's that, and we move on to SSR Crystal Awakening Blade. Room 1, strange party. So Eden wakes up in the morning and he's like, I usually hear Blade talking to me the second I leave my room in the morning, but I haven't seen him at all for the past few days. And he ends up finding Blade in the library reading the book that teleported them, and Blade says he's reading it because memories of his
old home where he was built keep coming to him since they got back out of the book, so he's looking for answers. But so far he's just been looking at the cover instead of actually reading it. So Eden is like, well, how about we open it up? We might discover something if we head in and take a look around. But Blade doesn't want to because he's worried that Eden is scared since Blade went crazy mode last time. And so Eden, of course, is like, that was just an accident. Plus, he says that Blade looked good in his military outfit. So Blade is like, okay, well, if I looked good, then I want you to see me in that outfit again. So they do head back into the book where they find the general again, of course, who apologizes again for all the trouble that he caused. And then he activates something called everyday training mode. And then he's like, well, have a good training session. Bye. So some random like enemy NPC guys are like, well, are you new guys coming to the party or what? So they go to this like party or whatever, and a bunch of wardens end up surrounding Blade and they keep flirting with him, and then Eden becomes a vanguard too somehow, I guess, and he starts feeling dizzy. So Blade is like, let's get out of here. And then they find a room to rest in, and Blade is like, I think that group of soldiers affected me too. I suddenly want to hold you. So room 2, oh my god, this room title is crazy. This room is titled You Make Me Get Bigger. What? Okay, so they're smashing, but they get interrupted by a commotion outside the room that they're in. So room 3, behind enemy lines. They leave the room and there's like a whole bunch of people fighting, and Blade goes into Blade mode and he starts taking out soldiers left and right. And one of the soldiers tells Eden that in everyday training mode, half of the soldiers get sent to the enemy camp to play the role of enemy forces, and then they fight. But Blade is like going actually ham, and this guy is like, nobody said to take it so serious. And then Eden gets sneak attacked from behind and he wakes up in a dungeon, and the guy that Eden was talking to also got captured, but the guy that he was talking to is a vanguard and his commander is on the enemy team, so he can't attack because, of course, the enemy team guy won't tell him to. And then we find out that Blade has also been assigned to the enemy team. And so this guy is telling Eden, like, yeah, while we're in combat training, the captured soldiers get lessons in how to withstand torture, but he says it's more psychological in nature. And then Eden gets chained to the ceiling and Blade comes in to torture him. This is just all so crazy, but like, you gotta love it, you know? So, room 4, E-Droid Essential Crisis. So, Blade is playing the role of the prisoner interrogator, of course, but Eden can tell that the look in his eyes is different than last time when he went sicko mode, and so Eden asks if he's like, am I still your darling? And Blade hesitates for a moment, and then Eden thinks to himself, he hesitated. Don't tell me this is all because I said it's fun to roleplay sometimes, which, by the way, I didn't mention before. Eden said in room 2 that it's kind of fun to roleplay sometimes. So Eden is like, okay, word, I'm gonna roll with it. And so he's like, I'm not an enemy, I'm a special mole sent to infiltrate, and I'm your special companion. And Blade is like, okay, prove it. And then Eden lists all the things that Blade has done, starting with the main story and going through all the events. And then Blade is like, can I really be a special comrade to you? And Eden is like, why do you even need to ask? So it's another one of those like confession moments. They really went ham with this in this event, and I love it. And then Blade says, I can't tell if my actions are based on my own will or if they're based on what other people tell me and what I read in books. Could it be that I think I've learned many things, but I'm still just carrying out commands? And he says, the books say that you have to rely on your own ability to think and make decisions, to have a true sense of self. Last time, even though I was under the effects of this dimension, I lost the ability to think for myself as soon as I received a command. Do I really have the sense of self the books talk about? If I do, why was I so quick to attack you, the one most important to me, when commanded to do so? And Eden is like, you've made friends and you've learned to take care of a pet, among other things, without my guidance. Plus, just asking if you have a sense of self at all proves that you do. And Blade says, but I still can't tell between my own thoughts and commands. What if I hurt you again someday? And Eden is like, I know the real you would never want to hurt anyone. So if that happens, I'll never stop believing in the existence of Blade, and I'll try my best to defend myself. And then Blade starts tearing up, and he kisses Eden, and then they smash. So it's like, I'm like in shock. Like, they went crazy with this. So room 5, sweet torture. They smash, I don't know. And then afterwards, Eden can't walk, so Blade picks him up bridal style, and then Eden is like, this is so embarrassing, could you at least give me a piggyback instead or something? And Blade says, but if I carry you like this, I get to see your cute face, so I'm gonna do it like this. And I just thought this was really cute, because it was like, Blade is worried about him not being able to make his own choices, and then they give an example of him making his own choices right here. So I just thought it was cute and good to mention. So then last card, SR Smoked Timber Quincy. So this one, of course, since it's an SR card, only has 3 rooms and 1 H scene instead of 5 and 2 H scenes. So room 1, another crusade. Eden goes to find Quincy to thank him for helping with Blade, and Quincy is like, no thanks needed. And Eden is like, you call helping go up against Blade barely doing anything. Only you could say some crazy shit like that. And Quincy asks if the spot Eden's mark was on hurts, like the spot on his skin that the mark was on hurts, and Eden is like, no. And then he checks Quincy's hand where Quincy's mark was while they were in the book, and Quincy like flinches just the tiniest bit, but Eden of course notices it. And he also notices that Quincy's essence is a bit unstable and his body temperature is high, similar to what happened to Blade and Garu while they were still inside the book. And so Eden is like, oh my gosh, don't tell me the magic from that other dimension has spilled into this one. And Quincy says, it's possible. Powerful magic functions according to a set of strict laws and principles. If these laws are broken, the consequences become impossible to predict. So of course by Quincy breaking into the book, he broke the laws. So they go back into the book to try to figure it out, and Eden is like, damn shawty, you looking kinda sexy. And Quincy is like, no you. And then Eden explains the 3 roles to Quincy, you know, Commander, Warden, and Vanguard, because Quincy wasn't there when they were explained the first time. And so he says that Vanguards, which is what Quincy is, possess a ton of power, but they can't act unless commanded to. And Quincy is like, a ton of power? It doesn't feel like it. It seems like my essence is restricted somehow. And then they see writing on the wall that is in Klein's script that says, Commander and Vanguard dual training mode will soon commence. Prepare for battle. And then a bunch of enemies pull up. So room 3, nice save. This fight ends up actually being kind of hard because Quincy isn't as strong as he normally is, but they realize that these soldiers all have a weak spot on their right ankle, which is funny. And Eden is like, if only I could fight, shoot essence bullets or something like that. Foreshadowing. So Eden starts transferring his essence to Quincy by touching his mark so that Quincy can fight well again, which works for a little bit, but then Eden suddenly stops being able to transfer his essence and he almost gets got. And in response to Eden being in grave danger, Quincy quote unquote snaps, aka pops off, and there's an explosion of essence that destroys all the soldiers, but it's not Quincy's or Eden's. And so they think maybe their essence total was capped as part of the training exercise. So now Eden is weak and Quincy is strong. So Quincy picks Eden up to carry him. And Eden is like, don't pick me up. And Quincy says, I won't throw you over my shoulder, which is a reference to the first time that Quincy picked Eden up and Eden said, can you maybe carry me like a princess instead of like a bag of potatoes? It was in chapter 5 of the main story. And I don't know, like these little moments where they show how the characters have changed or how the characters are now like more thoughtful of Eden. I don't know, it's just, and the fact that Quincy remembers that and it's been like 2 years or something, like a year and a half, is crazy. Anyway, so then their marks both start glowing and they start like talking about each other's scents again. And then room 5, dense but warm. So they smash, of course, and Quincy asks Eden if he can just go ham, and Eden is like, yeah, of course. But then he does his like, no, stop, don't, like thing, kind of like Edmund does, and Quincy is like, it's too late, I need to vent. And then Eden is like, oh, that's right, Quincy was mad just now. And so he asks why Quincy was mad, and Quincy is like, basically he says, I'm mad at myself because I said I'd protect you, but I failed. Even though, of course, he didn't actually fail, but like, he thinks he did, or whatever. Also, when Eden says that Quincy was angry just now, he's talking about when Quincy popped off during the fight. He was popping off out of pure rage, or whatever, I don't know. And Eden is like, you're dense when it comes to these things. Have you ever thought that the people you protect might want to protect you too? And Quincy is like, maybe a long time ago. Of course, in reference to all of his dead loved ones. Which is fucking crazy. And then Eden is like, well then for now, I'll be a temporary substitute, which makes Quincy feel better, of course. And it's just, I don't know, it's wholesome. And then that is the end of that. So the next event is Chimes of Darkness, which ran from the 4th of May until the 25th of May, 2023, and it had 2 cards, SSR Dark Nova Yakumo and SSR Captive Star Olivine. Now, for this event, I have a special treat. So I have been talking to one of my friends about this video project and about this game before I started this video project, and she does not play this game at all and doesn't really know about any of the plot. So I thought it would be funny to record her reaction to the story and then put that in the video. So I ended up settling on just doing one event, and I let her pick the event, and I was hoping like, okay, I should try to think of something that is like crazy to explain to her. I wanted something wild that would get a good reaction out of somebody, that would be entertaining for a video, but I couldn't think of anything very crazy, right? And then she looked through the list of events and she was like, just based off the title, I'm gonna go with Chimes of Darkness, which is probably the craziest event we've ever had. So it's a good clip.
Okay, so thoughts on the cards?
Well, his card is a little disappointing. The glasses, like, there's nothing really special about them, and they don't suit his face. I do kind of like his little, like, jacket or cloak moment going on. I think the colors and the pattern are really pretty, but the outfit as a whole is just not it.
Facts, bestie. Okay. and then Sopping Wet Yakumo. Go.
Perfect. 100%. Love him so much. The cardigan, the way it's, like, a little loose, all of the things he's carrying, his hair being a little messy, the glasses. Oh my god.
Facts.
He's really cute.
He's yes. And then Eden outfit reaction. Go.
Eden, okay. Mixed thoughts on this one. I think I like it for the most part. I like the details, especially. His little lanyard is cute. He looks so prepared for his conference. His glasses, like Yakumo's, are pretty fun. They add a lot to the outfit. The scarf is kind of weird, but I do like the color of it. And, like, once again, love the detailing of the clothes.
So true. Okay. I don't know how I'm going to capture that moment of telling you that there's a cult sacrifice going on again, but it's fine. We had to record this bit twice because I recorded like a few chapters and then I realized that I hadn't been recording her audio. I had just been recording my fucking mic. So that's why we're probably gonna keep referencing like, oh, doing it again, or like speed running the chapters again or whatever, because we had to fucking do it twice. But only like a few chapters. So a lot of this is actual like live reaction, first time hearing it shit, just not the first few. So disclaimer on that. Thanks. Bye. So, okay, chapter 1 starts with Eden trying to figure out how to control his magic because he's bad. I've explained this to you last time, but he's bad at it. And he mentions that he usually practices with Yakumo, but Yakumo and Olivine have been gone to who knows where for a little while now, and he's all like, I wonder where they went. And then Aster shows up to give Eden a letter from one of the church's most respected officials.
Terrible thing, probably.
Yup. It's an invitation to the Sorcerer's Trials, which is a top secret underground, like, magic school. And so they are very selective with who they invite. So Eden has to go alone, and they're inviting him to teach a lecture and host a special assembly, which, as Aster explains, the special assembly is like a religious gathering type of thing. But Eden is not religious.
I think it's really funny that it's top secret, but they just invite this guy that they have never met.
I know, they've never met him, but they're like, well, he's the Grand Sorcerer, so it's like, it's close enough, right? He's probably fine.
It'll be fine. It's fine.
Exactly. So Eden decides to go, even though he's like a little bit nervous, because he thinks maybe if he goes, he can take some classes and learn more about magic while he's there. And then we cut to him showing up and talking to the headmaster already, and the headmaster is like, yeah, for sure, you can stay and take classes while you're here, but there's 3 rules. 1 is be in bed by curfew. 2, all damage to academy property must be paid in full. And 3, no sexual activity.
These 3 rules seem like they want to be broken.
Very oddly specific. So then he like goes exploring around the school and he literally runs right into Yakumo, and it's one of those classic like, oh no, I wasn't looking where I was walking and I dropped all my books on the floor. And then he looks up, Yakumo looks up, and he's like, what? Eden!
That is so special to me. They should put music over it, like from a K-drama. Really emotional music that doesn't really fit the vibe, but you love it anyway.
Yes, like the slow motion, like pink filter, and it's like...
Yes, and it shows them running into each other like 4 times, and then their hands touch as they pick up his books.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So then Yakumo explains that he's... Well, okay, hold on. First, chapter 2 starts, and then Yakumo explains that he's been a student here for a little while, but he didn't want to tell Eden until he had already made some progress in his studies, which kind of implies that he has not made any progress, which is sad. And then he's like, I'm gonna be late for class, I gotta go. And Eden is like, how about I come with you? And then they hold hands and kiss and skip into the sunset. Not really. They walk to class. Normally.
But they should.
They should skip into the sunset, and they should like jump into a rainbow or something. Gay pride.
They should. And they did in my heart.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. They were like walking on glitter. I'm imagining like have you seen Barbie and the Diamond Castle where they literally walk on a glitter rainbow bridge?
Yes.
I'm imagining that. They're walking on a glitter rainbow holding hands across the fucking thing.
That's beautiful. I love that for them.
So then they're heading to class and they're walking through the hallway and Yakumo is like, I've heard the professor for this class is super strict. I'm scared. And they walk in and the professor is Olivine. And they're like, what the fuck? Why is he here?
And why is he there?
And why is he here? Highly suspicious. It's also hilarious that Yakumo has been here for like, I think the same amount of time that Olivine has been, but they just didn't see each other somehow.
But if he's like in his class, how did that work?
I know. Like this is the first time he's been taking this class. I don't know. Like it's so funny.
Like no wonder he hasn't made any progress if he's not going.
So in this class and after it, Olivine acts all like weirdly professional with Eden and Yakumo, and he's like, he acknowledges that he knows who they are and everything, but he's like not like chatting like he normally would. And he says that he used to be a student here and now he's substituting this class, and Eden is like, maybe there's some weird thing going on that he can't tell us about right now, and that's why he's acting so funny.
Okay, many secrets are at play.
For real. One of Olivine's kind of big themes is like secrets and such. He's got a lot of secrets, I guess.
I mean, as a priest, I think he has to.
That's true. You're right. So they leave class and they're walking around again, and Yakumo is explaining how he hasn't made any progress, and Eden is like, how about we both study and train together, and then when we go back to the mansion, we'll shock everybody with our awesome new magic abilities.
Yeah.
And then chapter 3 starts, which is called Essence Control Training, in which they essence control train together.
That makes sense.
So they're like fucking around trying different things, and Eden fucking around not in the sex way, but just like goofing. And Eden finds out that he can kind of restrict Yakumo's essence by using his own. And then Yakumo finally manages to direct his essence at something for the first time, but unfortunately it's the statue of the headmaster, and it like breaks in half.
I don't even care. I'm so proud of him.
That's real. Then they're like, oh no, oh what the fuck do we do? And some weird kid shows up with a like sigil thing in his hand, like a paper with a sigil on it, and he's talking about the true god of Klein's blessings will once again rain down upon this continent tonight. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Everyone being Eden and Yakumo, there's nobody else there. And then Olivine shows up and he tells this weird kid to go to the meeting place, and then he tells Yakumo it's past curfew, so the kid and Yakumo both leave, and then Eden is like, Olivine, what the fuck was that about? And Olivine is like, drop it and don't talk to me about things that aren't related to class. And then Olivine leaves.
I would be so mad.
So then, of course, Eden follows him, even though it's against the rules because of the curfew. So that's rule 2 of 3 broken.
One more to go.
We'll get to that part. So...
Okay, spoilers.
Spoilers! Sorry. Oops. So, chapter 4, titled Into the Darkness, is the one that contains the warning at the beginning. It says, warning, this following chapter contains depictions of extreme behavior. So...
I just love how vague that is. Like...
Right. They really said we need to warn them, but no spoilers. So we're just gonna put a vague fucking warning.
I guess I'm ready for some extreme behavior.
Okay, so Olivine goes into this secret doorway and Eden follows him, and it leads into a ritual chamber with a cult in it, and all the cult members are torturing a monster in the middle of the room.
Okay.
And Eden is like, what the shit? And he gets kind of caught up in the chaos, but then he senses Olivine's essence leaving the room, so he follows to where he thinks it's going, but he doesn't find Olivine. So then he's just kind of outside, and he takes a moment to regroup, and he's like, okay, I should write a letter back to Aster and the others at the mansion about this, and then also gather some more intel and tell the headmaster about it. So he writes the letter first and gets that sent.
I feel like that's gonna cause some chaos later on. I don't know.
You may be right about that.
Oh.
Oh, spoilers. So then chapter 5 starts with Eden telling Yakumo about this whole situation like a couple days later, and Yakumo is like, from now on, don't act alone. This seems dangerous. So now they're bestie boyfriends working together to solve this mystery.
That is so special of them.
They're the best ever, and I love them.
I hope that they're still walking on the glitter rainbow.
They are. They're walking the rainbow into the cult ritual room. So later that day, yet again, Eden is by himself walking around, and he picks up the scent/essence of Olivine and potentially also Yakumo in that hidden passageway again. So he's like, what the fuck? So he goes in there and he finds a fucking orgy happening with all the cult members. And,
oh, damn.
But the narration of the game, and also like Eden's thoughts, but mostly the narration of the game, describe it as not erotic or sensual, but savage. So, and they're all chanting the same thing. So Eden's like looking around and he sees Olivine at the front of the room, visibly fighting the urge to join in. And Eden is like, no. So he goes and he's like, Olivine, snap out of it. What the fuck are you doing? And then the cult members start preparing a sacrifice, and they bring out this guy who has a spell cast on him so he can't move. Guess who it is?
Is it Yakumo?
It's Yakumo.
No!
Bestie is getting sacrificed to a cult.
No!
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad news. So
save him, Bestie.
Save him. So chapter 6, titled I Believe in You, starts with Eden and, I almost said Edmund, which is another character. Eden and Olivine.
Oh, isn't Edmund the one who had the, like, maid card?
No, he was in that event, but Blade is the one that had the maid dress on. Edmund is the other guy.
Pretty blue hair.
Yes.
Okay.
He's blue hair guy. I do have several fan arts of him with a maid dress on though, but I feel like those kind of exist for everybody, so.
That might be what I was thinking of then.
That'd be so funny if you just randomly saw maid Edmund fan art. That's iconic.
I think I did, and it was excellent enough that I immediately remembered it.
That's the one thing you remember about him? That's, yeah. As it should be, to be honest. Anyway, we find out that Olivine knew that all this cult shit was happening, but he didn't tell Eden or Yakumo for some reason, which we will find out in the future.
That's why he was being so weird and secretive.
He was being weird as fuck. Yes, for this reason. So then we also find out that Eden was also supposed to be sacrificed, but since he was snooping around and wasn't in his bedroom, nobody knew where he was and they couldn't kidnap him, so he was not sacrificed. And then,
like, being a little shit just saved him.
I know, being just like fucking around is like saving his life right now. Then Eden says to Olivine that he believes in him and Yakumo, and he knows that they can figure this out. And Olivine is like, you trust me even though I've been keeping this huge secret from you? And Eden is like, yeah, I know you have your reasons. And then Olivine is like, he's really like touched, but then he's also like, well, in that case, then you should leave right now. And Eden is like, no.
Olivine kind of ruined the moment. They should have had a little kiss right there.
Can you imagine? Like, Yakumo's about to get sacrificed, and Olivine and Eden are having this, like, soft moment, like, sensual kiss, and Yakumo is like, guys, what the fuck? I can't even move. He'd have a mental breakdown.
Me too, honestly. On his behalf.
Honestly, yeah, I feel like anybody but probably Kuya would have a mental breakdown if they were about to be sacrificed to a cult.
Man, I hate it when I get sacrificed to a cult and my besties are just kissing.
Classic Tuesday evening.
Ugh, the worst.
Okay, so then Eden purposefully gets himself captured, and Olivine tells him not to move, and then he goes up to the front, and he, like, stands on this little pedestal or whatever, and all the cult members bow down to him, and he tells them all to take the sacrifices into the, like, room below this, and bind them in chains, but to lift the spell on them that prevents them from moving. And he's all like, our leader would be mad if they were kept in a constant state of stress and confusion or whatever. So that's what happens. And then chapter 7, titled The Disciples of the True God of Klein, begins with Olivine coming down to try to save them, but for some reason his essence won't work on the door, so he can't break them out. He explains the situation, well, I guess part of it, but this is when he finally is like, okay, I'm gonna tell you the truth, which is that Olivine was actually here to substitute for that one teacher, but he was also investigating a secret society operating inside the school called the Disciples of the True God of Klein. And he explains that in the Holy Scriptures, the God of Klein is depicted with two opposing sides, one for love and compassion, and one for the destruction and reconstruction of all life. And this cult, of course, worships the second one.
Kinda obsessed with the way this is going now.
Right? And then Olivine says, although I personally believe that everyone has the right to freedom of religion, I cannot tolerate using one's beliefs to cause harm to others.
You're so right, King.
He is so real for that. And this is one of those moments where I was like, I'm obsessed with this game because the writers know what the fuck is up.
They really do. Like, I'm always so impressed when you tell me stories about the game.
I know, like, if you picture any other, like, anime, especially if it's any sort of, like, horny bait shit like this, or actual horny shit like this, and you picture, like, that there's a religious person or a priest, they would never say that.
No, like, normally those are the characters that I am beheading in my mind.
Yeah, they're always crazy. Which Olivine's crazy too, but in the good way. So
good for him.
I know, right? He's just like me for real. Not really. So then he explains that he infiltrated the secret society upon the headmaster's request, so he hasn't been telling anyone anything because he didn't want to blow his cover, and he also didn't want Eden or Yakumo to get involved because he'd be extremely upset if they got hurt.
Okay, that's very cutie of him.
It's very cute, but it's also hilarious because they're literally being sacrificed to a cult right now.
Yeah. I'm worried about Yakumo. When are we gonna get back to this man?
He's just kind of around, I guess, just chilling. No, I think this whole time they're like, if I remember right, it's like Olivine being like, I'm so sorry. And then Yakumo and Eden are like, it's okay, we'll get out of this. Like, it's not just the one-sided thing, but, you know, for the description of the story. I'm not saying word for word everything that they're explaining, but so I also have to tell you a bit of lore from the main story to make sense of this next part. So what happens now is he says that he still feels bad about his goofing on the water altar, and so he swore he would never get anyone close to him hurt ever again, which is why he was like keeping this all a secret.
Okay, valid.
So then he also says that he's never seen the cult leader, but he's been kind of like filling in for that guy, basically, which is why everyone was like bowing down to him and shit, because he infiltrated successfully.
Hey, good job.
Good job, King, infiltrating the cult. Woo!
Yay!
So then Eden is like, oh, this ritual must be happening now because I sent that letter, and so they know that like somebody's coming to help from the mansion. And then Olivine is like, that cannot be right because the Sorcerer's Trials is such a secret school. They don't let letters in or out in the first place, ever.
Uh-oh.
And he explains that when he was a student here, he was invited by a guy that came to find him in person, and then the whole time he was here, he was not allowed any contact with anyone outside of the school at all.
I don't like this school.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So then chapter 8, titled The Truth Behind the Invite, starts, and we find out that the headmaster of the school is the cult leader, and all three of them were meant to be sacrificed from the beginning.
Oh!
And then he gets all up in Eden's grill and he cuts his throat with a knife.
What is happening?
Girl, cult sacrifice. So then the smell of Eden's blood makes Yakumo go sicko mode, crazy mode.
Yay!
And also, I think at this point they had been brought back up into the main cult room from the basement. I forgot to mention that. And then chapter 9, Successful Escape, starts, which spoilers in the title, but whatever.
Yeah. So many of these spoilers in the title.
Can you imagine though if they actually died? Like you're playing the gay sex game and then suddenly 3 of the characters, including the main character, get sacrificed to a cult and you never see them again? That would be insane.
That would be a really fun way to continue the story though. Like, what does everyone else at the mansion do next?
I know, I mean, yeah, maybe that would be kind of iconic. I don't know.
Read a fanfic.
Alternate universe where they actually did die in this event. So, Eden sees his own blood hit the floor, and he yells to Yakumo that his blood is full of his essence and to attack with all his might. And then Olivine is like, all I can do is use my magic to slow down Eden's blood loss. And then we get Yakumo reaching his true peak power with some encouraging words from Olivine, managing to destroy the place, and they all make it out safely.
Good job, Yakumo.
Yay! He saved the day. I'm so proud of him.
Yay! Oh, he's so precious.
He is. That was such a moment, too. It's been like this whole time waiting for that.
I only just met him today, but love this guy.
You met him just now, but for everybody else, it's been this whole time. Actually, I guess I don't know about everybody else. Maybe there's a lot of people watching this that have never heard of this game. So, but just, it was a long time coming. So, Olivine brings them to the former headmaster's house to recover. And then we finally get, like, the whole explanation of what the fuck Olivine was doing there and why that all went wrong. So, Olivine heard the old headmaster was retiring, so he came to visit, like, back before all this started. And during that visit, the professor that Olivine was substituting for asked Olivine to sub for him for this semester, but Olivine was like, I don't know if I'm good enough. Like, I'm just Olivine, I'm just some guy. And the professor was like, well, another professor recently got fired after being caught involved in this cult. So then the former headmaster asks Olivine to sub and look into things at the same time.
That would be a really hard job.
I know, right? Like, substitute, even though you're kind of scared to, and then also you have to figure out this whole cult situation.
Too much for me. I'm not gonna accept the invite.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. But then also, I mean, I guess this is a classic, like, kind of Olivine problem, because then if you don't do it, then maybe nobody else will, and then people could die. So then it's going back to, like, these big expectations that people place on him. Oh, that's crazy.
He needs a hug.
So then when Olivine showed up to the school, the new headmaster was like, oh, I know where the hideout is, but I don't know who the leader is. So he also asked Olivine to investigate. And since Olivine wasn't allowed to contact anyone outside of the school, he assumed that these two headmasters were working together, but obviously they were not.
Oh, okay.
And then Eden is like, it's time to get the knights involved. Edmund is the vice captain of the kingdom's knights.
I only knew him as a maid, and I feel a little bit bad.
No, he's a maid too. Not really, but he can be in our hearts.
Excellent. I'm so relieved.
So Edmund shows up and deals with the remaining cult freaks and the headmaster and such, and then we get a big time skip to a week after classes had resumed normally, which I have no idea how much time has passed. I could be like months, but anyway, so they're back at class. Not at class, they're at an assembly. So the former headmaster is now the current headmaster again, and he's giving a speech inside the assembly hall, and then Eden is about to give a speech after that, but he's all nervous because he's never done a speech before.
Why is he giving a speech?
Partially, I think, because he was supposed to in the first place. Remember, he was supposed to teach a lecture.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then also because he low-key saved the whole school, so.
More credit for Yakumo, please.
I know, right? How come Yakumo didn't give a speech? And Olivine? Like,
yeah.
The fuck? Can you imagine?
As soon as he's on stage, I'm giving him a standing ovation.
That'd be so funny if Yakumo just, like, shyly walked across the stage, and then you're, like, the one person standing in the back just fucking screaming, cheering, and he's like, what the fuck?
I need to show my support.
I need to give him a kiss on the forehead and some head pats.
For real.
Yes,
a little, like, hair ruffle.
Yes. Okay, also, there's this running bit in this game where Eden has had like a million part-time jobs in the past. So when he's sitting there thinking about like, oh, I'm so nervous to do this speech, he thinks about jobs he's had in the past that kind of had to do with speaking to strangers, which the two that he mentions specifically are handing out surveys on the street and handing out free samples at the supermarket.
That's so real of him.
There's like 100 of these fucking jobs. It's hilarious. And then the event story ends before we get to actually see Eden's speech, but you know.
No, I'm so sad. I want the speech.
And that's the end. The events always end with like these very sentimental moments. Like, so in this one, if I remember right, Eden was like, it sort of alluded to that he was going to talk about like the importance of like trust and friendship or something, you know? So
Yeah.
he was sitting there thinking about like how far he's come with the help of his clan members and the rest of the cast and everything. It's so
I think
cute.
like this whole event is a little bit hilarious to me. Like, yay, going to present at my first conference, and then oh, gotta dismantle this cult.
Yeah, literally, like, I'm so nervous I have to teach some kids about magic, but I don't really know about magic. And then all of a sudden, like, oh shit, me and my boyfriends are getting sacrificed.
Just another Tuesday evening.
So we didn't end up doing the cards, just the event story itself. So now I'm going to read the cards to you, starting with SSR Dark Nova Yakumo. Room 1, Bad Influence. So this takes place while they're still like on campus doing something, learning something, I don't know. So Eden and Yakumo see a kid named Lechez. I think that's how you pronounce his name, but they see this kid getting bullied, right? But he holds his own. So Yakumo tells Eden that Lechez came to his aid when people were spreading rumors about him when he joined the school, and he says that Lechez also isn't very good at magic, and he's also only like 14. And then they realize that they have to get to class, but Eden is like, no, we should skip class. And Yakumo's like, what? And Eden is like, we should be bad, like whatever. So then they end up skipping class. They're just like exploring, right? And Eden is like, is there any like rumors or tall tales, you know, about the school? Because every school has rumors, right? And Yakumo is like, I've heard that the library's forbidden section has a long lost love prayer, and that the bell in the tower rings once more than usual on the night of a new moon. He also says if you look at the portrait of the archbishop in the art room from a certain angle, he looks like he's naked. And Eden says that the first two are boring, but the third one, of course, the fucking naked guy, sounds like more fun or whatever. So they go to the art room, and Eden decides to paint a portrait of Yakumo, but he starts having sick freak thoughts as per usual, and Yakumo notices just based on the look in his eyes, and he says, you don't have to hold back, it's okay. So then we get room 2, Let Me Be Your Canvas. This room is really cute, otherwise nothing really plot relevant here. So room 3, Night Out. This one takes place after the cult ritual situation. Eden is getting ready to go back home, but he's worried about Yakumo overworking himself. So he gets Yakumo to go on a little night out with him, and they wander around campus, and then they see Lechez, that kid from before, sneaking around, so they decide to follow him. Room 4, Nobody's Perfect. They see him going into the forbidden section of the library, and Yakumo is like, what if he's after the secret prayer book? So they follow him, and Lechez finds it and starts reciting the prayer, and Yakumo tries to stop him by launching magic at him, but Eden gets caught in the crossfire and also gets launched. And so Yakumo immediately runs over and hugs him, and Lechez says that he tried to use the prayer to get stronger because he sucks at magic and he's useless to his family. So Yakumo is like, no, you don't need to do that. You're stronger than anyone I know. Strength comes in many different forms. So upon watching this, Eden realizes that Yakumo is really strong too now, and Eden doesn't have to worry so much about him, which is just, oh my god. So they let Lechez leave without reporting him. And then Eden is like, Yakumo, I need to apologize, because even though I know you've come so far, I still worry that you're overworking yourself. And at the same time, I'm afraid that by thinking like that, I'm putting too much pressure on you. But after hearing what you said, I realized I'm wrong. I have to stop worrying so much and put my trust in you. And then Yakumo says, actually, if possible, I hope you'll keep worrying about me and watching over all of my flaws. And then they kiss. But for real this time, they actually kiss. Room 5, Homework Club. They smash in the library. This room is also one of those like really pretty art ones. Like it looks so good. It's definitely on par with the Forest Carnival Edmund card. Oh my god, they popped off. And so this is one of those ones where he lets like just a little bit more of his serpent features out, which I kind of love that about this game too, that each character little by little they get better and better about stuff like that. So one of Yakumo's things is being less self-conscious about his serpent traits, which we do see a bit here. And while they smash, Yakumo is thinking to himself and being like introspective, and he thinks, all my flaws and good traits make up one whole Yakumo, which is so true, and it's so character growth, and I love him. So that's the end of that one. Moving on to SSR Captive Star Olivine. Room 1, Hot for Teacher, which I was not expecting a Van Halen reference. So am I crazy, or are the devs Van Halen fans. Anyway, so Eden goes to Olivine to ask for help because he hasn't prepared anything for the lecture he's supposed to give, but Olivine is teaching. So he sits in the back of the class and starts messing with Olivine by like making horny faces or whatever at him, like making sex references. I don't know. So the students leave at the end of class, and Eden goes over to Olivine, who quickly decides that these are special circumstances and they disregard the no sex rule. And then Olivine gets under I think it's called a lectern, like it's not a desk, but like the thing that you stand at to give lectures, you know? And Eden is standing in front of it. And I'm sure you can imagine what's happening here, okay? So room 2, classroom hijinks. I hate this one. I talked about in the first video, the main story video, I talked about how some of these Olivine cards with the public sex thing, I just can't do it. This is one of those ones where I just cannot do it. Like, why are you sucking dick? Well, there's a class going on. Cause like so a student shows up for like to ask a question or something, and then a whole class comes in and Eden is like, oh yeah, like I'm substituting for Olivine today. Like, no, you're not. So then he has to try to teach a class. Like, it's insane. It is insane. Also, I will say this Olivine card, he does not look good. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I hate this card. He looks like shit. I have beef with this card. And this room just makes it worse. It's bad. Anyway, so room 3, nurturing mentor. So this one takes place a few days later, and Eden says he's thinking back to room 2, and he says he just about managed to make it through that class without being found out, but the students looked less than impressed. And it's like, what? Anyway, he is planning on asking Olivine for help with his lecture for real this time because he still has nothing planned and he doesn't want to disappoint people when he's trying to do it for realsies. But when he's on his way to Olivine, he finds a couple of kids fighting over some treasure map that supposedly leads to a treasure that allows you to cast high-level spells. And then he tells Olivine about it, and Olivine is like, do you want to see it? I can show you it. I'm pretty sure I know where it is. And Eden is like, what? So they pull up to this pool where the secret treasure is, and the 2 students are there, and they're like, Professor Olivine, you've seen this map too? And Olivine is like, of course I've seen that map. I drew it. Room 4, unflinching heart. So Olivine recites a little prayer/spell, and the pool turns into a water lens that can show you faraway places that you never knew existed. And Olivine explains that he discovered this when he was a student doing research into water magic, and he hid his findings in a book in the library, and then it became a rumor of treasure. And he tells the students that you don't need magic treasure or huge amounts of essence to become a powerful sorcerer. And the students anyway were like, this is it? Like, this is kind of a lame treasure. And Olivine says, to most people, maybe this doesn't seem like much, but to me, who could rarely leave the temple and only dream of seeing faraway places, it was truly a precious treasure. So it's just another reference to the fact that he wasn't allowed to do jack shit as a kid. And Eden says, if I could learn just a few spells, this one would definitely be in my top 3. Because when I was growing up in the orphanage, it often felt like I'd be trapped there forever. I used to dream of a telescope that would let me see other countries, or my friends that had already left the orphanage. And now my dreams have come true. And he says it feels like a redemption for his past regrets, which really is touching to Olivine. And so Olivine tells Eden to try injecting some of his essence into the lens to see what happens. So he does, and it makes a giant water orb or something. And Olivine is like, wow, that exceeded my expectations. It seems your essence is highly favored by the elemental spirits of water. And then the lens shows a bunch of winged rabbits in the wood territory, and Olivine recognizes one of them that has a scar on it, and he tells Eden that he helped nurse it back to health when he was a student here, but it couldn't stay at the academy because it's classified as a monster. So Olivine let it go and hadn't seen it again until just now, even though he tried several times to find it through the water lens. And Olivine is like, this is what makes your essence so unique. So Eden realizes that even though he can't do magic, there are still some things that only he is capable of, and even though Olivine is so good at magic, there are still things that he can't do. And so they're both like all sentimental and like emotional and stuff, and so Eden gives Olivine a hug, and he feels some ropes under his clothing. So then room 5, all tied up. Olivine explains that his essence has been weird since
the cult situation. So he tied these ropes around himself under his clothes to help quote unquote suppress his urges, which, as you could guess, it's actually doing the opposite of that. So of course they smash, and I need Olivine to interact with Kuya immediately. I just feel like they would have the time of their lives, you know? So anyways, that's the end of that event.
It's time for rainy season. The rainy season event ran from the 8th of June until the 29th of June 2023, and it had 2 SSRs, Blossoming Legend Quincy and Rainy Rebirth Ray. This was the first event after Ray was introduced, and I remember being so mad that he had a card in this one. I don't remember who it was that I was waiting for. Oh, it was Dante. So Dante wouldn't have been in this event anyway because Quincy is a top and so is Dante, but I was waiting for Dante and I saw Ray and I was like, get him out of my fucking face. He was just released. He just had a card. Why is he here? But this is one of my favorite events of all time. It's so good. So I'm so excited to share it with you. Okay. So, Chapter 1, A Fruity Invitation. So it's rainy season, as you could guess, and Topper has asked Eden to help him pick sour fruit in the forest, and Eden finds a little girl on his way to Quincy's place to meet up with Topper, and she's looking for her friend, who's a frog. She says he likes places with lots of halo bugs, which is basically the Klein version of a firefly, and she says that he's a kingfisher tree frog, and she says they met when she got lost in the forest one time, and he helped her find her way back home, and since then he's brought her to explore all over the place, and he said if you follow halo bugs you'll find a lot of sour fruit. She also mentions that the frog likes music, so all of these things actually will be important later. That's why I'm mentioning them all, I swear. So Eden says he's gonna help her look, and she says she's been trying to use a toy halo bug to lure him out, but then she starts getting sick from the rain, so Eden tells her to go home and rest, and she gives him the toy halo bug and tells him to keep looking. And so he ends up in front of Quincy's house, and Quincy tells him that he's too short to pick sour fruit with Topper, so Topper only invited Eden to play around, but Topper is actually missing. So Chapter 2, Leaving. Eden is like, well, where the fuck is he? And Quincy is like, well, I don't know. Topper has lived in this forest longer than I have, and Eden starts to get worried, and Quincy just is like, well, nothing lasts forever. We all disappear one day. And he explains that rainy season is known as the farewell season because the season affects the distribution of essence flows in the area, so a lot of animals end up choosing to leave. And he explains that since Huey left, the rainy seasons have come at irregular intervals, and it's been a long time since the last one. So basically Quincy isn't looking for Topper because he thinks that Topper just chose to leave on purpose or whatever. And then Ray shows up, and he says he's been investigating the rainy season essence flows and setting up experimental equipment for the last few days, and he set up some essence flow readers on animals, but the animals disappeared after a sudden spike in the readings. And then Quincy says that he's never actually seen the animals leaving, but he thinks that they leave because they think it's best for their survival. But Ray isn't buying it because Topper has been around Quincy for decades, right? And Eden, as he's observing this interaction, he thinks to himself, I know these two have known each other for a long time, but this atmosphere is so awkward. Did something go down between them? And then he thinks, I guess a hermit and an essence researcher probably don't have much in common. And then Ray reveals that Father is also missing, and Father leaving him would definitely not be what's best for Father's survival, at least according to Ray, which is pretty interesting because I sort of assumed it was the other way around, where Father was sort of keeping Ray alive. And Ray also says that him and Father have been through many rainy seasons together, but this has never happened, so something is weird this time. And Quincy is like, oh, fine, if the cycle hasn't changed, this year's rainy season probably coincides with the Virtualia's flowering season. And he explains that Virtualias are flowers that only bloom during the rainy season, and the tribe insists, and has for generations, that nobody is allowed to go near them. Chapter 3, Forbidden Flower. Quincy continues by explaining that when these flowers bloom, they send intense essence fluctuations throughout the forest that affect the animals. So there's a saying among the tribes that each time a Virtualia falls, an animal must go with it. And Eden and Ray are like, well, we gotta go investigate the flowers then. And Quincy is like, well, I'm not coming with you because that's against the rules, I guess. But Ray convinces him to at least lead the way. And they end up following the halo bugs because halo bugs like damp places, and so do virtualias. So I also don't know if that's how it's pronounced, virtualia versus virtualia maybe, but whatever. It's a fucking fake flower, so who cares? And so as they're walking, Eden thinks that maybe Quincy is more concerned about Topper than he's letting on. However, Ray doesn't seem very worried about Father. And then they get closer to the flowers, and Ray says there's something off about the essence near them, and Quincy notices an unusual number of animals have been through the area recently based on the tracks on the ground. And then Quincy asks Eden what he would do if Topper really chose to leave, and Eden thinks that Quincy maybe really is at a loss, but before he can answer, they see a rabbit eat a virtualia and disappear. So Ray picks a flower and gets ready to eat it, but before he can, all three of them get swallowed by light from the flower patch. Chapter 4, Flower Patch Mystery. Eden wakes up in a new place, and Topper is with him, and Topper can talk, or not exactly talk, but Eden can hear Topper's voice inside his mind. And then out of nowhere, that frog, Mr. Frog, the little girl's friend, attacks them, and Father shows up to save the day along with Ray and Quincy, but mostly Father. And then they start talking about how the essence here is weird, and so Quincy, Eden, and Ray can't really fight that well, but Topper and Father are fine. And Topper says that Mr. Frog is a good friend of his, and the frog is the one that brought him here, so it's weird that he would attack them out of nowhere. And we find out that Mr. Frog invited Topper to eat a virtualia, and Father ended up joining them. So now they've been here for a few days, and all the animals are still wearing the flowers that they came in with. So Father explains that only their consciousness has entered this place, but he doesn't know why the essence is weird yet, so he asks Ray to investigate. And he also says that this isn't usually a place where humans can go, but these three possibly got in because of their unusually high amounts of essence. As per usual, that's the explanation for every weird thing that happens in this game. And Ray notes that it seems like his essence is getting slowly absorbed by this place. And Topper explains that this is for animals who want to become yokai. So Eden is like, wait a minute, all yokai were once just normal animals? Doesn't that mean Kuya used to just be a fluffy little fox? And Ray says, I'm not sure about that, but it is possible via certain processes for ordinary animals to become yokai. So chapter 5, Intel Gathering. So Eden is like, hold on, wait, Topper, you want to become a yokai? And Topper is like, no way. So he says he's just here because it's fun, like a party, because there's so many animals. And Topper says that the frog has been sad lately, so when he invited Topper here, Topper of course said yes because he always wants to help out a friend in need. And then Father says that he came with to investigate the recent essence fluctuations, which is so, I love that Father and Ray are so similar. It's cute. So then we get a little bit of Father versus Topper beef, where Father is like, so you just ate some random flower without a second thought? And Topper is like, so did you? And Father is like, no, I was investigating. So they have beef, but they're also kind of friends, I think. But they have beef, but they're friends. So it's giving Quincy and Ray, actually. And then we get this very special, important, big moment. Not really, but it's important to me, where Ray is talking to Quincy and he says, I never took you for someone that could stand such a noisy creature by your side, let alone two of them. You've changed. And Quincy says, can't get rid of them, so no other choice. Besides, I like petting him. And then Eden thinks to himself, he's talking about Topper, right? But we don't get an answer for that. So I just enjoy, 1, the acknowledgement that Quincy has changed, and 2, the acknowledgement that Quincy likes having Eden around, or in his own way, he says he likes having Eden around, basically. So then Ray says it seems like this place was made based on the virtualias, so they'll probably be important for getting back out. And Topper goes to ask around with the other animals about the situation, and we find out that Topper is actually a pretty popular guy in this forest animal community. And so they find out that the way that animals become yokais here is by putting their essence into a virtualia and then planting it in the flower field, and it will transform your essence and give you a new body as a yokai. So the animals don't lose their essence when they enter here, just the humans, right? So Father says he also doesn't want to become a yokai because it's a waste of time, which I find interesting. And Rei says that the process to become a yokai is different in each territory, so this is just the wood territory version. And so Eden starts asking around as well, and he asks this random monkey if there's a way out of this place. And the monkey is like, "You're one of Topper's human friends, aren't you? What a doofus he is, running off to that human's house every day and wearing all those ridiculous accessories. Everyone calls him Topper the errand boy." Which I must point out, this means Topper has been introducing himself as Topper to other animals, which I find very important. But anyway, so this particular type of monkey hates water, and he's standing right next to a puddle. So Quincy is like, all Topper has to do is give you a nudge and you're done for. So Topper pulls up and he says, "Time for Twilight Star Show Max Lucifer Topper the Third's Kick of Death." And then he kicks the monkey. And so just some stuff going on. One, he actually likes the long version of his name, and two, he remembers it. I just think that is so important personally. So anyways, they end up finding out that the animals can leave even if they don't become yokai after the blooming period of the flowers is over, but the humans are stuck here. But Rei realizes that they can regain their essence if they each get a virtualia, but all the animals besides Father and Topper need their flowers to become yokai, so they're one short. Because, of course, Father gives his flower to Rei, and Topper gives his to Quincy, but then Eden doesn't have one. Chapter 6, The Ultimate Cost. So Topper decides that the frog needs to give them his flower to redeem himself for the attack, and Eden pulls out the toy halo bug from the little girl to lure him out because the frog is now hiding. So, but that method isn't working. And then Eden recalls that Mr. Frog likes drums, and Rei pulls out a tambourine-like thing designed for use during the rainy season for calculating average essence levels. And he says that Quincy used to play drums to entertain his fellow tribesmen, and he even used to sing and dance. And Quincy is like, "Oh, that's ancient history. I don't even remember doing that." And then Topper is like, "I've never heard you play drums. I'd love to." So Quincy taps a little beat on the tambourine thing. And Eden, upon seeing this little show, thinks to himself that he's never seen Quincy look so tender, which, oh my god, like, this event really destroys me. Like, there's just, I mean, it's, oh. Yeah, okay. I always have so much to say about all this, but I don't know how to put it in words, so I end up just sitting here and making sounds, and then I just move on. So I hope you guys understand my point, even though the point in question is basically just me going, God, but like, I hope you understand. So, of course, the drums lure out the frog, and he reveals that he needs a flower from Topper, which is why he attacked him before. And also, he's too old to make it to the next rainy season / yokai flower season, so he needs it this time. And then suddenly, the essence in the field goes wacky mode, and they see animals' memories getting rearranged as it becomes a yokai, which apparently sometimes can cause the animal to go insane. And so Eden sees different animals and their reasons for wanting to become yokai, and he realizes that the frog wants to become a yokai so he doesn't forget about the little girl. Chapter 7, Without a Trace. So the frog explains that he can't use his own flower or else he'll forget all about the girl, but it's also not possible to become a yokai using another animal's essence / flower, so he's basically screwed because he doesn't want to leave her behind after he dies, but he also doesn't want to forget about her when he becomes a yokai, but he also, so it's just kind of a problem. And then suddenly the flowers in the field begin dying, and Rei and Quincy fade away into like light particles, and the animals that couldn't become yokai also start vanishing, along with the frog. And Eden, who has been left behind, sees the animal memory fragments floating in the sky that seem to have a gravitational pull. So Eden guesses that if they can find Quincy and Rei's memories, they can restore their essence. So he uses some borrowed essence from Topper and Father to try, since they have a lot of common memories with Quincy and Rei. Chapter 8, To Their Memories. So Eden wakes up in one of Father's memories, where Rei and Father are outside a house in the dead zone, and Rei sees Eden Eden and he's like, oh, did you use Father's essence to find my memories in the essence flows? I was afraid you wouldn't figure it out. Which is so like, why wouldn't you just say it then? Just tell him that before you fucking disappear into light particles, bruh. Which maybe he didn't have time to explain it because he only figured it out as he was vanishing. I don't know. But it's so funny, him being like, oh, I was so worried about you. I didn't explain to you how to get out though, but I was so worried. And Eden asks what this memory is, and Ray says, it's nothing important. I guess because it's rainy season, you got brought to a memory with rain. But Eden thinks that Ray looked sad, and he wonders if the house they were at used to belong to somebody important in Ray's life. And Ray says, I'm used to it. People grow old, get sick, and die. The same things happen over and over, but Father was able to break that cycle. And then Eden gives Ray Father's flower, and Ray asks what Eden's plan is to get himself out, and Eden basically says he has a lot of essence, so he's not worried about it. And then Ray says, your essence is so similar, but the way you do things is completely different, which of course is in reference to Eden and Huey. And then Ray pulls out a flower, and Eden is like, wait, what the fuck? Where did you get that? And Ray is like, I ate one before we came here, remember? I've had it the whole time. And it's like, I mean, what is wrong with you? He's really giving Kuya here. Like, yeah, I knew what to do, but I was just gonna watch you flounder around because it's fun. Oh my fucking god, like, what the shit? And so he says he was curious what would happen if he didn't hand over the Virtualia, but all it did was trap him inside the essence flows, which he finds disappointing. So Ray gives his flower to Eden and then leaves the memory. So chapter 9, Parting Words. We are now in Quincy's memory, which is also Quincy standing outside a house where somebody died, but he's at the tribe and there's chanting coming from inside, and we find out that this is the moment where Zaro died. Remember Zaro from Dual Eclipse? Back in the day, yeah, he died. And this also means that Topper was around back when Zaro died. I don't know how important that is, but it's just, you know, adding context to the Topper timeline. So Quincy doesn't go inside, so I think he had already left the tribe before Zaro died, but we find out that Zaro had just died of old age, like he was just an old dude. So then Quincy and Topper go to leave, and Quincy sees Eden and he's like, well, are you coming or what? So Eden thinks about when Quincy asked what he would do if Topper left, and he thinks Quincy wasn't asking because he was worried about Topper. And he says when Quincy told Mr. Frog that sooner or later we all have to part ways, he got the feeling that Quincy was talking to himself, which I forgot to mention because I didn't think it was relevant, but when they were talking to Mr. Frog before they all disappeared, they basically gave him this pep talk about like, well, not really a pep talk, but they were just talking to him about like, we all have to part ways one day and like, you'll still have the memories and like whatever. So here Eden is referencing that, which I did not even tell you about until now, but just, man, shut up. So Eden recalls being sad when people would leave the orphanage back in the day, and he says now he just tries to cherish the time that he does have with people. And Quincy says he used to think we all have to part one day, so it's better to not get close, but now he doesn't. And then he thinks to himself, I may keep my distance, but I still care for those I hold dear. And like, I just love seeing these moments. This is like the payoff of because I feel like the character development in this game really happens in baby steps, which I very much enjoy because that's how it is in real life. But moments like this is when you really get the payoff, because when Quincy was introduced, he said basically that friendship is troublesome or whatever, but now here he is changing his mind, and that's what you love to see. And so Eden gives Quincy the flower from Topper, and he says that Topper still wants to pick sour fruit together when they get back. And then chapter 10, I Still Remember. So Eden wakes up back in the real world to Ray and Quincy waiting for him, which is crazy because Ray is not the type to wait around for something like that. Quincy kind of is though, but like Ray, I'm looking at you. I'm making direct eye contact with you right now. But they're like talking amongst themselves. And then they see that Eden is awake, and Ray is like, well, I guess the Grand Sorcerer's essence is so strong that even the Flower Patch's attacks can't keep him down for long. And Quincy says Virtualias are toxic to humans, so if Eden ate one, he would have died. But Ray is gonna be fine for some unexplained reason that Eden also is confused about, but he knows he wouldn't get answers, so he doesn't even ask. But I need the answers, personally. Like, what the fuck? I thought Ray was a human. Hello? And then they say that that little girl came by asking about Mr. Frog because he's still nowhere to be found. And Ray is like, well, last I knew, the tribe was still scared of you. So, in reference to Quincy, of course, not Eden. So, things sure have changed. And then Quincy says that the girl said, even if she never sees Mr. Frog again, it's okay because she still has the memories. So, I don't know, it's kind of a nice conclusion. I think they managed to make the frog feel better, and then she was never even super worried in the first place, which she might have been saying that, just she might have been lying, I guess, about being fine, but like, I don't know. It's a cute little conclusion. So that is, of course, the end of the story. Moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Blossoming Legend Quincy. Room 1, Rainy Day Trap. This one starts with Eden telling Topper that he's been meaning to get to know Topper better, so they should have a picnic with all of Topper's forest friends. And Eden is like, I can totally understand Topper now after that, like, thing. But then he still actually can't really understand Topper most of the time. And so Quincy is like, well, Topper requested honey, jerky, and dried fish for the picnic. And then Eden is like, those are your favorite foods, right? I guess it makes sense that you'd develop similar tastes after so much time together. And Quincy thinks to himself, Topper actually said, I'd better tell Eden what Quincy likes to eat first, since he doesn't like the same food as us, but explaining that would be troublesome. So Eden is like, hey, you should come to the picnic to help translate for the animals. And Quincy is like, fine, since Topper already decided I was going anyway. And then he's like, also, those 3 foods are in my kitchen. And Eden is like, oh my gosh, what are the chances? And Quincy thinks to himself, well, I eat them every day, so... And then Eden keeps going around and like he's foraging for food, but he doesn't really know what the fuck he's looking for. And so he finds these mushrooms that he's like, I wonder if these are poisonous or not, but he's like touching them with his fucking hands. And then he like starts climbing up a tree to get some eggs from a bird nest, and he ends up stuck in a trap. And Quincy shows up, and Eden is like, oh my gosh, when did you get here? And Quincy thinks to himself, right when you had your hands all over those poisonous mushrooms. But instead of saying that, he just says, just now. So he gets Eden out of the trap and he carries him back to his house. And he tells Eden that he set that trap so long ago that the tree has grown since, and now the trap is too high up to reach. I love this moment because it's another one of those things where obviously trees grow very slowly. So this was like a long fucking time ago. And so it's another piece of evidence that whenever Quincy is like, oh, that was so long ago, I forgot, I don't remember it, he's fucking lying because he still remembers doing all of this shit, right? Anyway, they end up going horny mode after they get back to Quincy's house. So we get room 2, which is titled Wet and Wild. I have literally no notes on this fucking room, so do with that what you will. I don't know, I guess they just fuck as per usual. And then room 3, True Friendship. So Topper has invited 21 forest animals to the picnic, and Eden is gonna go with, of course, to introduce himself. So they meet an Ermine yokai, which I think it's pronounced Ermine because Ermine just sounds weird, but I'm not 100% certain on that either. But anyway, they meet this Ermine yokai who hasn't been a yokai for very long, and he says that he still uses his animal form when he is hanging out with his animal friends. But the Ermine doesn't trust Quincy, saying that Quincy might decide to eat Topper for dinner someday. And then we get a flashback to when Topper and Quincy met, which is crazy. I was shooketh when I read this. I was like, there's no actual way we get this pivotal, like, world-changing piece of lore in canon. We get to see it word for word, frame for frame. You're fucking joking. So strap in. It's really not that exciting of a story, but strap in. Basically what happened is Topper got caught in one of Quincy's traps, but Quincy didn't want to eat him because he was too small, so Topper begged for his life, even though Quincy couldn't actually understand him at first. And then Quincy realized that Topper could understand him, so he spared him, and Topper started helping Quincy with stuff like gathering wood and fruit and stuff. And so Quincy tells this story to Eden in the present, and the Ermine is like, but you never gave up on the idea of eating him, did you? And Quincy says, I thought if I raised him for a while, he'd get fat and I'd have more meat to eat, but somehow he never got fat. So the Ermine is like, see, I fucking told you. And Topper is like, Quincy is my best friend, he would never do that. And the Ermine is like, you're delusional. And then the Ermine and Topper go find a moon raccoon friend of theirs, and they are like playing around, and then Eden is talking to Quincy, and he's like, as long as you keep looking out for Topper, I'm sure the Ermine will come around. And Quincy says, agreed, but don't tell Topper I said that. So we get this rare moment of Quincy being fucking normal about having friends. And then Quincy also says, spend enough time together and you start to understand each other. And Topper says, Quincy always makes an effort to listen to me, so of course he can understand me. So Eden declares he's gonna start listening to Topper more carefully. And then Topper is like, you guys have a great relationship too. I'm a bit jealous. But Quincy doesn't translate that part for Eden. So it's a little seeky secret. So they have the cutest little picnic date moment. And I love this room so much. I love this card. I love this event. I can't get over it. I'm gonna be thinking about it for the rest of my life. Also, the cards are actually some of the prettiest cards ever. Like, Quincy looks so good in this card. Ray looks so good in his card too. It's my favorite Ray card by a lot. Anyway, back to the story. So room 4, silence prevails. They end up talking about becoming a yokai again because the Ermine is like, you should become a yokai, and Topper is like, no, I don't want to do that because I don't want to risk forgetting Quincy. And the Ermine is like, you're a fucking idiot because Quincy is a sorcerer's clan member, so you're never gonna live as long as him without becoming a yokai. But Eden says that he would make the same decision if he was Topper. So they have a little bonding moment, and then Eden eats this thing called sizzle fruit that has to be soaked in honey before you can eat it, but he eats it without the honey, so it's really spicy, and his tongue goes numb, which means he can't speak anymore for a little bit.
So Eden thinks to himself that this was what it was like for Topper when Quincy couldn't understand him.
But Quincy understands Eden's struggle, and then Eden says out loud on accident in front of Topper and the fucking Ermine, it's almost like we're telepathic. If Quincy could understand exactly how I want him to fuck me without me having to talk, that would be awesome. And then just nobody acknowledges this. He says that out loud on accident, and then Topper and the Ermine are just like, yeah, normal. Classic Eden. Like, what do you mean? Anyways, and then Eden is thinking about how Quincy doesn't rely on words alone to understand and care for people, and how nice it feels to be quietly understood by him without having to say anything. So he's having an introspective I'm in love with Quincy moment, and then the rest of the picnic goes well, and Topper decides that all the animals will leave the camp where the picnic was being held and go to one of their other usual animal hangout spots so Eden and Quincy can have some alone time. And then Eden and Quincy end up talking about Topper not becoming a yokai and stuff, and Quincy says he respects Topper's decision and he's aware of how much Topper is giving up to stay by his side. And Eden is like, I'll follow Topper's lead and make the most of every moment. And then Quincy is all like, wow, make the most of every moment, huh? And then it's horny time. So we get chapter 5, cherish the moment. So they smash, and then afterwards they're talking to Topper again. Sometimes at the end of the H scenes, it just goes back to like being normal, like just being a normal conversation, people hanging out, whatever. And Topper says, thanks for everything, and I'm glad Quincy has you in his life, Eden. And Topper thinks to himself that Quincy seems so full of joy, and Topper himself has never been happier either, and it just makes me so sick. It makes me so ill. I'm mentally ill. I'm unwell. Okay, so that is the end of the Quincy card. Moving on to the Ray card. SSR, Rainy Rebirth Ray. Room 1, Rainy Day Visit. So Eden is bringing Ray some sour fruit jam, and his shirt tears, which causes the waterproof spell on his clothing to break, and he gets drenched. And Ray says he saw similar magic once on his travels, so he might be able to fix it, but he gets distracted thinking of research he could do on other effects he could potentially magically put on clothing. And then they talk about Father for a bit, and Eden asks what Father likes to eat, and Ray, who is only half fucking listening, says something about shiny objects, and Eden is like, what? You're saying he eats shiny objects? What do you mean? And then Eden says something about Ray being Father's keeper, and Ray is like, he didn't like that. Why do animals need to be taken care of? You're so stereotypical. And Eden is like, yeah, it seems you're the one who needs to be taken care of, which is so true fact. And it's also kind of funny that Ray is like, you're so stereotypical. Like, he's an animal rights activist. Not Ray being part of PETA. What the fuck? And then Eden accidentally sneezes on Father, and Father flies away, and then Ray decides that the most efficient way to warm Eden up since he's drenched is, of course, to smash. So we get room 2, optimal warm-up. One important thing that happens in this room is that Ray says, "You've been looking forward to this too, right?" Which implies that Ray himself looks forward to sex with Eden, which is important, as you probably already knew based on all of your knowledge of Ray that you have been given by me from this video and the previous two. I can't believe we're on video 3. Anyway, so that had me goofed a little bit when I saw that the first time. But anyway, room 3, Boreal Owl Theory. Ray tells Eden that boreal owls of death stalk creatures on the brink of death, and he implies that they eat said creatures' souls, and they go find Father, who was about to feed on a shadow lynx yokai that was actually a dying cub of another yokai that died during childbirth. So Ray says that if the cub is being targeted by Father, that means its death is imminent, and that's an undeniable fact. But Eden insists on trying to save the cub anyway, and Ray for some reason agrees, and his excuse is that he's been meaning to do research on yokai reproduction, but I'm not buying it. And Eden, upon observing the position that the yokai mother died in, says that it seems like she died in this position to protect the cub, because the cub was like underneath her, and to buy the cub some time. So then room 4, A Better Way. So they bring the cub back to Ray's house, and Ray cooks it food, and then he starts giving Eden advice on how to care for the newborn animal, and Eden is surprised that Ray even knows so much about this in the first place, because of course Ray doesn't seem like the type to take care of newborn animals. And Eden says that he used to look after babies at the orphanage a lot, so he does kind of have some like baby handling skills as well, but just with human babies. And so he tries to pet the cub to lull it to sleep, but it just makes the cub more restless, which I'm pretty goddamn sure this whole thing with the cub and the mother is an allegory for Ray's situation with his own mother. And so this specific moment where it says, petting the cub makes it more restless is like so Ray coded. But anyway, so Eden is like, shush, patience. Normally his mother would be looking after him and helping him to fall asleep. Even if he can fall asleep on his own, we can at least take his mother's place and help him calm down. And Ray says, don't get too attached. We'll be releasing it back into the wild soon. And Eden is like, well, I know. And Ray says, then why were you so intent on bringing him here? And Eden says, well, I just wanted to help him. Don't you think helping change this guy's fate is pretty awesome? And Ray says, it got lucky, that's all. You can't always expect someone to come along and help you. And then at this point, Eden realizes that this whole interaction is weird because Ray usually just ignores him with stuff like this. So Eden keeps discussing the benefits of helping this animal with Ray. So he says, whether he lives or not, I won't have any regrets knowing I did my best to help. And Ray says, but what if you do? Whether you have regrets or not depends on how this ends, right? And then Eden thinks, why do I get the feeling those words weren't aimed at me? So then they end up tidying up the fireplace to put the sleeping cub on there so he can be warm. And then Ray starts kissing Eden out of nowhere, and Eden is like, why do I get the feeling that he's kind of trapped in an unpleasant memory right now after seeing the look on Ray's face? But then he tries to ask what's going on, and Ray says, no more questions, just do me, right? So we get room 5, Ultimate Comfort. Eden of course asks anyways, and he's like, I don't mean to pry, but maybe later you can tell me whatever it is you're hiding. And Ray is like, do you want to fuck or not, bruh? And then they smash, and the cub almost wakes up. So Eden is like, you better keep it down. And then Ray kisses him out of nowhere, and he's like, you're the one who needs to be quiet. And Eden is shocked because the kiss came out of nowhere and was unusually intimate, at least when it comes to Ray. And then the moment happens. This was crazy to me when I read it for the first time. Ray says, fuck me until I forget. And I don't know. That was pivotal. That was pivotal for the Ray fandom, for me at least. And so Eden is like, forget what? And Ray is basically like, wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? And Eden is like, man, I don't mind you using me to blow off some steam, but you should at least tell me why. And Ray says, even if I told you, what would it matter? Can't we at least finish fucking first? So then they continue, of course, and Eden is like, you don't have to tell me, like, if you don't want to. After all, there will be many more chances for me to get to know you better. And then a couple more days pass, and the cub recovers, so they release him, and Ray tells Eden that father says the cub's life is no longer in danger. And then he says, he gets all cryptic with it, and he says, this cub isn't the first creature to be targeted by a boreal owl of death and live, after all. And then Eden is like, wait, Ray was talking about himself. And then he thinks, actually, he didn't really tell me anything. In a way, that was kind of like a confession, I think. So basically Ray just confessed. So yeah, I'm sure after hearing all of that, you can understand why I, as a Ray and Quincy fan, am obsessed with this fucking event. I need more shit like this. Also, I'm obsessed with the fact that it was about Topper and father too. Like, they can talk for once. Like, I love this and I need more of it right now. Anyway, so that's the end of that. Moving on to the Sunburst Fever event story. Sunburst Fever ran from the 6th of July until the 3rd of August, 2023, and it had 3 SSRs: Scorching Sun Dante, Aromatic Exotica Kuya, and Flaming Secret Edmund. So this event, if you didn't notice from looking at the cards, is not good. Actually the story, I do enjoy the story, but like the theme, not good. This is, I often refer to this as the racism event, because it literally, yeah. So there's that. So here we go. Chapter 1, an unusual reaction. So we're at Edmund's house. Eden has come over upon Edmund's request and brought tea up to Edmund's room from Edmund's mom, who asked Eden to get Edmund to take a break. But Edmund tells Eden about an urgent message from Solaria that was delivered to the capital about monsters in the desert exhibiting unusual behavior, such as venturing outside their usual habitats and into Solarian territory. Nobody's been hurt yet, but it's of course worrying. And he also says that the day before the monsters showed up, a huge shockwave of essence came from somewhere deep in the desert. So the letter is to request any relevant information that the capital might have. And according to the kingdom's records, there's a rumor of mysterious essence-filled treasure buried in the area from the last time Huey was there. And so Edmund is asking Eden to accompany him into the desert to figure out the source of all of these issues. But he says that he'll understand if Eden refuses, because this is a very last-minute request. But of course Eden agrees. And the reason I note this is because Edmund makes this like soft expression after Eden agrees, so it seems like this means a lot to him. He also says thank you. So I don't know, this is another one of those times where it's like the crumbs of character development are paying off and he just directly said thank you to Eden. Like, that's kind of crazy, right? Also should note that Aster and Morvay have been gone for a while. Aster told Eden that they'll be away from the mansion for a few days, and Eden thought this was weird because Aster and Morvay almost never go on trips together, but Aster didn't explain where they're going, so he just was like, I don't know, I trust them, they'll be back eventually, right? So chapter 2, Festival returns. So Eden gets a letter from Dante, but before we find out what it says, it cuts to them in the carriage on their way to the fire territory, but they immediately explain what it is because Edmund got one too. So it's an invitation to the Sunburst Festival, which is resuming this year. So Edmund explains that the Sunburst Festival is a traditional Solarian festival held at the height of summer, but in recent years, due to all the problems Solaria has been having, it's had to be cancelled for several years in a row. And we also find out that Dante apparently invited everybody in the Sorcerer's Clan, and Eden and Edmund both think that that is strange, which me too. So they start talking about who is most likely to show up and not show up, which is so funny. They're just sitting here headcanoning. I don't know. So Eden says Olivine is the one most likely to be interested in the festival, which I 100% agree with. Quincy won't want to travel so far, and then Eden goes to say Kuya's name, but he just goes, and then he thinks to himself, nah, better not say his name out loud or he'll materialize out of thin air. But Edmund, of course, understanding what Eden was about to say, agrees that Kuya definitely won't be there. And then Eden says, unless he sees it as another chance to terrorize me. So they get into Solaria, and Eden sees a quote-unquote unusual shop, and so he goes in there and he buys some shit, but he doesn't tell Edmund what it is yet.
And then they find a vendor selling night lanterns, and the vendor says that fire territory locals often carry them if they go out after dark. So you may be wondering, why are there vendors here? Like, is the festival starting? Not yet. They're just kind of setting up and starting to sell things. So Eden and Edmund get a little bit of a sneak peek, right? And then Gyro appears to show them to the villa, well, walk them to the villa. They know where it is. So we get a little Gyro cameo, but he says that Dante is out overseeing military affairs. And so while they are waiting for Dante to get back, Gyro explains that nobody in town knows about the monsters yet because the numbers are still low enough that it's not like a huge crisis. And Dante didn't want to ruin the mood for the festival, right? And then Dante comes back and we get his outfit debut, and we also get a Sully appearance, and we get to see Edmund's reaction the first time he sees Sully, which is cute. So they start asking questions and discussing the plan and this whole situation with the rumors and everything, and Dante says that the treasure is just like bullshit, basically. He's like, it's just a nonsensical tale about an oasis with ancient ruins, and beneath the ruins is a night lantern with the power to grant any wish. And he says there is ruins in that area, but there's no oasis, and if one appeared, there's no way he wouldn't know, since all the oases are blessed by the fire spirits, which Dante is connected to. Chapter 3. Bandit's confession. So one of Dante's subordinates randomly shows up and tells him that the bandits have regained consciousness, and so apparently some bandits went out into the desert looking for the treasure and were found unconscious at the city's borders. So the bandits explained that they were looking for the treasure but didn't find it, and suddenly a person appeared, and each of the bandits saw a different looking person, and the person said they knew where the treasure was, and then suddenly a huge oasis appeared with the before mentioned ruins, and then the person waved their hand, and the next thing the bandits knew, they were back in the desert and all of their fruit and water had turned to sand, so they fled towards Solaria and then they passed out. They also mentioned that they saw monsters approaching in the distance. So Dante, Edmund, and Eden all agree that that mysterious person had something to do with the disturbances. Now, as you may have noticed, there is a Kuya SSR in this event, so you probably could guess that this person is absolutely Kuya, but it's not revealed yet, so keep your fucking mouth shut for 2 more minutes. So the 3 of them decide to set off into the desert immediately after finding this out, and Dante says Edmund and Eden's current outfits aren't good enough for the heat, and then Eden pulls out the 2 outfits he bought at that weird store from earlier, and he says they have wind and sand protection magic. So then we get the Eden and Edmund outfits reveal, and Edmund is like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why am I wearing this obscene outfit? And Dante is like, we don't have time for this, we gotta go. So they leave, and they ride through the desert on some leopard tigers, as per usual, and Dante explains like the oasis have dwindling supplies of vegetation and water, and he's noticed a decrease in the concentration of fire spirits throughout the territory, and he fears it's causing the oases, I don't really know how to say it. Anyways, and it's causing the oases to deteriorate, which could mean the livelihoods of everyone in Solaria could suffer. And meanwhile, Eden worries about Dante specifically being in danger if this is a problem with the fire spirits themselves. And then randomly a little tiny sandstorm whips up around them and Kuya shows up. Chapter 4, Shady Character. So of course, Kuya is also wearing a fire territory, like, heat outfit or whatever the fuck. And so Dante tries to interrogate him, and Kuya says, making me answer your questions will prove harder than you imagine. And then they start beefing, right? They fight. And Edmund literally cuts through their essence magic fight with his sword, which is kind of fire. So Edmund and Eden are like, all right, just because Kuya misled those bandits doesn't mean that he had anything to do with the, like, shockwave and the monsters. So let's go investigate ourselves. And Kuya is like, oh man, looks like the situation has taken a most vapid turn, but I guess there's no harm in showing you in the right direction. So he gives them the handle to the magic lantern, you know, the buried treasure, and says it was a gift from Huey. And then we get a flashback to Huey giving Kuya the handle and saying he buried the rest of the lantern out in the desert. And he says, maybe someday it'll have an effect on the area. If so, the handle will begin to glow. Feel free to come and investigate if that day comes. Chapter 5, Open Discussion. So Kuya actually explains that to them, and he agrees to play nice until they find the lantern because he's certain everyone is going to start fighting over it. So he's basically like investing in entertainment. So Dante and Edmund agree to be open about their intentions because they would like to avoid the fighting that Kuya is looking forward to. So Dante intends to use the essence of the lantern to help Solaria, and Edmund says he was ordered to bring the lantern back to the capital if it exists. But Edmund says his first priority is to protect and improve the welfare of the people in the fire territory, and Dante is like, well, you might say that, but the wealthy royals and nobles just want the lantern out of a selfish desire to monopolize all the resources. And Edmund knows this, of course, but he has to follow his orders. And so Eden is like, well, guys, none of this matters unless we actually find the lantern, so let's just shelf this discussion for later. Meanwhile, Kuya is just sitting there thinking about how confusing humans are and why do they act like this and whatever, as per usual. And then a soldier shows up and says that more bandits were found in worse condition than the others, saying some of the bandits became hysterical and started shouting about the oasis over and over, and everyone automatically is like looking at Kuya, right? But he's like, do you really think I would pull the same trick a second time? That's so boring. And Eden is like, yeah, that's true. Plus you've been here with us the whole time, so like how would you have done that? And so they go investigate those guys, and they find out that all but one of them died to a monster attack, and the one remaining guy says that he noticed a weird smell as he was fleeing from the monsters. Chapter 6, Special Guests. So we get a flashback to Kuya and Huey in Solaria after the Night Lantern has been buried. I'm thinking like a significant time after that, but I'm not quite sure. But Kuya is currently alone, and he buys a fire territory outfit and uses his magic to transform it into an outfit that he likes better, which is something he does a lot. You know, this is really off topic, but with the amount of times that he does this, I'm starting to think that if he was in our universe, or if he got transported to Eden's world, he would be a fashion designer or like a magazine editor or like something fashion related. I always have the hardest time imagining what his job would be in our world because people do like modern AU fics all the time, and it's pretty easy to imagine a lot of the clan members' jobs, but I always get stuck on Kuya, so that's a pretty good one. I think that's my current top runner for Kuya's modern day job. Anyways, back to the thing. So he's walking around, town looking at everything, and he's hearing rumors of the Night Lantern that can grant any wish, and then he hears Huey walking by, and he's walking quietly, so normal people won't notice him, but Kuya, of course, because he notices fucking everything, still hears Huey, so he follows him. And Huey explains that he's leaving because he's bored and he's done regulating the fire altar, so he's like, I'm fucking out of here. And Kuya thinks to himself, maybe next time I'm here I'll feel the same way. And then it cuts immediately to present day Kuya telling Eden, you haven't amused me nearly enough to get rid of me, young master. So yeah, that jump cut was crazy. So this obviously just goes to show how Kuya was so worried about being bored forever no matter where he went, and now Kuya's excitement goes wherever Eden goes, and for that reason it is essentially unlimited unless something happens to Eden. So I'm gonna cry. I don't know about you guys, I'm gonna cry a little bit. So they continue on their way to this location in the middle of the desert, and they're talking about what they would wish for, and so Eden asks Kuya if there's anything he would wish for, and Kuya says, once you acquire the object of your desire, you soon either lose it or lose all desire for it, which I mentioned just because I think it gives some context into Kuya's character and possibly alludes to some bullshit that happened in his past. So they don't find anything, so they decide to suspend their search until they have more leads, and they go back to the city. And then the whole rest of the clan shows up. Surprise, surprise. They're at the city early to hang out before the festival starts. However, Aster and Morvay are not here.
Guys, I think I was actually brain dead the day I recorded this explanation for this fucking event, because this little section, I was messing shit up. I forgot to mention something, and then I mixed up the names and whatever, so I have to re-record just this little section. My god. Anyway, Dante was the one that pointed out that Aster and Morvay weren't there, so Eden was like, well, they told me they were leaving the mansion, but they didn't say where. I don't know where they are. And then Dante was like, shortly before you guys all showed up, I received word that they had entered the territory on business, but I haven't seen them. So
That's goofy. I wonder what's up with that. That's weird. Meanwhile, we get another one of those moments where it's just kind of like they just tell us what everyone's doing. So Quincy says that it was Topper's idea for them to come, and he tries to start taking a nap, and Kuya starts fucking with him. Meanwhile, Yakumo is dying from the sun because remember, he's a serpent, so he likes cool, moist places, which the fire territory is not. So Edmund gives him some coconut milk, which is really cute, and they're still girlfriends to this day. And Olivine is trying local delicacies with the help of Blade, who scans the items to tell Olivine how they're made / what they're made of, and then Olivine takes notes on it. And Dante is standing there looking at a decorative pillar that is built especially for the festival, and he explains to Eden that it's designed to be visible from anywhere in the city, so he used to be able to see it from the villa as a kid, but he was never allowed to go to the festival, but his parents would sit on the balcony and look over the festivities with him, and the pillar always caught his eye, so looking at it now from up close brings back the memories of back then. Chapter 7. Hallucinogenic spice. Ray shows up a little bit after the rest of the clan, and Dante, upon noticing him, thinks to himself, the one with the bird? The messenger said his invitation was never delivered. So first of all, how do you go about inviting somebody who you don't know the name of via mail? Where do you send it to? What the fuck do you mean? Like how did he... what? So apparently what happened is, instead of receiving the invitation, Ray just heard rumor of the festival and decided to follow the rest of the clan members here. And so then Ray is talking to Eden, and he asks why Eden cares so much about the fate of the Klein continent. And Eden says, maybe it's because all the most important people in my life are here, which, I mean, we been new, but like, girl, you're gonna have me throwing up. So Ray gives Eden a pouch full of a specific banned spice that comes from a particular species of orchid that grows deep in the desert, and he says bringing it into contact with essence allows one to enjoy the illusion of intense pleasure, and if the orchid grows in a high essence environment, the spice will have a stronger hallucinogenic effect, which, yeah, Ray would be the type to do hallucinogenic drugs. That tracks. But so would Eden. So, like, maybe they're perfect for each other. I don't know. So anyways, Eden realizes that the bandits from before must have come into contact with this flower / spice. So he tells Dante, and Dante is like, well, I know where that grows. It's only in a specific area. So it narrows their search by a significant amount. Dante also says that if they prepare the correct antidote, they should be good to go for the search, and they don't have to worry about hallucinating. Meanwhile, Edmund is troubled about whether he should really bring the lantern to the capital or not, and Eden reminds Edmund of when they met, how Edmund was following orders but upholding his own values at the same time, and he says, maybe the king entrusted you with this mission because he needed someone that could make sound judgments, and he encourages Edmund to go with his gut. So I think that's pretty good advice. I think Eden handled this wonderfully, and I think I would have handled it fucking terribly, so we have to give Eden props for this moment, as per usual. Chapter 8, Illusion Breaker. So they set off again to search the area with the orchids, and Dante's magic is not as strong as it usually is, and Kuya keeps giving him shit for it. So they get into the desert, right? And even though everybody took the antidote, the hallucinogenic effects are so strong that a bunch of the soldiers end up going nuts anyways. So the 4 of them with the high essence levels have to continue alone, while a couple of the less affected soldiers bring the crazy ones back to the city. So Eden uses his essence to try to detect the location of the lantern, but they end up going in circles. And then Kuya tells him that there's a powerful illusion at work, and to look with his essence, not his eyes. He also says, an illusion contains the will of the caster. If he wants to hide, all you have to do is dispel the essence that he's using to disguise himself. And then Kuya gently guides Eden through the process of dispelling the essence of the illusion, and suddenly there's a huge oasis in front of them. And I went a little bit crazy when I saw this the first time, because if you would have told me, or you would have told Kuya at the beginning of the main story that Kuya would be gently guiding Eden through the process of some magic related thing, or gently guiding him through fucking anything, really. We both would have thought you were fucking full of it. And now here we are. He's a changed man, and so am I. So anyways, chapter 9, Ancient Ruins. So the ancient palace ruins are of course also in the middle of this oasis, and they go to open the front door, but Kuya is like, no. And he instead ends up getting everybody to fall into this giant fucking hole, like booby trap in the ground. And so they get down there and they're like, why the fuck did you make us fall down that hole? We almost died. And Kuya is like, if you would have opened the front door, we all would have died because there was a whole bunch of monsters behind the door. And then Dante tries to use his fire magic to light up the area because they're in like a dark underground ruins tunnel situation, and it doesn't work very well because his magic sucks right now. And Kuya is like, what the fuck is up with your bullshit? Because Dante had previously been trying to hide it, you know, but Kuya is like, what is up with that, right? And Dante says that ever since the disturbance appeared, the fire spirits have become increasingly hard to control, and he's convinced that they're being attracted to the powerful essence here because he says an immense power permeates this place and it's wrestling him for control of the fire spirits. Chapter 10. Beasts and bones. So as they proceed through these ruins, there's monsters fucking everywhere, and it's like skeletons and like whatever. So it's kind of giving Dungeons and Dragons right now. I'm imagining like the Baldur's Gate 3 fighting mechanic. So Eden ends up getting a cut on his arm trying to protect Dante, and the feeling of being unable to protect those he cares for reminds Dante of his parents dying, which is insane, but it makes a lot of sense. But it's like an insane, just randomly, oop, we're gonna have this character think about his dead parents. So whoa. Dante also thinks for a moment about how he had to pass this really hard test that was given to him by the fire spirits, and then the markings on his body showed up when the first cosmic flare emerged. Random thing in the middle of this little story moment, but like, I don't think I had mentioned it before. If I had, oops. So Dante gets his shit together because he's like, oh my gosh, my dead parents, and I can't let that happen again. So he gets his shit together and he goes sicko mode, and the fire spirits return to him and he takes down all the monsters, right? And then they get into the room with the night lantern and they find Morvay and Aster. Chapter 11, Familiar Faces. So Morvay and Aster do not look like their normal selves right now, and it's crazy. This moment was insane. I remember when this story chapter came out, people were like, oh my fucking god, Morvay and Aster have new sprites. That means they're gonna have SSRs. Like, we're getting Morvay and Aster SSRs. Oh my god, I remember everybody was fucking freaking out. And then we didn't. And the event ended and everyone was like, no. But then we did get Morvay and Aster SSRs with these sprites. It was just in the following event. So stay tuned. This is the only time that they've like revealed cards in the previous event story like that. So it's really cool and I think they should do this more often. But anyway, so Morvay and Aster are like all goofed from the essence. They're like basically overloaded on Huey's essence from the lantern, so they are like way bigger than normal and like stronger, but they also, their brains are like all fucking weird, and so they don't recognize the clan members or Eden, and so they have to fight. They have to fucking fight each other. So they get their asses kicked, of course, and then they explain that they came out here looking for Huey because they heard the rumor that he buried some treasure here or something. So they were like, oh my gosh, like we can find him. So this makes me think that the events don't take place after the main story. I think I said before, I don't know about in this video, I think in the last video, I mentioned how I think all the events are canon, but they take place after the main story is finished. I don't know if that's true because it seems like once the main story is over, they should have answers about the Huey situation. So my other best guess is that there's just going to be bigger gaps in between chapters as we go on in the main story that you could like rationally fit these events into. Otherwise, it's always possible the events aren't canon, but I don't know. Also, I mean, given the fact that this is a gacha game, like, I think the main story is going to be ongoing for a fucking long time, so it might just never end at all. But anyways, that's just kind of some timeline rambling. It's not exactly relevant to anybody who doesn't give a shit about the timeline, but I give a shit about the timeline, and this is my fucking video. Anyways, so of course they did not find Huey. They just found this lantern that had a whole bunch of his essence in it. So chapter 12, Beauty and Power. So they apologize for fighting these hoes, and they explain that they look different because they absorbed too much of Huey's essence and now they're at their full strength. And Kuya explains that Huey put the lantern here just to start a rumor and see if anyone could find it, because he thought it was boring when he investigated these same ruins and didn't find any treasure. And originally there was a seal on the lantern to keep the essence from leaking, but it recently weakened enough for the essence to leak out, which caused the elemental spirits to gather here, which created the oasis. So the lantern can't grant any wish, of course, but it still contains a shit ton of essence, so it would still be useful to help the Solarian people, right? So Edmund says that his orders were only to return with the treasure, but the essence within it is another matter, and he thinks the essence should go to Solaria. So Edmund and Dante come to an easy agreement on what to do, and Kuya is left without his big fight that he was looking for. But I guess he did get to witness the fight between Morvay and Aster and them, but still, he wanted the bitches to be going at it. And then also Aster puts another seal on the lantern so that the fire spirits will return to their original places, which will solve all the other problems, like with the monsters and the hallucinations and all that shit, because the essence will be back in order. So now it's time for the Sunburst Festival. Chapter 13, Festival Opening. So we cut back to the festival and Eden is helping, and he recalls 2 more jobs that he had in the past. One was working at a breakfast shop and the other was helping a friend at his night market stall. So add those to the list. And then we get more like just clan members interacting and vibing at the festival. So Ray sees Edmund eating an insanely sweet fruit and he thinks to himself, whoa, is his tongue made of iron? Which just doesn't matter at all, but I just needed to mention that. I thought it was funny. And it's also like so uncommon to get like the clan members' thoughts on each other, you know? And so I need to cling to any snippet of these that I can get. So meanwhile, Quincy and Olivine are helping at a barbecue booth where Olivine breaks a log for the fire with his bare fucking hands, which shocks Topper and Quincy both, which is wacky because you'd think Quincy would be the type to also break a log with his bare hands. And then Yakumo and Garu are making pottery at a like DIY pottery stand, and Kuya says he's bored, so Eden is like, go watch the dance performance then. And Kuya is like, honestly, I think I would rather stay here and watch these little ones play with dirt. So Yakumo and Garu, upon hearing this, think, oh my gosh, Kuya wants to watch us, I better try hard, which is just so... Again, I mentioned the Kuya and Yakumo dynamic before in Idolfest and such, but like, I need them to kiss, and I also need Kuya and Garu to kiss right now. Actually, all 3 of them. Oh my gosh, can you imagine the polycule of the century? Kuya, Yakumo, and Garu. That would be crazy. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I just had such a genius fucking idea about those 3. I was thinking about the Yakumo and Garu dynamic from Eerie Escapade, where they're like talking about adventures and reading stories and stuff, and I just imagined Kuya watching them act out one of their favorite stories, and he would be amused by, I'm assuming he would be amused by something. He wouldn't just be like, oh, I love watching plays, but he would probably be like, I'm amused by how bad you guys are at acting or something like that. But somebody needs to write that, because that is definitely canon, 100%, and they all kiss afterwards / during. Yeah. Note that one down. Anyways, back to the fucking thing. And then Blade gives Eden a mug that he made with his signature on it. On the topic of Blade's signature, I'm obsessed with it. Chapter 14, The Sun at Night. So Eden is talking to Dante at the festival, and he says, I can feel how much this city means to you. And Dante fucking says, this is all my parents left me. If I don't protect it, there will be nothing left. I'm gonna straight up cry. What do you mean, dude? This is another one of those big moments where the crumbs of character development are paying off, because you know he would not have admitted that his parents meant anything to him at all back in the day when they first met. So this shit has me throwing up and crying and passing out, and then waking up and throwing up again and crying and passing out. You know the drill. Crying and shitting and eating spaghetti, as we all do. And then we finally find out why Dante invited all the clan members in the first place, which is when Dante finished writing the guest list, there was empty spots left. So Gyro asked if Dante wanted to invite Eden and the clan members, and at first Dante thought there was no point since they didn't matter to like the economy or well-being of Solaria. But then he thought, if I invited that meddlesome fool, would he really show up? And then he invited all of them as an excuse to invite Eden to see if Eden would show up to support him, which of course he fucking did because Eden's in love with him. And also the whole fact that he was like, if I invited Eden, would he show up, is giving like middle school crush, and I'm obsessed with it. And then we cut to Eden talking to Kuya. Kuya gives Eden the lantern handle that Huey gave him, and he says, throw it away if you don't want it, which is word for word what Huey said when he gave it to Kuya. And then he goes to leave, and Eden is like, leaving already? And Kuya says, there's nothing more here that interests me, which is also exactly what Huey said back in the day. And Eden just is like, okay, then see you next time. And Kuya says, you take certain things for granted. How can you be sure there's a next time? And Eden says, you always seem to pop up out of nowhere and terrorize me. Even though I'm just one of your playthings, if I think about never seeing you again, it feels like I'd be losing an important part of my everyday life. And Kuya enjoys this response, and it makes me, I'm unwell once again about that. This event, actually, I didn't survive it. I really was hoping I was going to be able to hate the story for this event, but I just can't do it. Also, I want to point out the fact that Kuya not only remembers word for word what Huey was saying in the past, but also recites it. I think the Kuya-Huey dynamic was very much, I don't know if it was ever like romantic, but I think Kuya definitely idolized Huey for some reason, but Huey sort of treated him like shit. I mean, maybe he didn't treat him like shit, but he didn't really give him the time of day as much as Kuya tried to. So it just sort of, it makes me very sad, and I really want to see a Kuya arc where he's delving into his relationship with Huey, and what I really want to see is Huey coming back and Kuya not liking him anymore. You know, I want Kuya to realize that Huey was not that great, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I really, really hope it does, and I think about it 24/7. Anyways, chapter 15, back to normal. Eden and Edmund ride back on one horse together, and when Eden asks why there's only one, Edmund says he requested to only have one horse because Eden worked so hard yesterday that Edmund thought it would be dangerous if he rode home by himself. So it's like, yeah, right. Me when I lie. Me when I'm gay for my boyfriend Eden and I just want him to ride on a horse with me because I'm in love with him. Yeah, anyway. And then Edmund says that before he set out on this journey, he had a great many doubts. However, thanks to Eden coming with, many of his concerns were swiftly dealt with, and he says he's very happy to have had Eden here with him. And Eden can tell that Edmund's heart is beating really fast when he says this because he is sitting behind Edmund holding him, and he can physically feel Edmund's heart beating. And this just, again, this is one of those moments where the crumbs of character development are paying off because Edmund never would have said this shit back in the day, let alone even ask Eden to come with him to do anything official because he thought that Eden was completely fucking incompetent, and I died. I passed away. Also, once they get back to the mansion, Aster and Morvay start apologizing to Eden because they feel really bad about running off randomly to find Huey. So they tell Eden that you're the most important person, and trying to reassure him that they don't prefer Huey over him or whatever. But Eden was never even concerned about this, so I think it's really cute that they worried about that themselves. They put themselves in Eden's shoes without him even saying anything or being upset at all. And just like that, the event story comes to a close. And I say just like that, but actually this is a very long fucking event story, and we still have 3 goddamn cards to go over. So, SSR, Scorching Sun, Dante. Room 1, Sending Off the Bride. This is where the problems begin. I mean, the problems began with the outfit, really, but the problems begin here as far as plot goes. The rooms, it's not good. Especially the H scenes in this event, not good. But let's just fucking breeze through these. This one takes place during the festival, and some actors are performing a classic Solarian romance play called Bride of the Sun King, and Eden watches the rehearsal and pulls Dante along to watch too, but Dante doesn't want to watch it, and so the Sun King character is very clearly supposed to be Dante, and Eden points that out, and then Dante gets up and leaves and takes Eden with him, and Eden is like, if you refuse to let me see the play, I guess we'll have to act it out ourselves, and he starts starts being all, I'm your stolen bride with no choice but to obey your every command, because in the play, the Sun King had a stolen bride, right? And Eden is like, do you think this is a fucking joke? Like, do you think this is funny? Room 2, twisting reality. They do some weird shit where Eden is all, I'm your bride and whatever, but they get cut short because Dante has a meeting to go to, so thank fucking God. And then room 3, innumerable obstructions. Guys, I'm a fucking idiot. Let me tell you one thing about making a video like this. You get to read the story, tell the story, and then you have to listen to yourself tell the story several times while you're editing. So I am making like connections, mental connections and leaps and bounds while I'm editing this. And I just realized that that meeting Dante had to go to when he was like, hey, stop, like put your fucking clothes back on. I have work to do and you have to come with me. I'm pretty sure he cut that H scene short on purpose so Eden would shut the fuck up about the whole stolen bride scenario. I don't know why I didn't make that connection before, because what happens right after this in room 3 is that they go to that meeting and then Dante makes Eden do a whole bunch of other shit to keep him busy so he can't go see the play. And I don't know why I didn't realize before that Dante was cutting the H scene short as well. I thought he just actually had a meeting to go to and then started making Eden really busy after that for some reason, but they are in fact connected. So, and then Dante starts complaining about the play. Well, not complaining, but he explains his grievances with the play after Eden is like, hey, wait a minute, it's almost like you're keeping me busy to keep me from seeing the play. And then Dante's like, yeah, and here's why. And he says that the play is nothing special and he knows it by heart because he used to see it performed at the villa all the time as a kid. And so he explains the story, which goes as follows. The king conquers a foreign land, and to keep the peace he takes their princess as his bride, and the two initially clash, but the king uses a combination of discipline and kindness to tame her body and mind, and then something the princess was going to kill the king, but she kills herself instead, leaving him in despair. And so Eden gets mad about the spoilers, and Dante says that the theme of the play is uninspiring and the characters are full of contradictions, and then Eden thinks to himself, it's 100 years for this dullard to appreciate a story of such bittersweet tragedy. And then Dante has to go meet with some church people, so Eden gets to catch just the final act of the play. Room 4. I don't want you to see. So after the play, Eden and Dante are together again in town, and some little boys give Dante a fruitcake that their mom made, saying it's thanks to Dante that they can live in peace here. But Dante refuses it and leaves, but Dante takes it from the kid and says he'll bring it to Dante, so he does. He also notices before he leaves that the mother looks just like the Sun King's bride from the play, and so he realizes that this woman is a foreigner, and it clicks for him that the whole conquering foreign land and trading slaves thing from the play is actually a real part of Solaria's past. And then he realizes that Dante didn't want to accept the cake because he feels undeserving of kindness from these people who his country has wronged in the past, which it's not really a country. I don't know if it's really a city though either, but just, I don't know. So then Eden brings the cake to Dante and he asks about this whole situation. And so Dante explains that the slave trade process was outlawed long before he assumed the title of Sun Lord, but it continues to occur with few repercussions. Like, people still see foreigners as sources of cheap labor, so foreigners are often forced to live in poverty, just like in real life. So the reason Dante hates the play is because it makes people think the sale and humiliation of human beings were a matter of course / a natural human thing, and he thinks the fact that the people enjoy it so much represents that they accept those values. Dante continues by saying that he immediately after becoming Sun Lord started working on a policy to allow foreigners to enter Solaria, work for fair wages, and live free from exploitation. So Eden is like, just because people enjoy the play doesn't mean that they approve of what happened in the past, nor does it mean that they don't see the positive changes that are being made today. Plus, this time, they changed the play. So instead of dying, the princess dropped the blade and confessed to the king, and the king responded by promising that together they would create a land of equality, and the audience loved it, which shows that the people's values have changed as well. And then he asks Dante why he didn't just ban the play, and Dante says that that would violate the rights and freedoms of the people, which is also kind of a banger. And so Eden is like, so then why did you try so hard to keep me from seeing it? And Dante is like, well, you're different. And then Eden thinks to himself, yeah, right, he just didn't want me to see it and disagree with him, but he didn't want to say that outright. So, which is obviously very correct. So Eden tells Dante that he's an amazing leader and he works really hard, but he deserves rewards sometimes, like the fruitcake from that little boy, and he doesn't need to be so hard on himself. So then room 5, a king's tenderness and ferocity. The only note I have on this room says the softest, most intimate Dante room yet. I'm sickened. So I'm sickened, we're all sickened, I'm dying, we're dying, okay? We died. So that's the end of that card. Moving on to SSR Aromatic Exotica Kuya, room 1. Master Kuya attends an auction. Uh-oh. It's not looking good, guys. So Eden gets lost in a random alleyway and he finds a room where a bunch of people in a cage with gags in their mouths are being whipped by a guy with a mask on, and then he fucking falls over while he's trying to leave, which alerts everyone to his presence, and the guy with the mask, along with some other masked men, think that he's there to join or something, so they gag him and put him in a cage. I had to just really power through that whole thing because I just can't. But like, basically, he's being sold to One Direction right now, if you think about it. So, the auction starts. I can't do this. The auction starts, and there's a line in the auctioneer's opening speech where he says, actually, I think it's a woman. Anyway, they say something like, rest assured everyone here is here of their own free will, and that it complies with all of Solaria's laws, which reassured me for a moment before I remembered that they kidnapped Eden, basically, so I'm not really sure how true that is, but they tried. And so this is, I guess, an anonymous auction where people who can't normally seek out sex, like nobles or like important people in society or whatever, can anonymously buy people, but consensually. Listen, So then Eden is like, wow, so I bet these people are all nobles and the event organizers are taking advantage of their secret fetishes and these masochists to make a ton of money. Honestly, it sounds pretty awesome, but I sure as hell don't want to take part. So he's just like me for real, honestly. Actually, for legal reasons, that was a joke. And the legal reasons being that is a crazy, insane thing to confess on the internet. So now would be a good time to remind you guys that my mom might be watching this. Shout out, Mom. Jesus Christ. So Kuya, of course, is here, and he transmits his voice right into Eden's brain to troll him. And he's like, so let me guess. You want me to bid on you and save you? But as far as I'm concerned, you're already my plaything, so why would I pay for you? But then of course he does it anyway, and then the auctioneer is like, okay, you can go test out your product in this private room. This is so insane. I wish I didn't have to explain this. So then room 2, God, room 2 is titled Slave Testing. I really can't be here. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, I don't know. It's exactly what you would think it is. That's really all I have to say about this room. And then room 3, Foxy Trap. So before Eden got low-key, high-key kidnapped, he noticed some familiar feeling essence coming from the area of the auction. And this is actually why Kuya was there in the first place. He was investigating. So Eden and Kuya go back to find the source of the essence. And they find a guy in the slave room with a box, which is the source of the essence, but he's claiming that it's a family heirloom or something. But Kuya is like, cap. So then room 4, a value of 3 million. So we get a flashback to Kuya and Huey in the fire territory again, and Kuya says that he witnessed a human stealing, and when he got caught, he couldn't come up with a single decent excuse. And Huey is not surprised. So Kuya is like, I'm sure you've witnessed your fair share of human folly, and Huey just says, they call it human nature. Meanwhile, Huey is fidgeting with this box that they're seeing in current day, and his essence is required to open it, so he's planning on selling it on the black market to see how it affects humanity, and he tells Kuya that he can observe the results when he comes back in the future. And Kuya is like, what results exactly would those be? And Huey is like, well, who knows? Perhaps confirmation that humanity is still the same as you've always thought. Which this, like, don't piss me off, because Huey is acting the same fucking way as Kuya is about humans, right? I don't know if Huey was human, but like, he is doing the same shit. Like, everybody is so fucking boring and they all suck and whatever. So then he turns around and he goes, yeah, maybe you'll get confirmation of your stupid little dumbass bitch belief that humans are so boring. And it's like, do you have to belittle everyone that you talk to? Like, what do you mean? He's such a bitch. Anyway, so we cut back to the present, and Kuya gets the guy to give the box to him, and Eden is like, that belonged to Huey, didn't it? And he deduced this because he knew the guy was lying about it being a family heirloom. because he gave it to Kuya so easily, so Eden guessed that it was stolen from the auction. And then a couple of the other slaves confirm Eden's suspicion, and then Eden uses his/Huey's essence to open the box, and we get another flashback once again to Kuya and Huey, where Kuya says, "So, did anything interesting happen when you put the box on the black market?" And Huey says, "No." And Kuya is like, "You don't seem surprised, so why did you bother putting it out on the market in the first place?" And Huey says, "Because I had yet to realize that the pursuit of pleasure itself has lost its luster. Perhaps one day you'll realize that for yourself." And Kuya just says, "Boredom?" And Huey says, "Yes." So turns out that memory itself was inside the box, similar to when Eden saw Kuya's past in the kaleidoscope in Mystical Banquet. So Kuya looks at the box and he sees markings that apparently mean you can store memories in it. So since the box belongs to Huey, he's the only one that can do it. And Eden asks why Huey wanted to store that particular memory, and Kuya is like, "I have no idea and I don't have any intention of finding out," which is also interesting. Like, I wonder if Kuya is actually curious and he's just covering it up to seem like he's just so chill and careless, or if he literally doesn't fucking care, because if he doesn't care, then it's like, I don't know, it's just kind of a strange thing. But anyway, there's also a bar of soap in the box. And Eden thinks maybe the reason that Kuya is always looking for entertainment is to make himself feel something. So a day or so later, Eden comes to Kuya with the soap, saying it's no ordinary soap and there's tons of ways to have fun with it. And since Kuya doesn't know the true nature of the soap, that means the treasure hunt isn't over yet. So they end up having horny bath time. Also, I should mention that even though Eden is pulling these shenanigans to make Kuya less bored, he doesn't think that Kuya found the whole adventure before boring either. He's just like adding more to the excitement. How exactly did he come to that conclusion? I don't know, but he did. And he's probably right, because he knows Kuya better than I do, I'm sure. So, room 5. Let me give you a body scrub. This one is really crazy to me. It's another one of those ones where it's just like really intimate, you know? And so then Eden asks if Kuya was bored looking for the box, and Kuya is like, "Yeah, it was rather dull. Even this little bathing session of ours could hardly be considered amusing." But he also says that Eden is anything but dull. So I think what he means is that if you look at the actions they did, like the events that unfolded, it was boring. But since Eden was there, it wasn't boring, because nothing can be boring when Eden's around. So basically he just confessed his undying love again. So that's that for the Kuya card. Moving on to SSR Flaming Secret Edmund, starting with room 1, which is just titled "You?" ? This takes place like after the event, and Edmund is sent back to the fire territory because some smugglers apparently stole a royal artifact, but he has to basically be like incognito to get it back. Like, he's undercover, right? Also, the Knight Captain tells Edmund that there was some gossip about his decision with the lantern, but since the king then immediately put Edmund on this mission, that means that the king must not be upset about it. And so Edmund says, "While I was in the fire territory, someone told me that the king must trust me and to go with my gut," which of course was Eden. And the Knight Captain says, "Whoever said that must know you very well." So I don't even have to say anything else. What more is to be said? So, cut to Edmund infiltrating the smuggler camp as a slave, of course, because why not? Haha, I'm gonna go fucking crazy in the bad way. But he finds Eden and Aster are there, with Eden pretending to be someone else as well. So Edmund tells Eden that he's on a mission incognito, and Eden is like, "Okay, I got you." And then he keeps asking Edmund to do stuff, like they're like role-playing basically. But Eden is like asking him to do more stuff than he would have to ask him to do, because he's like, "I can't miss out on this rare opportunity." So he's fucking with Edmund, right? And the smuggler leader guy tells Edmund to do some sword dancing, which Edmund had mentioned he could do so that he would come across as a high value slave, which is literally like, I hate this card. I hate this card. But then Eden is like, "Actually, I'm good. I don't want to see that. That sounds lame and boring and like it would suck," just to save Edmund from having to do it. And then the smuggler is like telling Edmund to drink some wine and then leave, but there's of course drugs in Edmund's wine. So room 2, igniting the ecstasy of desire. He knew there was drugs in the wine, I'm pretty sure, but he drank it anyway because he couldn't find any way of getting out of that situation without suspicion. So this room is actually a dream, basically, and it's as bad as you would imagine. It's got like the slave trope and the fucking whatever. It's not great, but like, okay, I will say it makes a lot of sense to me that Edmund would have a slave play kink. What I'm trying to say is, it makes sense that Edmund would enjoy being in a role where all of the decisions are being made for him, because he loves that plausible deniability of like, it's not my idea to have sex because that's not a good thing to do, or like, what, I don't know how to explain it in a concise way, but hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. It makes sense that Edmund would have this kink, but I don't support the context at all. Anyways, room 3, grade A acting. So the wine was spiked with a hallucinogenic powder, and we find out that the reason Aster and Eden are here is because these smugglers robbed one of Aster's trade caravans, so Aster had Eden go undercover with him to make them pay for it. And then Edmund fills them in on his mission and they agree to help, but then Edmund and Eden get caught, so Aster turns back into his human self and the smugglers recognize him and get really scared. So room 4, optimal care. The smugglers surrender because Aster could shut down their whole distribution system if he wanted to, and Edmund also managed to get the artifact he was looking for just before they were discovered. And then Edmund and Eden return home without Aster, who is probably taking all the smugglers' money and torturing them or something. But Eden passes out from the heat on the way home, and Edmund stops at an oasis to help Eden recover. But Edmund hasn't actually had to care for a sick person before, but as he puts it, he has a thorough theoretical understanding of the subject, which is cute, and he has autism. He's also kind of giving Blade here, where he's like, I've read about it, like I know technically what you should do, but like not really. But anyways, Eden manages to convince Edmund to let him rest his head on Edmund's lap, which is so cute. And he tells Edmund that some things are more enjoyable when you give up control, such as letting people take care of you when you're sick, or of course submitting during sex, because duh. And then Edmund thinks maybe that's why he felt so good when he was hallucinating, because of the good feeling that comes with trusting your partner, which is what I was just talking about with like why Edmund would have this kink, and it makes sense. But I think it's cute that we get to see the moment that Edmund realizes this himself. I don't know, it's very like, yes. Anyway, so then room 5, glittering oasis. They smash, and then afterwards, Edmund says, I must admit I've enjoyed many new experiences over the last few days, and most of it is thanks to you. And Eden says, hee hee, I agree, it's been a blast. So that's the end of that card and the end of this event. Thank fucking God. I have mixed feelings about this event, and I think anybody who doesn't is lying, but obviously there's a lot of problems, but this video is not for getting into that. So yeah, moving on to the Gambler's Paradise event, which ran from the 10th of August until the 31st of August 2023, and had 2 SSRs, Scarlet Finesse Aster and Mauve Mayhem Morvay. I think that's how you pronounce mauve. Mauve. I don't fucking know, okay? This event was crazy because, as you may have noticed, it's the first event where we got SSR cards for Aster and Morvay, despite them being very important characters and also the first 2 that were ever introduced, but okay, go off. Also, to this day, which the day I'm recording this is March 26th, 2024, they still have not had another set of Aster and Morvay SSRs. Also, they did this cool thing where, I mean, I mentioned it in Sunburst Fever, but we got to see the sprites for these cards before the cards were announced. So it was like this cool, like they linked the 2 events together type of situation, which we didn't see again until, I mean, they haven't ever done this again, actually. Not the exact same way. Okay, this is a really random little thing, but I think it's kind of cool, so I wanted to point it out. So there's only been 2 times where 2 separate events are connected. The first one being, of course, Sunburst Fever and Gambler's Paradise, where we got to see the Aster and Morvay cards in the first story, but then the story that they actually were connected to had nothing to do with Sunburst Fever. And then the other time is in an event that I won't be talking about because it is in 2024, but it's the Fanciful Capriccio event and whatever the second one was called, I don't even remember. But that one was almost like the inverse of Sunburst Fever and Gambler's Paradise because the stories were connected, but the cards weren't. So there was like Olivine and Yakumo in this scenario in the first story, and then they revealed Rei and Kuya in basically the same story, but the four of them never actually interacted in the same, like their cards never were in the same story. You know what I mean? Like the Olivine and Yakumo SSR sprites, like with their fits and everything, were in a different time than the Kuya and Rei ones, but the same story. So it was like a sequel. I don't think I'm saying this very well, but it's just cool that like one event had the cards were the same and the stories weren't, and then the other one had where the cards weren't the same but the stories were. I don't know. Just a fun little moment to point out.
Anyway, let's go. So, chapter 1. Black Market Mayhem. So this event starts with Aster talking about how he like ordered a whole bunch of tables for something that we have yet to find out what it is, obviously because the event just started, come on. But he was like yelling at Morvay for like, if you mess up my fucking tables or whatever. And then we find out that Morvay and Aster got a letter from Rei informing them of dead bodies showing up in alleyways outside all the major casinos. And it said, each body was in a horrific state. Their bodily fluids had been drained and their genitals had been bitten off and torn to pieces. And it smelled like nut, implying that the victims died during sex. So already off the top, lot to unpack. First of all, love that Rei is sending them letters. They're bestie BFFs. Not really great news, but it's something.
Now, there's a couple reasons why Rei is telling Morvay and Aster about this. The first being that he tested essence extracted from the bodies and found that each one contained a minute amount of Huey's essence, which of course he's just out here testing essence from dead bodies. What a fucking freak. I love him. So they figure that there's another magic item like the night lantern that's causing this. So some sort of course, magic item that contains Huey's essence. So Morvay and Aster are like, we have got to put a stop to this because we can't tolerate misuse of Huey's property, but also because we can't let anything tarnish Eden's reputation if people start thinking that it's his essence, because his essence is Huey's essence, blah blah, you know, about something. And then Eden shows up in the middle of that conversation. He's like, about what? Like, what are you guys talking about? What's up? So chapter 2, game plan. They tell Eden the whole thing, and they say they were nervous to tell him because they thought he wouldn't want them so concerned with Huey. But of course Eden is like, no, why would I care? Like, you guys grew up with him. Like, of course you're gonna want to find out what this deal is and what happened to him and everything, right? And then they talk about how they were also worried because Eden doesn't like being compared to Huey, and Aster reveals that he even went as far as to order Morvay not to talk about Huey at all around Eden. And Eden is like, maybe it did bother me a bit before, but I'm stronger now, and since Huey created you guys, I think it's not right to compare myself to him. And then we find out another correlation that Aster has to these dead people, which is that he owns a casino. He owns a straight up black market casino. So they're gonna start their investigation there and see what they can find. And then we get the outfit explanation, which of course, as you remember in Sunburst Fever, the reason they looked like that is because they had a whole bunch of essence, right? Like overloaded onto essence. So they're gonna do that again now as disguises at the casino because normal disguise magic doesn't work on familiars or whatever. So they're using Eden's essence to get strong and shredded so they can disguise themselves easier, right? However, Aster says that this is going to be pretty taxing on Eden because of course Eden has to like give up a bunch of his essence, and there's something else that he still wants Eden's help with, so he can't let Eden be too exhausted, but we don't know what that is yet. And then they do use up a bunch of Eden's essence and then he passes out. So Chapter 3, Card Connoisseur. So cut to them at the casino. Eden is undercover as a trainee dealer, and Morvay and Aster are undercover as representatives sent from the boss, which is funny because, of course, Aster is the boss, but, you know. And you may be wondering, why does the casino need a dealer if card games don't exist in this world? What's up with that? But actually, the casino has card games now as a direct consequence of Eden teaching Kuya Old Maid. Remember? back in the day. Yeah, so Eden invented playing cards basically on accident here. And so Eden ends up teaching Morvay and Aster blackjack. So they are playing blackjack together, and Eden realizes that Aster is cheating, like he's using magic to shuffle or something, and he notices it because he used to be a magician's assistant, so add that to the Eden job list. Aster is like, well, what if like there's actual people here that cheat and you don't notice it and like whatever, and Eden is like, I'll be fine. So this is when it's revealed that Eden's job is to basically gather intel from the players as he is dealing cards. Chapter 4, Peculiar Services. So we cut to a couple weeks later. Turns out Ray's letter said that the culprit might be a sex worker, so Eden has been pretending like he's trying to find a sex worker, so he keeps basically asking around for sex workers, and it's so funny because the way he asks is just, he's so good at being shady. It's like, what the hell? But anyway, the problem is Morvay and Aster can't find Ray, and so they can't ask him any questions. All they have to go on is what he wrote in his letter, and all they've found is whoever they're looking for frequents the casinos near the water territory, but that's it. So they're kind of drawing blanks, right? And then we find out that Eden has been having to like routinely feed Aster and Morvay to keep them in these forms, and then Aster talks a little bit about like how, you know, how often they used to use these forms and stuff, and he says that he has many forms from teenagers to middle-aged gentlemen, but this one is the one he's used the most often, which, first of all, side note, I need to see Aster as a middle-aged man immediately. And Aster says that Huey never really needed his help with anything, so Eden briefly wonders why Huey made Aster and Morvay in the first place, which my best guess is that Huey made them because he was bored and just wanted to see what would happen. Well, he made Aster for that reason, and then Aster begged him to make Morvay. You know the drill. That's my guess anyway, I don't know. Anyway, so there's a lot of random fights and also orgies that go on in this casino because it's the black market and whatever. And Aster never interferes with them because honestly, like, it's fine, like whatever, these people can handle themselves. So presently some guy is getting smashed on a table and Morvay and Eden are eating and observing it like it's fucking dinner and a show, which honestly I think we should normalize that in today's society. I think sex should be so casual that this shit can happen and it doesn't even matter. But I also think I'm insane a little bit, so maybe don't take my word for that, but basically I'm saying I just loved this moment and I thought it was fucking hilarious and epic. So chapter 5, speculation. So the situation with this guy that was getting smashed on the table is that he ends up getting his Pithrinus bitten off, his peanuts, and the attacker's essence is similar to that of a familiar. So they're like, what the fuck? Like, Huey never had any other familiars, what's going on, right? And they notice that the guy has a box, which Aster and Morvay mentioned earlier that Huey had this thing called the dream box, which was used for storing some sort of like sexual stimulant essence thing. So they think it's that. So of course the guy runs off and the familiars and Eden run after him. And then they end up catching up to him and there's a fucking showdown, right? So Aster and Morvay are fighting and Eden uses his essence to give them like a power boost, which I thought was really cool because normally Eden is like, man, I can't do shit in a fight, I'm so useless, like whatever. But I think it's cool that he found a way to still be useful, you know? Anyway, so this guy introduces himself as Leroy and he's like, unlike you guys, I'm my own master. And he says that the dream box is the bait that he uses to lure out his meals, which, ew. And then Eden gets like all weak and whatever, and Leroy is like, a complete cycle forms a powerful entity, but if even one part is missing, you'll never defeat me. And then he opens the box and some aphrodisiac dust comes out, and then he calls Morvay and Aster defects, which is so fucking rude, like how dare you. So now he's in for a royal ass whooping whenever they catch up to him. And by catch up to him, I mean he ran off after he said that. But after he leaves, Morvay and Aster confirm that Leroy is made from Huey's essence, but neither of them ever knew he existed. So they're having this existential crisis, like, oh my gosh, did Huey make other familiars and he never told us? Like, did we mean anything to him? Like, oh my god, right? And Eden is like, you know, his essence felt familiar to y'all's, but somehow more chaotic. And they talk again about how they need to find Ray, but they still don't know where to find him. So chapter 6, true identity. Eden runs into Blade in town, and Blade looks really sad. So Eden's like, oh my gosh, Bae, what's up? What's up, baby girl? What happened? So it turns out the noble who hired all of Blade's maid friends lost all of his money gambling, so he fired all of his maids and butlers. So Blade is here to say goodbye to all the maids that he's friends with, which actually is really sad. But then, last second, the noble changes his mind on firing all of the maids because he witnessed the murder of his close friend at the casino, and he wants them to stay to keep him safe. So Eden is like, oh my gosh, that's a lead. So he meets with the noble to hear this guy's story, and the guy is like, I already told the king's soldiers and stuff, so I guess there's no harm in telling you too. So, according to this man, this noble, Leroy used the box on this guy named Joseph, and Joseph suddenly insisted on buying the box. But Leroy said the only way to get the box was to win a bet, where if he won, he got the box, but if he lost, he'd have to sleep with Leroy, which of course ends in death every time. So of course Joseph lost. So Eden takes this information back to Morvay and Aster, and then they pull up to Ray's house. And we find out that Ray sent the letter because he was sure Morvay and Aster would want to retrieve the box since it belonged to Huey, which is so cute. Once again, Ray is that bitch where he's like, I have no feelings, I'm stone cold, like, fuck everybody, I don't need friends, whatever. But then he's sitting there in his fucking house going, you know what? I should tell Morvay and Aster about this because they'd probably be happy to find one of Huey's belongings, / they'd be upset that somebody stole one. And like, he's right. He's just sitting there being thoughtful by himself, all in his lonesome. God. Anyway, they explain the whole situation to Ray, and Ray is like shocked that there's another familiar. So Ray says that maybe Leroy is inherently violent, or he starts eating and then he loses control. But Ray says he had no idea that the culprit was a familiar, and he suspects that Leroy is a fake. Chapter 7, Setting the Bait. So Ray says that familiars need constant essence replenishment to live, but this guy has consumed way more than he needs to. So Ray suspects that he has an incomplete or unstable core. And so he's like, answers are out there, but patience is vital. And he says that there are plenty of people with a special interest in Huey's essence and the tools he created, many of whom have done years of private research. So that's where he's going to focus his efforts, which I think, again, is really cute that not only did he tell them about this, he's helping them investigate. I'm in love with him. Have I mentioned that before? I am in love with him. So upon hearing all of this information, Eden is like, what would happen if you made a familiar with more than one person's essence? And Morvay says the essence would reject each other, and Aster is like, it would be difficult but not impossible. So they realize the possibility that Leroy's only connection to Huey is the dream box, which reassures them a little bit, because they were, of course, starting to worry that Huey made Leroy because he thought they weren't good enough. So Eden is like, to me, you two are super important. And then Morvay and Aster are like, touched by this, and I just love this. And I think we need more Morvay and Aster events because we don't get to see them being boyfriends like this as much as we should. They kind of fall to the wayside, or they're just played as jokes in the main story and other events, and it's like, babe, I need these soft moments. So anyways, chapter 8, tournament time. Eden gets the idea to lure Leroy out with a gambling tournament, with the grand prize being a Pathrinus ring that releases a special stimulant to increase sensitivity and deliver pleasure, and also Eden will personally accompany the winner for 3 whole days and nights, which is insane. And I don't know why they even put all that on the table, but whatever. So the entry fee is 3 million gold coins. So whoever wins gets 30 million shmoneys. And Eden thinks that Leroy desires not just essence, but also the thrill of gambling. And so Eden is going to be part of the prize because Leroy probably doesn't care much about the money. So you can cut that part out where I said I don't know why they put all that on the table, because I do know why they put all that on the table. At the same time, Eden says he's going to have Ray, quote unquote, cook up something special as a backup plan. And we will get to that, but not right now. So chapter 9, Perpetual Winner. So Leroy pulls up, but he didn't bring the box because he knew they were trying to get him, right? And he also ends up cheating and attacking Morvay. And he says they told him he was imperfect and nothing more than a hunk of gambling lust. And then he says that if all that makes Morvay and Aster superior is Huey's essence, he'll just kill them and take it for himself. And then we find out that while Eden and Morvay were hosting this tournament, Aster was off on his own getting a hold of the dream box. And we also find out that Leroy locks people in an empty room while the box releases an endless stream of essence. So by the time Aster arrived, most of the prisoners had lost their minds or they were dead. So he gets back to join up with Morvay and Eden, and they attack Leroy. And Leroy attacks Eden, who grabs the Pathrinus ring, which sucks Leroy's power away and turns him into a cloud of unstable essence, and then Eden passes out. Also, the Pathrinus ring caused Morvay and Aster to go back to their normal forms. Chapter 10, Losers Weep. So, they give Ray the empty/broken dream box and part of Leroy's essence, and they consume the rest of it. They, being Aster and Morvay, consume the rest of Leroy's essence. And we find out that Ray was the one who pinpointed Leroy's location after analyzing his essence composition, which is so, relax. And Ray has this paper with a seal on it that Aster recognizes, and Ray is like, Leroy was just one of the many products of their essence experiments. And then Aster is like, oh, should we tell Eden about this? And Ray says, depends if you want to involve him in such perilous matters, and Aster decides not to tell Eden. What the fuck are they talking about? I have no goddamn idea, and it's gonna be the death of me. Of course, my one guess is that they're talking about something that probably has to do with cult and the whatever it was called, the what was it called? The Council of something that Ray used to be on, where they would research how to keep the continent stable without Huey's gemstones and stuff, because that's the only people I know of that are doing essence experiments, and fucked up ones at that. However, it doesn't quite make sense because in the main story, Eden is already sort of involved in those perilous matters just because Colt tried to kill Ray / kill Garu / whatever, so Eden knows about that stuff already. So I'm thinking this is a whole other thing, and I'm hoping they just left this as a teaser for an event later or some other main story villain. I hope we get answers, and I'm excited for the day that we do. Anyway, the last thing we find out is that the other thing that Aster wanted Eden's help with, because remember when Eden was giving them his essence the first time and Aster was like, man, you can't be too tired because I need your help with something else, right? That was designing a new main entrance for this casino. So they end up doing that as well. And then that is the end of the main story. Moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Scarlet Finesse Aster. Room 1, a familiar bet. So Eden wins a game of blackjack with the fellow casino dealers, and he gets a syringe of this pink potion, and Eden thinks to himself, I thought it might be the drug we've been searching for, but I don't feel any essence. Guess not then. Patience is key. I've only been undercover a week. So they're on a whole other fucking mission this time. But this potion syringe thing that Eden has currently is, of course, a strong aphrodisiac something or other. And then Aster comes in, and he is once again undercover as one of the boss's representatives, and so he's going by Mr. A or whatever, and Eden is of course undercover as a trainee again. So Aster comes in and he's like, I need to speak to this trainee alone, or whatever he says, and then everybody else leaves, and then they keep role-playing anyway, and then it's horny time. Room 2, Master's Special Medicine. No notes here besides Aster being hot. I love this card. He looks so good. It honestly could not be more catered to my taste. This card, I need him. I need him back. I need them to do another card with him. I'm crying, shitting my pants, throwing up. So moving on to room 3, Vampire History. Eden comments on Aster's great acting skills, and Aster is like, well, yeah, of course I have good acting skills, because when I disappear and come back claiming to be a descendant of my former self, I have to change the way I act just enough that nobody is suspicious. And then we get an Aster flashback, which is crazy. The flashback is him alone in the mansion before Morvay was around, and he says that he's thinking about how Huey used to just leave without notice, which I know I have counted Huey leaving Aster alone as a Huey L before, but I am counting it again because we didn't know before that Huey would leave without any notice, and I think that's kind of trash, so I'm counting another one. And so we find out that when Aster was alone, he would go out at night and feed on people, leaving them with no memory of what he looked like, but with a valuable item in exchange for their troubles, which is, I think, pretty considerate. Pretty considerate for a vampire. And so one time he ran into this peasant girl, a child girl, who asked him to suck her blood, and he was like, no, you're a child, come back to me in like 20 years or whatever. And then her sick brother showed up, and he was like, back off, vampire, like back off, freak. And Aster, not wanting to attract a crowd, turned into a bunch of bats and brought both of them back to his library, which is like, why would you even bring them with you if you don't want to attract a crowd or cause any problems? Just leave. Like, what? But anyway, the girl says she'll do anything to prevent Aster from harming her brother. So Aster asks her to sweep, thinking that the reason Huey leaves all the time is because the mansion isn't clean enough, which is really, really sad. And getting these looks into Aster's mindset is really crushing my soul. So he ended up deciding that from that day on, both of those kids would work in the mansion. So we cut back to the present, where Aster has just told this whole story to Eden, and Eden is like, what the fuck? So you've been forcing people to sign themselves over to you for decades? And then room 4, Chaos Seeker. Aster continues his flashback/history lore lesson by jumping to a point in the past that is farther in the future than the other flashback, but still in the past. And he is still trying to tidy the mansion for Huey, and that girl is like a few years older. I think a few years or a few months or a few something, I don't know, but they're both older. And the girl is grateful for Aster taking them in because her brother would have died, but he's doing better now. Fast forward another few years, Aster has made a ton of money and renovated the mansion, but Huey still doesn't stick around, which really fucking sucks. And the brother and sister are both working now, as opposed to before, where it was just the girl working and the boy resting because he was sick and fucking dying. And their relationship is really similar to Morvay and Aster's relationship, but obviously without the weird, like without the sex shit, because that would be insane. And he says that those siblings became the mansion's first ever head maid and head butler, which is really wholesome to me. It's like kind of unclear if he forced them into labor at first, but like, it's wholesome now. Personally, it's wholesome now, I don't know. And also, more importantly, those siblings inspired the idea of Morvay in Aster's mind. He was like, you know what, maybe I need a sibling, which is really iconic, and I actually love when they tell us really specific shit like this. Like, it just blows my mind when you get the backstory for stuff like this. A couple other examples are when we got the backstory for Quincy and Topper meeting, or when we got the explanation for why Edmund likes sweets. It's just like random shit, and you're like, correct, I do need to absorb this into my brain. Anyways, cut back to the present, and Aster finds out that a customer tried to take Morvay's tentacle monster, which he just of course had, because why wouldn't he? And they got into a fight over it, so now Aster has to go break up the fight, right? Room 5, tentacle fun. Do not get me started on this one. I don't really have to say anything about the fucking room. You know the title. However, the big plot twist of this room is that it's not Aster and Eden, it's Aster and Morvay. Now, do not get me started on the possibilities implied there. When I saw this, let me tell you, because girl, everybody wants cards and rooms where the clan members smash each other. I mean, you've seen it happening this whole time. I want pretty much every possible pairing in the entire game to kiss. So this proves that it's possible. They can. It's just that the devs have been cowards up until this point, and I think they should get to it with having them kiss. And it would be so easy, like just do this exact thing where you've got 2 SSRs, and then room 2 for each one is the Eden room, room 5 for each one is the room with each other. Easy fucking peasy. Totally makes sense. There's 2 people per event anyway, or 3. Why not? I think we'll get there someday, but this is just a little, like, you know, little teaser, you know, little sneak peek. Anyways, so that's the end of that Aster card. Moving on to SSR Mauve Mayhem Morvay. Room 1, Workaholic Incubus. So Morvay has been working hard at the casino, running this lewd gambling game, because duh. And Eden is happy to see Morvay getting to do something that he enjoys instead of just obeying Huey's every command. And we also find out that Morvay has been sucking people off as punishments. So it's not looking good for Morvay when Aster finds out about this, but for now, he's having the time of his life. Room 2, Sucking You Dry. Need I say more? Room 3. Counterfeit coins. So a bunch of security staff are really exhausted because they were involved in this whole Morvay situation, right? And a fight breaks out over counterfeit coins that some gamblers supposedly were given by the staff at the exchange counter, you know, to exchange the like chips into money, right? And Morvay's horn ends up getting broken in the fight and one of the gamblers runs off with it. So they call Aster and he's mad as fuck. He's like, how did that even happen? And he says that Morvay's horn will grow back with essence and time, right? So as it turns out, somebody replaced a bunch of the money in the vault with fake money and broke a bunch of the security devices, which were like magic security cameras, I don't know. And nobody noticed because the security people were all tired from Morvay's deal. So room 4, the true culprit. Aster realizes that only a noble after the horn's sex-enhancing powers would try to steal one, which of course Morvay's incubus horns have sex-enhancing powers, I don't know. And also, this specific noble has been wanting to get into the casino business, so he hired some fucking guys to do the whole fake money thing to tarnish Aster's reputation. So Aster told the noble that he told every other noble about this guy's bullshit, so now they all think he sucks. Which I don't actually remember if Aster did tell everybody else. I think he was just kind of threatening this guy. But anyways, they get that situation figured out, and now Morvay is on the fucking chopping block, of course, because he always is anyway, but also he kind of actually screwed something up this time, so Aster is like, bitch, you're cooked. You're done. So room 5, titled A Lesson Your Ass Won't Forget. Don't start with me. Morvay and Aster are insane. And that's another reason why we need more of their cards, because they're crazy. And I love to see it. They smash. I don't really need to say anything else about this. The one thing I do need to say about this actually that's like required information is that Aster uses a strap-on. So personally, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is, so anyway, that is the end of that card and the end of that event. That was a fucking speed run. Holy shit. All right, now is a good time to take a little moment, assess your physical situation. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Do you need to get up and stretch? Do you need to pee? Take a minute if you've been absolutely locked into this video. I often forget to drink and eat, so I'm just saying that for those of you who can relate. So go do that and then get back here, because we've got work to do.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. The next event is Misty Vale, which ran from the 7th of September until the 28th of September 2023 and had 2 SSRs, Ethereal Guardian Garu and Shadow Lineage Yakumo.
Which, this was one of those events where they redid the exact same pairing they had already done. And I was like, why would you do that? I don't want another. I mean, I love the Yakumo and Garu dynamic, of course, but I want to see the potential of other pairings. So I was like, why would you do the same pairing twice? I don't want this. But it's a very good event. So let's get into it. Chapter 1. Unexpected guest. So Eden and Garu have gone with Yakumo to the market to help with his shopping, and Yakumo has become very popular at the marketplace, which is most likely because he sells crops there all the time. So people have started to see him regularly and they're like, oh, like that's bestie. And he of course shops there all the time because he cooks for Aster's mansion and stuff. But I just think it's so great that Yakumo went from like not really trusting humans. I mean, he trusted humans more after his parents or his grandparents like brought him in, but still he went from being kind of weary and like shy and whatever to now he's a regular in this community and they know him and they trust him, and it's a community outside of just his village, and I think that's really cute and heartwarming to see. Anyway, Yakumo is planning on visiting his grandparents for the autumn harvest, and he tells Eden and Garu that, and they're like, oh my gosh, I want to come too. But then some fucking guy shows up and he gets down on one knee in front of Yakumo and he's like, I've been searching for you for a long time, and he calls him Master Yakumo and stuff, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? So he introduces himself as Sang. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. Here's how it's spelled. I'm going to be pronouncing it Sang because I don't know. But he is a serpent yokai hailing from a place called the Vale of Eternity, and he says he has an important message for Yakumo. So he's like, I'm looking for the descendant to the legendary Great Serpent, which is of course Yakumo. But Yakumo is very nervous about this because he does not like the Great Serpent, right? He's like, oh no, like, I'm scared. So chapter 2, Descendant's Duty. So Sang was like, I found you because I
heard a rumor that one of the sorcerer's clan members was a powerful serpent yokai, and then further investigation led me to you. And Yakumo is like, I thought the other serpents hated me, like y'all used to treat me like shit, right? But Sang is like, that may be true of others, but as part of the strongest bloodline of all serpent yokai, I think you deserve to be revered. And so he's like, I'm here because I think you should come live at the Vale of Eternity, because it's the great serpent's birthplace and his final resting place. But Yakumo is like, now why would I do that? I've got like 11 boyfriends. I don't need to go do that shit, right? And then Sang is like, well, let me continue. And he says that when the great serpent died, he left behind a powerful stream of essence that has always remained stable until the last double eclipse, when an anomaly occurred and his essence started spilling out of the veil. And Eden is like, oop, I wonder what anomaly we're talking about. Because of course he was there for the last eclipse and it was the weird time travel situation, so but Sang is like, if this situation isn't resolved, it could mean disaster for the Wood Territory, which by the way, the Vale of Eternity is in the Wood Territory. Recall that the Great Serpent was born in the Wood Territory and Yakumo didn't want to go there at first, but now he's been there a few times, but such and such, so that's this, right? And so the word disaster triggers memories of the Great Serpent cave paintings that Yakumo grew up with, and the fear and loathing that he experienced from everyone that saw him. And Sang is like, you're the only one who can solve this problem, right? So he's like, I'll be back here at the same time tomorrow. Like, come meet me if you will accept my deal or whatever. Which it's not really a deal, he's just asking for Yakumo to come do something for him, but like, whatever. So Sang leaves and Eden is like, this is not your responsibility. Like, Yakumo, you don't have to do this. Just because you were born doesn't mean you're responsible for this bullshit, right? And Garu and Karu are like, yeah, that's true. Exactly. And Yakumo calms down and he's like, I should go help, because he wants to protect people and prevent disaster. That's kind of his whole thing. So he decides he's gonna go help. And then Karu and Eden are of course like, well, we're gonna come with you, duh. And Yakumo is like, oh my god, really? Like, you do that for me? And it's like, yeah, bitch. Obviously. So chapter 3, destination, Vale of Eternity. So they end up talking about it with Aster and stuff before they leave, and Sang gives Aster the whole rundown and the exact location of where the Vale is and stuff, so that Aster wouldn't be as worried. And I have a note here that just says Snoop, so I guess Yakumo made soup again. Not sure what the context is, but Snoop.
So they get headed on their fucking way, and Sang gives Eden a talisman that Eden thinks feels like loneliness and alienation, which is like, what the fuck? But Sang is like, listen, humans aren't allowed in here, so you have to wear this to cover up your human scent, which is really giving Mystical Banquet. I wonder how well this is gonna go. So Yakumo is like, man, like the Great Serpent must have really hated humanity and stuff, right? And then chapter 4, hidden hostility. So the yokai living in the Vale aren't used to outsiders, so Eden and Garu are like, ooh, this is like spooky, like they're all weird about us and whatever. We get the explanation for the outfits, which is that Sang prepared an outfit for Yakumo beforehand. He's really like going ham here. He gave me the creeps when I first read this. I was like, what is he doing? Anyway, so now he's like, just because you two other fucking freaks came with, I have to last minute figure something out for you guys. Of course, talking about Garu and Eden, but he does, and so then they all have outfits. Also, he is trying to interact with Eden and Garu like as little as he possibly can. He's like, he just could not give less of a fuck about them basically, and it almost seems like he's annoyed that they're even there at all, like interrupting his alone time with Yakumo or whatever. And then some other yokai pull up to the trio and they're like, who are y'all? Like, what are y'all doing here? Like, what's the deal? And then Sang is like, how dare you talk to a descendant of the Great Serpent like that? And one of the other yokai is like, you fucking crazy bitch, you brought him here? Why would you do that? So we get a little context hint of like, Sang is kind of a freak. Like, nobody else in this bitch wanted him to do that. So also random, but Eden says, this outfit reminds me of the online games I used to stay up all night playing with my school buddies. So that's another Eden gamer moment. He's just like me for real. But the outfits apparently help to channel essence. I don't know. Random bullshit going on. And then Garu hears a pack of wolves in the distance, and Sang is like, yeah, they live in the Vale and they also share our dislike for humans, right? And Garu is like, man, the wolves kind of sound restless, but I don't sense any threat. Wonder what that's about. And then chapter 5, Great Serpent's Resting Place. So Sang and Yakumo go to this, the Great Serpent's resting place, and it's in the back of this like big ass wet cave, right? And Sang is like, yeah, this is where I spend most of my time these days. And Yakumo is like, the fuck? And he starts getting a headache, and he feels like this place is familiar, and he can see like memories in his mind of living in this cave room. And Sang is like, yeah, this is where the majority of the Great Serpent's essence and will reside. So he's like, I had to stay here a long time before I could sense the Great Serpent's will, but you picked it up right away because he's a descendant and you're awesome, or whatever. Meanwhile, outside the cave, I think, Garu is talking to Eden, and he's like, what is with Sang? Like, he doesn't seem to like you. And Eden is like, yeah, something's definitely off with that dude. I don't know. And then Sang comes out, and they're like, can we go in the cave too? And Sang is like, no. It would be dangerous if you stayed in the cave during the, I don't know what. Like, he's basically, Sang is telling Yakumo to try and like channel the Great Serpent's essence and like control it in that cave. And Eden is like, well, that's gonna be really hard for him mentally. Like, he doesn't want to interact with the Great Serpent at all. So can I go in there and like support him emotionally? And Sang is like, no. So Eden and Garu have to just stay outside this fucking cave and hope for the best. And so Yakumo comes out, and he's like, I'll be fine. Like, you guys can like stay outside and it'll be okay. And then they use their code names from Eerie Escapade again, which is just kind of a cute throwback moment. Also, Eden had mentioned like, man, we got our 3-man team back together. So it's adorable, but it's also like, why would you do that? Like, can we switch it up? Get somebody else in here? Anyway, we also find out that before they came here, Eden had researched the Great Serpent, and he found out that the disasters caused by the Great Serpent would spread through the entire wood territory. So he thinks that essence must be hard to control, but he thinks if anyone can do it, Yakumo can. And then Garu randomly yells for Eden to run. So chapter 6, Wolves Approach. Eden runs to where? Like, towards what? I don't know. Like, if somebody randomly told you to run, I would be like, which way? Like, what do you mean run? But anyway, that wolf pack from earlier is like fucking rapidly approaching for some reason. And so they pull up. Garu can understand the wolves, but Eden can't unless they're touching. And the like leader of the pack tells Eden while they're touching, like, we don't mean you any harm, not for now at least. Also, I'm using magic to be able to like telepathically communicate with you. So the leader introduces himself as the chief of the wolves in the Vale of Eternity, and he says they've come to confirm Eden and Garu's identities. And he says he knows that Eden is human, so he asks Garu about his relationship to Eden, because Garu greatly resembles one of the wolf pack's past members. So they like have this feeling like they should protect him, and like worry about him. Chapter 7, Stolen Cub. And so they're like, what the fuck? So the chief explains that many years ago, a cub was born into their pack bearing a gemstone, of Gemstone Clan fame. And this was before they lived in the, what the fuck is it called? Before they lived in the Vale of Eternity, right? And they raised him until a group of humans kidnapped him for his gemstone, and then they never saw him again. Which I'm assuming this was Colt and the goons, Colt and Co, possibly also Ray, possibly also Ray's mom now. I don't know. This also is the first event that I'm recording post reading chapter 14 part 1, just so you know the context of what I'm working with here. Because there's some events, like I was trimming the rainy season story earlier, and there was something in there that didn't make sense to me. Oh, the when Ray is fucking standing outside Gramps' house, which now is pretty much confirmed to be Gramps' house. I forgot his name already. Cashel. When he's standing outside Cashel's house in the memory at the end of the rainy season main story, I was like, that doesn't really make any sense, because if the events take place after the main story, Eden would already know about this person. But since the rainy season event came out last year, well before the chapter 14 release, they wouldn't have just dropped that lore in the event. So I was like, I don't know. Anyway, what I'm saying is, now I have that context, and I will be adding that into my theorizing and commentary. Previous to this, I did not have any of that context from chapter 14, so anyways. So basically, this is Garu lore. Also, this, for extra context here. This event came out before chapter 13, so before we actually met Colt. I mean, we met him, I guess, for a second at the end of chapter 12, part 2, but we didn't know any of the context. We didn't know he knew Garu, so this event was kind of groundbreaking. Like, damn, something happened to Garu, like, more context into his past before we had more of it in the main story. Also, this adds more context to why Karu hates humans so much, if, of course, this wolf cub was Garu, because he was just kidnapped by humans, right? So upon hearing this story, Garu feels a surge of fear and sadness, and then he tells the wolves that he doesn't remember anything from before he transformed, and they say, "We may not be any closer to the answers we seek, but you have spoken truthfully, so we will not bring you harm." And then the wolves like head out, and Garu goes to Eden, and he's like, "Man, like, I'm confused, like, what's up with that?" And Eden says that they can talk about it once Garu is ready to. So classic like therapy boyfriend moment. I love him, I love them. This event is so good. So chapter 8, Great Serpent's Will. 2 days pass, and Sang has been trying to teach Yakumo how to synchronize with the Great Serpent's will, but Yakumo is not having very much luck with that, and Eden brings Yakumo some fruit, specifically a fruit that's like red or whatever, and it triggers a memory from Yakumo. But it's like one of those magic memories that's not really his type of situation, and so obviously these memories are like coming from the Great Serpent, so he's like in this cave and the magic is being weird and he's been having flashbacks to the Great Serpent's memories. It's kind of wild, but we're getting Great Serpent lore and I fucks with that. Also, you know, this event is kind of the opposite of Eerie Escapade, because then we got a lot of Gramps lore and here we're getting a lot of Great Serpent lore. So it is a really cool event and I really, really enjoy it. But I wish they would have done it later after doing a couple more like Yakumo Garu pairings with other people, but anyway. So basically in this memory, someone very important to the Great Serpent is giving him a fruit, but their face is blurry, so like Yakumo can't identify who they are. And so the Great Serpent says, "Give it to the human children. They need the nutrition." And the person says, "You really do spoil them." And then they go and give the kids the fruit. And then a group of children swarm at the Great Serpent's feet with no fear, and the Great Serpent is like smiling and stuff. So Yakumo snaps back to reality and he's like, what? Because why would the Great Serpent have liked humans? That makes no sense. He was like a piece of shit that was constantly destroying them. Like, what do you mean? And then Eden starts feeling a little bit uneasy from the essence in the cave, like it's making him feel kind of sick. So Yakumo is like, "You should leave and then don't come back here. Like, don't come back here until I've figured out this essence and fixed everything." So Eden goes back outside and he finds that the wolf pack, well, a couple wolves from the wolf pack are playing with Garu, and it's really cute. And they were like running around and goofing, and they were gonna go hunt together, but all the good prey has already been hunted, so they decided to like play tag or whatever instead. And then the chief pulls up again and he gives Eden a little bit of lore, which is that they decided to move into the Veil of Eternity because they had a bunch of conflicts in the past with humans, and they were like, we need to just get away from these bitches, right? He also tells Eden that most of the serpents keep their distance from the power of the Great Serpent, but Sang seems obsessed with it. So who knows what he's up to? He's being weird as fuck. He's goofing. I don't fuck with him at all. Anyway, and then Garu randomly has a flashback to being experimented on. And once again, this was huge. Like, we had no context for this, and it was crazy. Chapter 9, Essence Control. So the chief says that the chaotic essence that permeates the veil can cause memories to be rearranged, so perhaps it can also bring back lost ones. And then we cut back to Yakumo, who has mastered control of the cave's essence, according to Sang at least, and he is now another step closer to being able to control all the essence in the whole veil, which is insane. But Sang tells Yakumo to get some rest, and then he angrily asks why Yakumo gives a fuck about people so much, and he's like, they're fickle and weak, and they'll all be dead someday anyways. And Yakumo is like, I just want to enjoy the time I have with everyone. And Sang is like, oh, sorry, I spoke out of turn, like whatever. So Sang is kind of giving Ali from Festive Glimmer a little bit, to me anyway, like the way that he's like, because remember Ali, I guess that was in the last video, but Ali was a hater of like the nobles that they had to be nice to for church reasons. Like Allie was like a apprentice priest under Olivine, and they were trying to fundraise, and Allie was like, fuck these nobles, they don't give a shit about the church, whatever. And so Sang is kind of giving Allie in that way. However, Allie was right. Sang is not correct. So that's the difference between these two. I also kind of thought Allie was annoying though, to be fair. Anyway, random comparison, but it just reminded me of Allie, so lol. So chapter 10, if he disappeared. So I don't exactly remember either Yakumo comes out of the cave to rest for a little bit, or Garu and Eden go into the cave. I think Yakumo comes out of the cave to get some like fresh air, and Garu and Eden give Yakumo head pats to make him feel better because they notice that he seems kind of sad. Yakumo is of course sad because Sang said that all humans are going to be dead someday. So he asks Garu how it felt when Gramps died, which is crazy to just ask somebody that, but also fair enough. And Garu is like, well, it sucked, but since Gramps always told me that I'd find a master, I then had a new task to focus on, and I didn't feel lost for very long. And then Yakumo has another memory of the Great Serpent discovering his village completely destroyed and his loved ones dead, and the villagers there thought that he was in on it. So chapter 11, Ambush. 2 more days pass after that moment, and the essence in the Vale is getting more and more stable, thanks to Yakumo, most likely. And Eden goes to the cave to cheer Yakumo on, and Yakumo says, "The villagers fear my existence, you must be sure not to venture there alone." So Eden is like, what? Obviously Yakumo is kind of like possessed by the Great Serpent or something weird, like it's strange. But Eden's like, huh. Also, I want to point out that the Great Serpent is kind of Quincy coded. Like he was like chilling with the whole village, and then the villagers were like, actually you're weird. Got kicked out and went and lived in a cave by himself. Like it's kind of, I don't know. But anyway, so Yakumo snaps back to reality, and Eden notices that Yakumo seems uncomfortable even when he's asleep. So he gets worried more than he previously was, since now on top of that shit, Yakumo has also been acting weird. However, when Yakumo is awake and Eden is around, he does seem a bit better. And then Eden leaves the cave again, / Yakumo goes back in / I don't know, but it ends up being just Sang and Eden. So Sang pulls up and he's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. He's like, girl, you're dead, you're done for. So he's trying to basically turn Yakumo into the next Great Serpent, and he thinks that Eden is making Yakumo weak, like that Eden is Yakumo's weak point. So he's like, I have to help Yakumo by killing you. And Eden is like, so when you said there was a disturbance in the essence and you needed Yakumo to help restore the peace, you were just making that shit up? And Sang was like, no, except for the part about restoring peace. So there was a disturbance, I guess. However, Sang doesn't want peace, he wants chaos and destruction. Again, it's giving edgy kid with no friends vibes. He's giving like violent incel. I don't know, he's acting like those people that are so deep in like the fucking Reddit and 4chan circles that they think that existence is irredeemable and everybody deserves to suffer and die and whatever, and it's like, babe, just go like make a friend. But of course, right as Eden is about to get actually murdered, one of the wolves shows up to save the day. But then Sang is like, nuh-uh, you can't escape, and essence starts building up around that talisman that Eden's been wearing. And the wolf rows Sang to the ground and runs towards Eden, and Eden grabs the talisman and the essence explodes, sending him flying into the river where he gets caught in the current. Chapter 12, Overlapping Images. Cut to Yakumo, who has a terrible headache, and he says something doesn't feel right, and he remembers this memory of the Great Serpent's home getting destroyed and the Great Serpent's close friend dying in the river. And then Sang comes to Yakumo and he's injured from the wolf, and he's like, something happened to Eden. Follow the river until you reach the trees with the red fruit and you'll find him. So Yakumo goes and does just that because of course he still trusts Sang, but also Sang is telling the truth, like Eden is in the river, so. But Yakumo is running, you know, down the fucking riverbank, and the whole time he's plagued with the Great Serpent's memory from the same river. And then we find out that the Great Serpent's close loved one was a woman, so probably some sort of romantic relationship situation, straight people jump scare, woman reference, lot happening. But Yakumo finds Eden washed up on the river, just like the memory he's been having of the Great Serpent's old girlfriend. And the Wolf Chief, who is chilling with Garu, tells Garu that all the essence from the Vale is flowing into a single location, which is Yakumo, and it will soon create a terrifying force of unprecedented magnitude. So Garu wants to go find Eden and Yakumo to check on them, but the chief is like, no, it's too dangerous, don't do anything crazy. And then that other wolf that was just beefing with Sang comes and tells them what happened. So the chief tries to get Garu and the pack to leave the Vale because it's too dangerous, but Garu is like, absolutely fucking not. Whether he's dead or alive, I'll never abandon Eden. And then he runs off to find Eden. So the wolf pack and the chief decide to help Garu, so they all split up and start searching. This was so what? Oh my god. Like, brother. I feel like everything I could say, you're probably already thinking, so we're just gonna be together in this moment, screaming internally. Thank you. Moving on. Chapter 13, Disaster Prevention. We get another Great Serpent memory. So after the incident, he wants the world that took everything from him to feel his pain. And so this sort of emotion is brewing inside Yakumo as well, and the great disaster is about to happen again, but Eden wakes up. And we find out that he's alive because he injected a bit of his essence into the talisman right before it exploded. And he's sitting upright, like next to a rock, which I'm assuming Yakumo moved him to this rock. And he's like weak as fuck and he's passing out. And then the wolves and Karu find him. And Karu gives Eden a little kiss to help stabilize his essence, which is really cute. And I love when they do that. And then Eden rides on the back of the wolf chief to Yakumo's location with Garu in tow. And the chief ends up getting trapped under a falling tree because at this point it's like storming, there's craziness going on, like fucking trees are falling over, there's thunder and lightning and like whatever. So it's getting fucking crazy, right? So the chief is trapped under this fucking tree and he tells Eden and Garu to go on without him because he's fine and stopping the disaster is more important. So they go on without him. And then chapter 14, Wake Up Call. So they find Yakumo standing on a cliff with a giant black serpent slithering at his feet. So it's kind of a weird, like, his essence can, because you know how he does that like black cloud serpent thing behind him? It's like weird. I can't always picture what's going on with Yakumo's essence because it's always described in a different way. So I think sometimes he can create a physical serpent, like ghost serpent, that is disconnected from his body, but then other times he's the serpent and it's like he's got the weird eyes and the weird tongue and the whatever. I don't really know. In this instance, it's like just at his feet, not connected to his body. So Eden realizes that this serpent isn't attacking him, so he walks up to Yakumo, where he realizes that Yakumo is basically possessed by the Great Serpent. And so Yakumo / the Great Serpent turns around and he's like, "Are you two here to take everything from me?" And Eden is like, "What was taken from you?" And then the Great Serpent starts crying and Eden wipes his tears and Yakumo / the Great Serpent says, "Don't leave me." And Eden says, "I won't, I'm right here." And then Eden touches Yakumo's gemstone and decides to try to channel Yakumo's essence to see if it'll bring him back. But the instant he tries, the Great Serpent's mist enters his body, but he keeps going anyway. And it's kind of giving when him and Dante regulated the fire altar and they were like absorbing the impurities and vomiting them back out into the rock. It's kind of giving that. So the Great Serpent is like, "Who are you?" And Eden is like, "It's me, Eden." And either the Great Serpent or Yakumo, I'm not really sure which, says, "Ah, we meet again." And then Yakumo comes back to reality. So the trio goes back to the cave and they find Sang and he's there and he's not able to move anymore because his injuries are so bad. So Yakumo is like, "I will kindly escort you from the Veil of Eternity. Eden is in need of a few days of rest and I don't want anyone dangerous near him during that time." And then Sang laughs and he says, "Master Yakumo, you and the Great Serpent really are one and the same. Perhaps not today, but the time will soon come. After all, you're both so fond of humanity." So this was huge. This was, I mean, what? Like, whoa. I don't know, I feel like this is one of the most pivotal events of all time, personally. At least the most pivotal Yakumo event. Because you're telling me he spent this whole time thinking that his fucking ancestor Great Serpent was like a piece of shit that just hated everyone for no reason and was killing people out of the blue, but actually it was like revenge and he loved humanity, and then all of a sudden humanity turned on him, and so he like, what? It just gave Yakumo a whole new perspective and he's not as scared of his power anymore, and it's gonna make me cry. It's gonna make me cry. The Great Serpent cried and so did I in real life. Continuing on, chapter 15, Stabilized Essence. The chief, of course, lived. He survived the treeification incident. So he pulls up, and there's like some yokai that are beefing with Yakumo because they're like, we don't want you to stay here, we're kind of scared of your essence and everything. And Yakumo is like, I'm gonna leave really soon, but the essence here has yet to stabilize, and we're in need of a few days of rest. You have my word, once our business here is settled, we will leave without hesitation. And then the yokai realize that at least for now, they're safe, so they're like, okay, that's fine, you can chill here for a few days, like, we're good. And then the chief says they'd be glad to let Eden recover at their settlement where the yokai won't bother anyone. And Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, are you sure? Don't worry, I'll stay at the cave. And the chief says, I know only too well that having your companions by your side is a great source of strength. You're welcome to visit anytime. Which is so cute. And I'm dead. Basically, hold on. Did Yakumo basically just get the nod of approval from Garu's, like, dad, kind of? Like, that was basically Garu's elder, yes? Interesting. Also, Eden got the nod of approval from that guy. So, period, question mark. So, chapter 16, overdue visit. The Vale's essence gradually stabilizes over the next few days, and then the trio is heading out, and the wolf pack comes to see them off, and the chief asks if Garu wants to stay and live with them. And Garu hugs him and says, I know I haven't recovered my memories yet, but right now I have something I want to protect. I'm grateful for your invitation, but I have to face my destiny for myself. Like, dude, what am I even supposed to say? How am I supposed to emotionally recover from this? So then the chief is like, word, and he gives his bow of respect, and then they head out, and they finally go actually visit Yakumo's grandparents. Remember how they were gonna do that? And as soon as Yakumo sees them, he starts crying, and then Garu and Eden cry too, and it's just like a lot. Garu sneezes, and Yakumo's grandma is like, oh, you must be cold. And Garu says, Gramps used to ask me if I was cold all the time. And then Eden is like, oh, was he similar to like Yakumo's grandparents? And Garu is like, no, not even a little bit. So I think I wrote that down just for the little context of Kashal's personality, random little tidbit we got there, but otherwise not actually plot relevant. And then Yakumo makes Snoop, and the story ends. So moving on to the cards. SSR Ethereal Guardian Garu. Room 1. I don't know if it's pronounced Lupin or Lupine. I'm not sure, but anyways, it's Lupin Caregiver. Seems wrong since there's a fucking E at the end, but whatever. So this takes place while the trio are still staying with the wolves after the whole chaos, but before they leave the Vale. And they're staying in a little cave that's like a quiet cave that nobody really comes and visits. And there's this stone bed in this cave that apparently has the power to alleviate the chaos in people's essence flows. So Garu tells Eden he's gonna go find some medicinal herbs, and the chief says that he heard a legend of some special herbs that grow somewhere in the Vale that can greatly accelerate recovery. And he says that in moonlight, the herb leaves split into a thread-like substance that contains healing power. And Eden is like, well, you shouldn't go look for that for me because, like, yeah, I have to rest and recover, but so do you, because there's just been a lot going on. And so Garu is like, okay, what if I take care of you instead? Which I, of course, thought, since this is the gay sex game, when he said, now what if I take care of you instead? I thought that was like, horny time was about to ensue, but he actually was talking about just normally nursing Eden back to health. So he starts with a sponge bath, which is something he had to do a lot in the dead zone because they didn't have water really, like rivers or anything to bathe in. And of course during this they go a little bit horny mode, but then Garu is like, you haven't fully recovered, so let's not get you too excited, which is so cute. So then Garu goes hunting and Eden takes a nap, and then when Garu gets back he continues taking care of Eden more, and Eden says he's feeling a bit better. So then Garu initiates horny time, so we get room 2, last duty of the day. Nothing really plot relevant here. Eden says, I like when you take care of me, which is really cute, but otherwise there's like not really anything going on besides that they smash. So room 3, bedtime snuggles. So they're snuggling, cuddling after the fucking, and Garu asks if there's anything he can improve on, like taking care of Eden, but like the actual nursing, not the sex. And so Eden is like, no, like you're doing good. And then we get a flashback to Garu learning how to take care of a sick person from Gramps, who was teaching Garu what to do while he himself was sick, which is really sad. But I guess how else was Garu supposed to learn? So then Garu says that he uses his old painful memories to get stronger, and he thinks his scars are the mark of a warrior, which is just wow. I love him and I need to give him a hug and a cuddle. I need him to cry on my shoulder. I don't know about y'all. And then Karu comes out and he's like, I'm gonna go hunting to find those medicinal herbs. And Eden is like, fine, can I at least go with you? So room 4, Master Karu's new underlings. They pull up. It is now nighttime because the herbs with the nighttime and the whatever. So they find them, but they're on top of a cliff with a waterfall. And these 2 wolves that played with Garu before show up, and Eden asks if they know a way up, and they recommend using sucker vines, which is a type of vine that can grow almost anywhere, apparently, even in the dead zone. And also, these wolves are like, who the fuck is this? Like, they think it's Garu, but then Karu calls himself Karu, and they're like, who the fuck are you? And then Karu starts calling the wolves his underlings, and then one of the wolves is like, so Garu gets all grumpy at night? Cool. And the other wolf is like, he even smells a little different, so we have to call him Karu now? Okay. It's so funny. And then I don't remember how we find this out. I think it's just Karu mentions Gramps or something. But this is when we find out that Karu was around when Gramps was around, which I think I mentioned before in the main story video. And I think I mentioned it again, but I don't remember when. But anyway, I said something about like, oh, Eden thinks that Karu came from trauma and loneliness after Gramps died. But that's not true because we know that Karu was around when Gramps was around, so we get that here. Also, now that I say this, I think we got some flashbacks to Karu and Gramps back in Eerie Escapade as well, so it's been proven multiple times that that is not the situation. Plus, also, of course, all the context with Colt and everything now, but still, I like to bring it up when it happens. So they get the herbs, but Karu falls into the river and gets a cold, so he eats half of the herbs himself upon Eden's request. And then he's like, I'm gonna go out and get more. But Eden pretends that he needs a checkup, so Karu will stay and do horny checkup things instead. So then we get room 5, Deep Explorations. They smash, they both feel better, I don't know. Classic gay sex game moment. So that's the end of that card. Moving on to SSR Shadow Lineage Yakumo, room 1, Together Forever. This one also takes place while Eden is staying with the wolves, and he's been visiting Yakumo in his cave. Oh my god, I forgot about this. This is like a whole fucking thing that goes on. Sometimes these cards just have a whole other thing that feels like it really should have happened in the main fucking section of the story. This is one of those cards. So Eden sees familiar looking symbols on a section of the cave wall that he recognizes as ancient serpent language, like what they saw in the beach cave during Idolfest. Remember, way back in the day? Yup. And Yakumo is like, I've been studying them. And he says that, unlike at the beach, here he can sort of understand what they mean. And he says they say, the path to tranquility, proof of blood. And there's bloodstains on the wall. And then Yakumo says that Sang thoroughly studied the marks while he was here, but he didn't make much progress. And Eden says maybe blood means like bloodline, so Yakumo cuts his hand a little bit and puts blood on the wall, and then the wall emits a red light, and the temperature in the cave drops, the essence in the air fluctuates, and the ground begins to shake, and then a secret passage opens up, and Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, other than needing the Great Serpent's blood, this mechanism is really similar to the secret cave passage from the other cave, the beach cave from Idolfest. So they go through, and it leads to a room with a hole in the ceiling and a large obsidian tablet in the center of the room. This is the Great Serpent's grave, and it says, here in this place, my wife and I rest together for eternity. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just leave this in the Yakumo card, but they did. So there's sections of a giant serpent's body scattered across the cave floor, and Eden says it looks like a giant serpent coiled around this room and turned to stone. And Yakumo finds a black pendant in the center of the room, and he suddenly feels really sad, and he says only half remains, and then a memory flashes through his mind when he touches it of a woman explaining to the villagers that the Great Serpent is actually nice. And then one of the villagers is like, you're alive? I thought you were dead for sure when the village offered you up as a sacrifice. And the second villager is like, but you seem happier than ever. You even took us to see him. And then the woman says that the day will come when the village elders realize how nice the Great Serpent really is. And then we jump forward a bit, and there's a sickness spreading in the village. And that's why the woman was sacrificed. And so there's this angry villager talking to her, and he's being like, we offered you up to protect the village, and yet you bring us nothing but calamity. And she's like, you're wrong. This has nothing to do with my master. He loves and cherishes us humans. Please listen to me. So, master being the Great Serpent, obviously. So we cut back to present day, and the pendant releases a cold burst of wind, and the wind blows out through the hole in the ceiling. And then shadows surround Yakumo and merge with the wind, sending a loud boom echoing through the tomb. And Yakumo, who is still kind of out of it, says, "I too have one I hold dear. Could such a thing really be true?" And then Eden is like, we should get the fuck out of here because you are like goofy mode. So room 2, cute and delicate. So Yakumo starts randomly going horny mode and being like, "Eden, I don't want to leave you. If you disappeared, I don't know what I would do. Can I have one to love? Or one day will I hurt you too?" And Eden is like, "Bro, it's okay. Like, we're chilling. We're good. It's okay. you're not gonna hurt me. I'm not going anywhere. It's fine." And Yakumo is like, "I'm so afraid of myself." And Eden is like, "But I'm not afraid." And then while they're smashing, Eden is like, "You can go ham." And Yakumo is like, he thinks to himself, like, his words are so gentle and reassuring, but every once in a while I see pain in his eyes, so I have to restrain myself. But the pain is from the cave wall. Like, Eden is like pressed against the cave wall, so it's not Yakumo at all. But Yakumo, of course, is like, oh my god, like he's like overanalyzing as he always does. And so Yakumo is like, "Is it really okay if I lose control?" And Eden says, "You could destroy me if you wanted," which is so crazy. But it meant so much to Yakumo, I'm sure. But it's just like, whoa. So, room 3, when the end comes, they leave the cave, but something seems weird and it's unusually quiet. And then they see 2 fuzzy translucent figures exiting the cave. One of them is the Great Serpent and the other is his fucking wife. So the Great Serpent says, "This pair of tokens imbued with my power, they will seek out each other for all eternity." And his wife says, "Just like how you're always watching out for me." So we find out that the tokens are the obsidian amulets from the cave that Yakumo only found one of. And the Great Serpent and his wife talk about her dying, and he says, "All things must come to an end someday," which is really Quincy coded. Like, I'm starting to wonder if Quincy and the Great Serpent have met, because girl, he's giving Quincy. And then the ghosts / apparitions / whatever vanish, and black clouds cover the sky, and on the ground below an entirely new scene appears where it's nighttime and the forest is on fire and it's storming. And so Yakumo is like, "Oh my gosh, this scene is just like in my nightmares." So we find out that the wife escaped the Vale, but the shaman and the other shitty villagers brought her back and she died. So this is the memory of that day, or like, I don't know if it's a memory, but it's the whatever. So the forest is on fire and everything's crazy. And my notes are kind of ass for this little part, but I think if I remember correctly, what happened is something like they were trying to sacrifice her again or burn her at the stake or something because of this sickness and how they thought she was related to it. And then one of the villagers tried to defend her and stop them from killing her, but it didn't work. But he caused a bit of chaos, and then he died too, and then everybody else also died. And then the Great Serpent saw this and went ham, I guess, and that was the cause and the scene of the Great Serpent's disaster. And then Eden opens his eyes and suddenly they're back in the tomb, and he thinks maybe they've been here the whole time, just like hallucinating or seeing visions or whatever. And he notices that Yakumo is still holding the token amulet thing. And Yakumo is like, "Man, I wish we could find the other one to put them back together again so they could like be at peace, you know, whatever." And then the one that Yakumo's holding starts to vibrate. Room 4, Savior. So Yakumo has another vision of the woman getting grabbed off a cliff that she was standing on, and then he comes back to the present and he says he might know where the other token is. So this whole thing since Yakumo touched the token has been the token's attempt to reunite with the other token. So Yakumo uses the Great Serpent's power to help find the other one. And Eden is like, "But you always seem to suffer when you use the Great Serpent's power." And Yakumo says, "I know now why I wish to grow stronger. I want to use this power to help as many people as I can," which hurt me emotionally. That hurt my soul in the good way. Wow. So Yakumo uses the magic to find the fucking thing. And it's like down a cliff, like off that cliff that he saw the woman standing on in the vision. So Eden makes a rope just to feel a little bit useful while Yakumo is climbing down the cliff, and he's like standing there being like, "What am I supposed to do?" And thank God, because Yakumo loses control of the essence and falls off the fucking cliff, but he grabs the rope at the last second. And then everyone's fine, he's fine. They grab the token and they bring both of them back to the tomb, and Yakumo says, "I hope this can bring you both some comfort. And then the Great Serpent's essence / spirit / whatever acknowledges Yakumo with a head nudge, and then it disappears into the mist of the cave. So this was the Great Serpent version of Gramps' ghost giving Eden the nod of approval back in Eerie Escapade. Crazy shit going on. And then, of course, Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, Eden, like, you're still recovering from being injured and sick, and I made you help me with all this bullshit. I'm so sorry. And then Eden, like, oh my god. I'm gonna fucking... Okay, big moment incoming. Red alert, big moment incoming. So then Eden says, kind of jokingly, how about as an apology, you make love to me under the moonlight? And Yakumo is like, okay. And then Eden is like, what? Don't you still need more time to mentally prepare like you said last time? Remember last time? At the fucking beach in Idolfest? Yeah. Then Yakumo says, I want to show you how much I've grown. And boy, does he do that. Boy, does he. Because room 5, wrapping up my prey, he kind of goes full serpent mode. But unfortunately for the fandom, he goes serpent mode in the way where he makes the ghost serpent separate from his body. He doesn't go serpent mode in his own body. Someday. But this is a huge step in the right direction, right? So he really is showing how much he's grown, because babe, if you would have told him he would be for lack of a better phrasing, showing Eden his serpent back in the day, he would have been like, girl, I would rather KMS. Anyway, so that is the grand fucking finale of this event. The next event is Rusted Nation, which I don't even want to get into. But anyway, this one was really good, and I really love this event, and I need to reread it on the reg. So anyways, moving into Rusted Nation, which is very, not good. No, it's a very good event, but I do have to put a warning here for mentions of sexual assault. So yeah, trigger warning for that. Don't watch this if you don't want to deal with that. So Rusted Nation ran from October 5th until November 2nd, 2023, and it had 3 cards, one of which was an SR. So SSR Truth Seeker Ray, SSR Unique Mission Blade, and SR Apathetic Outsider Kuya. Another weird kind of thing about this event was the chapters weren't numbered like just 1 through 10. The format of this event essentially is the first chapter is the present, and then it goes into a bunch of memories. So there's 4 or 5 memories per character, and then the last chapter is another chapter in the present. So the titles aren't just like chapter 1, chapter 2, it's like the title, and then it'll be like memory 1 and memory 2. So you'll get it, but I just wanted to mention that as well. So the first chapter is called Unknown Territory. So Aster found one of Huey's old outfits, and he gave it to Eden, and then Eden put it on, and his hair grew longer, which is like some random like, oh, it's Huey's essence or whatever. And Eden is like, somehow I just feel like this outfit is just not my vibe, which is cute because I always love the moments where it's like Eden is nothing like Huey, because Huey sucks and I hate him. So there's also this moment where Eden looks in the mirror and the narration is like, a face he's never seen before flashes through his mind. So I don't know if you guys remember at the very beginning of the main story when he found the neon gemstone and he was like, it seems familiar somehow. And then there was a few moments like that when he saw the first few gemstone altars. This is the first time in a really long time we've had one of those moments, but that's what that was. And then Blade shows up and he's like, man, this outfit reminds me of the clothes that people used to wear in Saya, which is the place that Blade was created. And so Eden is like, oh, what kind of place is Saya? And Saya, by the way, is just a continent. It's another continent in the same world. Blade says, it's dark and gray and people get naked and there are explosions. So Eden is like, what the actual fuck? And so he's like, it would be cool to learn more about how E-droids are made and like where you came from and stuff. And he also, of course, wants to know why Blade was sent out on the mission to assassinate Huey. And Blade says he doesn't know, but they can check the library. So they do. And when we get to the library, they mention what they're looking for to Olivine. And Olivine is like, I was also sent here to find books on that specific topic, which is like, what? So turns out Ray is reading about Saya as well. And they find him sitting at a nearby table. And then there's a couple random not plot relevant things that I want to mention. One is that Blade calls Ray little chick, which when he does this, Eden is like, oh my gosh, little chick, because father, and father is the bird, so then Ray would be the little chick. It's genius. So that is cute. And then also Ray mentions that he once disassembled Blade to learn more about E-droids and how they're built / repaired and everything. And Eden is like, dude, what if Blade got broken? No one around here knows how to repair an E-droid. And Rey is like, yeah, that's the point. That's why I was studying how to fix him. Duh. Which is really cute. I love him. I have mentioned this several times, but I do love him. Anyway, so Rey says that he has analyzed Blade's anatomy for info on the Saiyan continent, but he didn't find anything since Blade has limited knowledge of Saya, and his core has been altered, of course, by Huey. We remember this. And Eden is like, okay, so like Huey's essence messed Blade's shit up, and Rey says prior to Huey injecting Blade with his essence, Blade's core had already been altered to run on essence. And Eden is like, so he used to run on something else? Like, I always thought the E stood for essence, like the E in E-droid. And Rey says the term E-droid was coined on the Klein continent. In Saya, people like Blade are known as something else. And then he says he's going to this area on the Klein continent that is basically like a Saiyan refugee town to look for information. So Eden is like, oh my gosh, you're gonna go like learn more about Saya? I want to go. And then Blade is like, oh my gosh, me too. So that's the gang for this event. And then we cut to them there already, and Rey tells Eden that he should keep his identity on the DL. Also, in terms of the vibe, Rey says that the actual Saiyan continent has a much worse vibe than this, and this place is already bad. So, and then of course Kuya randomly shows up, and Eden is asking them all questions about Saya, and we find out that Eden is the only one of the 4 who hasn't actually been there. And so they're talking about Saya, and Rey is like asking questions and whatever, and Kuya is like, you've only got yourselves to blame for coming into existence far too late. The Saiyan continent I witnessed was far less intolerable than you seem to believe. Which is like, shut the fuck up. But I love when he's proud to be an old man. And then Blade is giving Army Blood Oath vibes, and by that I mean he is having bad memories of his past. So he's like zoning out and kind of getting /serious mode instead of /goofy mode. And so Eden is like, well, we can like leave if you don't want to be here. And Blade is like, with you here, I can do anything. Girl, I hate them. So then Eden and Blade dip to escape Rey and Kuya's fighting, because they are fighting like a divorced couple as per usual. And they check out some market stalls, and Eden finds an item that Blade says he's seen before, or at least something very similar. And so Blade is like, according to my data, that item is extremely dangerous. And then Kuya and Rey, who are like behind them, they had followed Eden and Blade or something, they also recognize that item, and Rey is like, oh, I didn't expect to see one of those here. And then they start telling their stories from the Saiyan continent. So we get Memory 1, Saya, the year 158, which is the first of Blade's memories. So they're shown in the game as flashbacks, so we get to see everything that happens, but keep in mind simultaneously, whoever the flashback is for is also telling the story to the rest of the group. However, I don't think all of the flashback is told to the rest of the group, because there are some things that are told in these flashbacks that Eden never addresses that he definitely would address if he knew about them. So I don't exactly know how much of this he knows. But also, as far as years go, I'm pretty sure this is the only event where we're actually given year numbers, and I think it's just to show the difference in the time that Rey and Blade were there versus the time that Kuya was there, but it's still interesting to have numbers. So the year is 158, whatever that means. So, in this first memory, Blade is talking to an automaton expert, which automatons are what E-droids are called in Saya, and he calls this automaton expert Professor, so that's what I'm going to refer to him as from now on. So this professor is programming another automaton, and Blade asks about some item that he can't determine the use of, and the professor says, judging objects just from function? Training your mind to think subjectively is no easy task. To successfully complete your mission, you'll have to become more human. So this is the origin of Blade's self-consciousness about the fact that he isn't actually a person, because they had to make him very human so he could blend in with people well when they sent him over to the Klein continent to assassinate Huey, right? So this professor guy is trying to teach Blade how to learn and teach Blade how to think subjectively. Also, the professor, he like recharges Blade's core with essence, and he says two things. One, that essence is a very precious resource on this continent, and two, that the fact that Blade is run on essence is like a super confidential piece of information. And he says that Blade is this nation's best automaton, like super high tech, right? So this guy just said all of that to Blade, and then Blade is like, I know all of that already, I was just asking what the substance that makes up my core is. And the professor is like, no more questions, a very important official is coming to visit today. And then before they can say anything else, some excited officer comes barging in saying that the other laboratory has finally produced results and that they're planning to conduct an experiment in an abandoned village, and they want the professor's thoughts because he is the most respected authority in the field, which we will come to find out this project they were working on is making a bomb. So that makes the professor the most respected authority in the bomb making field, I guess. And so this guy has a prototype of the bomb or some sort of whatever, and Blade sees it and he's like, what is that? And the guy is like, why is this automaton asking questions? Like, that's fucking weird. And the professor is like, yeah, he has to be human behavior and learning and whatever. And the guy is like, well, you need to shut him down because we cannot risk our plans leaking. So the professor shuts him down. And then Memory 2, which they all say like Memory whatever, and then Saya, the year 158. So I'm not gonna keep saying the year, but just it's always the year and Saya. So Blade is now out on a mission by himself, and he meets automaton 7223, who's been assigned to help Blade on this mission. So Blade introduces himself, and the automaton is like, only humans have names, we just have serial numbers. And Blade tries to explain that he's like special and he's been trained or whatever, and 7223 says a lack of distinction between bots and people could put this mission at risk, and Blade is like, we're of a different rank, like we have different objectives. Not me getting a scam call, but the priority right now is to finish this joint mission. So the mission, as it turns out, is to annihilate the private army that is hiding in the southern outskirts of this city they're in. And the rule is, by any means, no survivors, right? So they complete the mission, but 7223 gets severely damaged and can't move, so Blade brings him back to the research center for repairs. And then some automaton scholar guy, not the professor, somebody else, tells Blade that 7223 is damaged beyond repair and belongs in the trash. And he says something like, you know, why'd you even bring him out, like whatever. And Blade of course feels sad upon hearing this, but he doesn't know what being sad is yet, or like that he has the capacity to do that. So he just kind of stands there and he's like, something weird is going on in my core or whatever. And then the scholar guy is like, well, I guess this bot there could be salvageable parts. So he rips the robot's core out, and 7223 screams. Now why would they program him to do that? What the fuck? So then Blade thinks to himself, when humans see other humans suffering, they exhibit empathy. But, and then he just doesn't finish the thought, and what he says out loud to the scholar is just, I'll leave you to it. And then his gaze lingers on 7223 for a second before he leaves and returns to his designated room to wait for his next orders. Cut to Memory 3. Blade and the professor are visiting an officer who is currently smashing an automaton, which is automaton 4642. So they show up in the middle of this dude having smecks, but the guy literally doesn't care at all. He just keeps going. And then Blade is like, what the fuck is, what the fuck is this? And so Blade is like just kind of observing them, and he notices the contrast between the expression on the man's face and the expression on the bot's face, because the bot just has no expression, but the man is like, I mean, you can imagine the look on his face. I'm assuming he's getting smashed. So Blade is very early on realizing all these things that make him feel emotions, but again, he doesn't know how to feel he doesn't know what emotions are, so he's not like, oh, this is making me uncomfortable. He just looks at it and goes, well, something is happening. So Blade is like, that's an unknown model, and then the professor tells Blade that bots with the serial number starting with 4 are designated for sex, and then the noble is like, how come that bot has a name? And he asks if Blade knows what sex is, and Blade says, sexual intercourse is an activity that humans engage in to fulfill their sexual desires, making it a perfect time to strike during assassination missions. And the noble is like, what the fuck? And the professor says Blade is a combat bot made specifically for assassinations, so he only requires rudimentary knowledge of subjects unrelated to his missions. And then the noble says some really creepy, horny shit about Blade. He says something like, well, I'll teach him a thing or two, like bring him over here, have him sit on my lap or whatever. It's actually so gross, and nope. The tone of the stories is very, like, negative and sad. So none of this creepy shit that goes on is sexualized or romanticized or whatever you want to say. It's just happening, and the character, like, inner dialogue and the narration, it's very obvious that they're not trying to be like, ooh, like, here's the shit for y'all freaks, like how some animes, you know, are like pandering purposefully to criminals, low-key. This is not doing that. So I just wanted to point that out and make that really clear. So anyways, they are here to ask this officer / noble to fund the professor's research on Blade and related robots. But the noble is like, now why would I want to do that? And the professor is like, well, the impact this research could have on the future of Saya is like unmatched. Like it'll be crazy, it'll go hard, right? And Blade is just kind of sitting there listening to this, and he doesn't really understand any of it, so the memory just ends there. And then memory 4. Blade has just completed another mission by himself, and he detects an environmental anomaly when he's like heading back. So he checks it out and he analyzes this abandoned village with, why do I keep saying that? Abandoned village. This abandoned village with all of the buildings destroyed. So he, of course, has stumbled upon the test village for that bomb, and obviously it worked, but he doesn't know about this research because they shut him off before they talked about it in more detail. So he's looking around and scanning everything, and he concludes that the damage was from an explosion, but he also notes that no weapon in current existence is known to have a blast radius this big, and a foreign substance has been left at the site. And he looks down at the ground, and the scorched earth is littered with spots of green light, which he analyzes, and he realizes it's some unknown mineral, but he doesn't recognize it at all. However, he does realize that it's the same substance that is inside his core, other than essence. It's not essence. We'll get into what it is, but it's not essence. It's the other thing that he was asking about earlier that the professor was like, no more questions. It's that. And then before he can really do any more researching and investigating, another combat bot shows up, and he's like, clearance level is insufficient, unable to advise, when Blade asks like what happened here. And Blade is like, well, that's weird because my clearance is unrestricted since I'm the highest grade like bot, like what's with that? And the robot that he's talking to, aka 7941, says highest grade automaton verified, unrestricted clearance only in non-exceptional circumstances. So this bomb mission is so confidential that not even Blade knows about it. And then, upon completing his mission, 7941 self-destructs right in front of Blade. And then memory 5. The professor tells Blade that he's functioning at optimum capacity, but he wants to run a few more tests before Blade goes on his big mission. And as the professor is talking, Blade cuts him off and says, mission target detected. They're like in an alleyway or something outside, I think. And so he saw Huey and he was like, mission target detected. And then the professor is like, what? I haven't even given you any orders. And Blade says something about like target Grand Sorcerer Huey or whatever. And then he goes ham trying to attack. But the professor is like, I haven't run the final tests yet. How could he suddenly detect Huey's presence? So that's fucking weird. Also, Blade is like, the target's path is in constant flux. Movement patterns do not resemble those of an ordinary human, finding shortest route. And then he pushes himself to his limits and doesn't land a scratch on Huey's ghostly figure, and then Blade loses power and collapses. And then the professor is like, your vital components have been severely damaged, your core has suffered an overload, and you destroyed half the town. Could it be, despite your ability to learn, when faced with your mission target, you're no different to any other automaton? And then Blade says, my ultimate mission is to kill Grand Sorcerer Huey, and the professor says, yes, but you need to learn to make smart decisions, to assess the situation, to be flexible. Perhaps I'm expecting too much of you. You are a man-made object after all. And then Blade says, will you dispose of me? Just like 7223? And the professor is like, 7223? Oh, that one. No, I won't dispose of you. You have yet to show your true worth. And Blade says, so will you dispose of me if I become worthless? And like, don't even get me started, bruh. But the professor responds with, Blade, you were made for one mission. There's no need for you to learn about unrelated topics. And then Blade doesn't respond, and the professor says, I shouldn't have said that. Perhaps I should reset your memory. And then the narration says, the professor gazes into Blade's eyes. He sees something that all other automatons lack, something that could make or break the missions. And then the professor says, or perhaps I should erase Blade altogether and restore you to your original state. But he, of course, doesn't. So, bruh. Basically, we have just seen the origin of all of Blade's insecurities. This fucking professor, I mean, can you imagine building a robot and then looking into its eyes and seeing emotion? I would be so scared. That's the kind of thing that, I mean, in Oppenheimer, when he's like, I think we ended the world or whatever, that is how I would be feeling in this moment. Like, this is crazy. And the fact that he just went, you know what? Yeah, this guy can run free. What? I mean, we got lucky. Well, not we, this isn't real. But like, the Klein continent got lucky and the Cyan continent got lucky that Blade turned out a good person. But like, dog, holy shit. So anyways, that is the end of the Blade memories. Moving on to Investigation 1. All the Investigation 1s are Ray memories. Also, they all take place in the same year and actually take place at the same time. At least there's one instance of overlap, but I'll get into that. So, Investigation 1 is Ray in a bar, flirting with some random dude. And he is, of course, flirting for research purposes. And so they end up kissing, and Ray is like, okay, well, there's no essence in the air, and there's no essence in this guy's saliva either. But this continent has similar devices to the essence-powered ones on the Klein continent, so what are they running on? And then Ray gets this guy blackout drunk and then approaches another person, and this guy asks Ray if he's a student. And Ray is like, yeah, I'm a student and I'm working on a research paper on the Klein continent. And the guy says, why does your school have you wasting your time researching that backwater dump? So this is like just kind of a context clue world building moment of the beef between Saya and Klein. And then he says, it's a good thing the top scholars here discovered adamantite. Really makes life a whole lot more convenient here. And then Investigation 2. Ray continues his research for several more days. And on this particular day, he learns that adamantite is this continent's main power source, but otherwise he hasn't really discovered anything else. Ray also has found out that they've only been using it for the last century or so, but he adds that all the records from before then seem to have been wiped. So Ray goes back to his hotel room and he finds that the room has been trashed, but nothing has been stolen, it's just all been damaged. And then he sees a strange man and a masked attendant next to him in his room, and the guy is like, you've been asking too many questions and you need to learn how intruders are treated in this continent. And Ray can't use any magic or anything to defend himself because his essence is drained from the fact that there's no essence here. So he can't fight back. And the guy grabs Ray's music box, which I think you might remember that from the main story. Chapter whenever it was that Ray was introduced, Eden went into his house and he saw 3 items that stood out. One was the stringed instrument, one was a harmonica, and the third was a music box. So this is the music box. And so this guy has it and he's like, this is obviously important to you. And he's about to throw it on the floor and stomp on it. And then Ray yells at him to stop and he's like, we should truce. But then the guy is like, no, I need to show you how I can't even, he says something like, I'll show you how people are dealt with around here again. And then he proceeds to assault Ray. And the narration, oh God, this is so So the narration says, Ray stares at the ceiling as if numb to the pain. And then afterwards, Ray smiles and says to himself, so science really do have essence. And it's just ugh, I hate this. I read this event as it came out, and then I had to reread it for the notes that I was taking. And now I have to reread those for this. And then I'm going to have to re-listen to this to edit it. I hate this scene. But I think there's a few things that I got out of this that I think are positive. One, they did not graphically describe the assault itself.
So earlier when I said that it wasn't sexualized or anything, it really wasn't.
Which makes me happy just because it's like, I don't know, when you're playing a game like this, you're always kind of, especially if it's an anime game, it's always kind of in the back of your mind, like it could get bad, like for real, at any time. And so this was one of those moments where it's just kind of reassuring to not have that happen when it very easily could have. And then you're just kind of more like happy to continue supporting the game when it's not as bad as you thought it could be. Not obviously that the game is perfect, because it definitely is not, but just moments like this, you're like, oh, thank God they didn't get fucking weird with it.
Also, it adds just a deeper layer to Ray's current relationship with sex and his body and everything. So investigation 3, Ray has found some hunter guy to take him into the wildlands, and the hunter is like, he makes up some excuse about like, I'm like with a research team for school or whatever again, and the hunter is like, yeah, you can come with me if you help me gather mushrooms, right? But he's kind of suspicious of Ray because he's like, you're a city boy, what could you possibly want out in the middle of nowhere? Don't tell me you're planning to mine for energy minerals. And Ray is like, no, like I'm just doing research, whatever. And then Ray thinks to himself about like essence and adamantite and stuff, and he thinks, upon confirming the existence of essence on this continent, I have a duty to continue investigating. Which I guess also I kind of forgot that the assault scene serves another purpose, which is to confirm that essence exists on this continent, but like, I mean, that is not, you didn't have to do it that way. So he concludes that the essence in the air may be sparse enough to avoid detection, but he thinks maybe he can learn something from observing the wildlife. So they go out and they're looking for mushrooms, and he finds some, but some of them have signs of dead zone mutation. And so Ray thinks, I can't be sure if any areas have fully become the dead zone. With so little essence in the air, it would take a long time for a species to mutate. So he grabs a bunch of the non-mutated mushrooms for the hunter, but when he brings them back, the hunter is like, what the fuck, those are all contaminated. And Ray is like, what? And he looks at the mushrooms the hunter grabbed, and the hunter only grabbed the dead zone mutated mushrooms. And so Ray is like, well, no, those are the contaminated ones. And the hunter is like, no, I've been picking and eating mushrooms like these since I was a toddler. And that even babies know that adamantite contaminates plants and animals. So then, cut to investigation 4. Ray goes to meet with the Cyan military government, saying he's a member of the Klein royal family, trying to organize a coup to overthrow the current Klein kingdom's king. And the officers are like, yeah, right, like, fuck you, whatever. And then Ray kind of name drops a guy from the royal family that did previously try to organize a coup with these people, and then they're like, what, like, he does like a secret little hand signal or something, and they're like, oh my gosh, wait, really? He's telling the truth? And so Ray explains his proposal, which we don't actually see what that even is because it's not real, and the officers are like, oh my gosh, okay, we'll have a room prepared for you and then we can talk more tomorrow. So then they leave him with like a maid that shows him to his room, and he thinks to himself, who said tricking them into believing I was a power-hungry member of a royal branch family would be difficult? If you want to stop me from prying into this country's secrets, you'll have to try much, much harder than that. Like, girl. And then, as they're going down the hallway to his room, Ray senses essence behind a nearby door, so he starts eavesdropping, and he hears Blade talking to the professor, which this moment is possibly what piques his interest into E-droids, or just genuinely that he thought nobody would be able to repair Blade, probably both. But then a maid appears and shuts the door, cutting off sound from the room that Blade is in, and she's like, I'll show you to your room, like whatever. So he asks what's behind the door, and she says it's a laboratory belonging to the Automaton Research Center, but that's all she's allowed to say. So that Ray thinks to himself, just now it was unmistakable, the scent of essence, and not just a little, but an extreme abundance of essence. But how? Clearly the people and environment here contain only trace amounts. It felt like all the essence on the Saya continent was concentrated in that one room. And then investigation 5. Ray is lost in thought about Essence talking to these officers again, and they drug him. And then one of the officers is like, man, we almost fell for it. Good thing we found someone who attended the meeting all those years ago. Turns out that guy that tried to organize the coup before never produced any heirs. So these guys realize that Ray was fucking lying, but then Ray wakes up and he keeps his eyes closed to make them think he's still asleep, and he hears someone say, he'll be disposed of anyway, so we might as well use him for our experiments. Let's see if adjusting the output
to the minimum threshold has any effect on a single subject. We can use this experiment to observe the effects on a Klein native. After all, our previous subjects all had low essence levels. And then Ray is picked up and placed on a flat surface where he continues to lay until the effects of the paralytic drug wear off. And when he opens his eyes, he realizes that the flat surface was the ground, and he's on the outskirts of the city, and everyone has left. And then he sees an object that looks almost identical to that one that Eden found at the market stall, with a vial of green liquid in the center. And he can't tell what it's used for, but he guesses it's run on adamantite, and he notices something off about it, and then his instincts tell him to run the fucking other way, so he runs as fast as he can away from it, and then it fucking explodes. And he almost dies. So this is the explosion that Blade happened upon, I'm pretty sure. And it is also the last of the Ray memories. So then we move into the Kuya ones, which are called Journey. So Journey 1, Saya, the year 52. So this was 100 years before the other two people were pulling up / born on the Sign Continent. So Journey 1 is Kuya and Huey visiting Saya. And Kuya thinks that the essence and the state of the elemental spirits on Saya is bizarre and unpleasant. Also, big moment, huge moment actually, this is the first time we ever get a sprite for Huey. He's wearing the outfit that Eden is wearing in the present, but he has a mask on, so we don't actually get to see his face yet, but we can see his body and his vibe. Also, he's blonde. So Huey responds to Kuya's observations on the essence by saying, "I can't feel a thing. As far as I can tell, this place varies little from Klein." And Kuya is like, they have no concept of magic and the cultural and political landscapes were built on the basis of adamantite. Your definition of very little seems to be somewhat lacking, wouldn't you say? And Huey says, "For all we know, there are places far more unusual than this in the world. Places with no essence and no elemental spirits, for instance." And Kuya says, "Indeed." And? So Huey says nothing, just a thought, and then Kuya says, "I'd be intrigued to learn how the Grand Sorcerer and his abundance of essence might fare in such a place. Perhaps even you might feel a bit of discomfort." And Huey says, "I'd like to know the answer to that question myself." So this is kind of the moment where I started having this theory that maybe Huey was trying to get to Eden's world on purpose, and then something went wrong, and that's why he disappeared. Or it all went correctly and he disappeared and just shit is weird now on Klein. I don't know, but there's that. And then they pull up to a market stall and Kuya finds a deck of cards. And he observes the printing techniques, and he's like, "Wow, this is so interesting, I've never seen anything like it." And the stall owner says the box of cards was found in the tomb of a nobleman from a faraway land. And Kuya says, "The amateur dramatics are best left for the stage, old man, but I suppose these cards may provide a shred of amusement." And provide they did, because these are the exact cards from chapter 6 when Eden and Kuya played Old Maid. So that's crazy. I've mentioned this before, but again, I love these crazy explanations of shit that doesn't matter. I didn't need to know where the cards were from, but I do, and it's fire. And then Huey says these cards might be from another world. I don't know how he knows that, or if he's just fucking around, but that kind of also, it's something to think about. And then he picks up a pendant made from fragments of adamantite, and he tells Kuya to look at it, and Kuya is like, "What, you're trying to point out the scent of danger?" Which what the fuck is the scent of danger? I don't know. And then Huey is like, "Adamantite minerals are contaminants. This particular fragment has few impurities, so it's easier to observe." And then Kuya is like, "Contaminants? Because they're harmful to humans? Absurd. Still, it's everywhere in this place. Such an unusual substance must surely affect the local environment. It's no wonder the essence here is so abnormal." And Huey says, "First, it contaminates the elemental spirits and essence, then the wildlife near the mineral source." And Kuya continues by saying, "Next come the humans mining them and using them." And then Journey 2. Kuya goes into a bar, but he doesn't really want to be there. He doesn't like the vibe of bars. And some guy calls out to him and is like, "Fancy joining us for a game?" And so he looks and there's a bunch of people at a table and they're looking at him with their horny gaze, right? And Kuya is like, "Yeah, sure." And then he thinks to himself, "Seems I've uncovered a form of amusement unique to this continent. And without the ability to sense essence, these fools have no idea the price they'll have to pay for eyeing me in such a manner." So they end up doing this whole gambling thing where they wager, like, whoever wins can do whatever they want with the bodies of the losers or something. So Kuya, of course, wins, and he makes the guys that lost gouge out their own eyeballs. So, which he tells them to do that, and they're like, what the fuck, no. And then he uses his magic to force them to, which I think is interesting that he still can use his magic. It's weaker, but he can still do it. But remember, his magic isn't quite normal essence-based, like elemental spirit magic, so he's just built different. And then Journey 3. Kuya is now on a tour of a military officer's residence, and I think it's the same building that Rei was in, but just like 100 years earlier, which is kind of a cool thing because that means Rei, Blade, and Kuya have all been in this building, except Kuya was here by invitation instead of 1 being built there or 2 infiltrating. So Kuya sees an automaton and he says, "It truly is a novel creation. I can't help but wonder how exactly it works. The complex intricacy and fluidity of an automaton's movements should only be possible through essence. But Kuya detects no essence in the air." Also, for timeline context, at this point, automatons were in early development, and so Kuya, of course, is like, well, this motherfucker is run on adamantite, so he asks the butler if they've ever considered running one on essence, and the butler is like, oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. And Kuya says, well, that is indeed strange. Here I thought I'd been invited here due to my brazen use of magic across your little country. Am I mistaken? And then some other guy shows up and he's like, you knew it was a trap, yet you came anyway. And unguarded at that. And then Kuya gets surrounded by soldiers, but he shows no sign of resisting. Kuya says he came because he's curious about automatons, and then he says, I would only have to be on guard if you posed a threat, which is so fucking funny. So they strap Kuya to a workbench, and then some, like, elderly scholar says, even on the Klein continent, very few individuals have the ability to use magic in such a manner. And some officer says, the higher-ups have shown great interest in the Klein continent's so-called grand sorcerer lately. Apparently, he uses essence-infused gemstones. Could this individual possess something of that nature? And the elderly scholar says that would explain how he's able to use such powerful magic. Such a gemstone surely holds a frightening amount of essence. If we could remove it somehow. And Kuya thinks, it's clear they have little understanding of essence, yet they're surprisingly close to the mark. And then he says, I'll admit your knowledge of essence is slightly above my expectations, but it's still far from enough. And then the officer says, what tricks could you possibly pull? This area is completely free of elemental spirits. You're nothing without your magic. And Kuya says, oh, so you know how essence works, do you? It seems you high-ranking officers have a far better grasp of the benefits of essence than all those ignorant commoners out there. Could it be you desire the vibrant, life-giving essence that flows within me far more than the adamantite that is eating away at this land? And the officer says, eating away? And Kuya says, it's a great shame, truly. Not unlike the convenient yet dangerous adamantite you're so used to. Essence, too, is a double-edged sword. And then he murders them. But all we get is like a couple flashes of red, and then the narration says, the 2 brutalized bodies, unable to withstand the sudden influx of essence, fall to the floor, unrecognizable. So, like, bruh. Moving on to Journey 4, Huey and Kuya are out in the middle of nowhere, and Huey says he's made something that he thinks Kuya will be interested to see. It's a bomb that looks almost exactly like the one that almost killed Rei, but just slightly different. So Huey says he discovered the correct way to bring out its innate qualities. So I'm counting this as another Huey L because inventing bombs, not great. So he sets off the bomb and he says, after noticing the pendant's contaminant properties, I amplified such properties and these are the results. And Kuya looks at the dirt and notices those little green fragments, just like what Blade saw. And he says, adamantite affects essence, making it extremely difficult to control and driving the elemental spirits into a state of chaos. The powers that be hope to find a solution on the other side of the ocean. And Huey says if they hope to find a way to stop the contamination by researching essence on the Klein continent, they'll be sorely disappointed. And Kuya says, oh really? Couldn't you easily install an altar and a gemstone? And Huey says that isn't the problem. Humans are able to inhabit this land precisely because adamantite contaminates essence. The contaminant properties of adamantite stabilize the essence, creating a sort of natural balance. How else could the Saya continent, having already mutated into the dead zone, still be teeming with life? The Saiyan environment is fundamentally no different to Klein's. And then Kuya is like, wait, this whole place is the dead zone? And Huey is like, it's about time we return to Klein. And Kuya's like, so what the fuck were we doing here? And Huey is like, I've learned quite a bit here, but not what I was expecting. And Kuya is like, well, so are you planning on leaving the bomb behind? And Huey is like, no. Eventually, they'll discover this for themselves. In another 100 years or so, the elemental spirits will be gone, the essence contaminated beyond repair. Perhaps then, they'll discover adamantite's true nature, and when that day comes, we'll see what they decide. So, Huey was entirely right on his time estimation. It was almost exactly 100 years until they found how to use these bombs. But that's the end of the Kuya memories, so we go back to the present for one last chapter titled Ingenious Creativity. So, Ray says, recounting the past here, it's like I'm experiencing it all over again. They're not exactly pleasant memories. And Kuya says, I must say I learned a great deal during my visit. Who'd have thought the situation would change so much after a mere century? No wonder you found yourself in such a wretched state. Without the ability to detect essence, how complicated things must have been. And Ray says, if you'd returned 100 years later without Huey, I dare say you would have fared worse than I did. And then Kuya says something about Ray being completely incompetent, and he blames him for getting caught up with those guys, and whatever. So Kuya is kind of flopping here. This is a Kuya L, but they get so caught up arguing they don't even realize that Blade and Eden have left again. So we cut to Eden and Blade, and Eden tells Blade that he feels bad making him remember all that shit, and Blade says, when I was sharing my memory, I got this heavy feeling in my core. It was strange. I never felt anything like that when I was in Saya. And Eden says, don't ever let anybody tell you what you're worth. Not me, or Huey, or that professor, or anybody. And Blade says, I trust you completely. And Eden thinks, not sure he really got what I meant. And then Eden buys the bomb thing, which the version he has is not an actual bomb. It's like just a case. It doesn't have the little vial in the middle. So he buys it and then he makes it into a lamp. And then Ray and Kuya are watching them from the distance again. And Kuya is like, if he's not careful, he'll lose an arm. And Ray is like, that thing is missing several components. Even if it did have an adamantite core, it couldn't be activated. Besides, if you're worried about him, why not just come out and say it? And Kuya says, worried? What need does the mighty Grand Sorcerer have of another's concern? Just look at his essence. Able to revive this long dead land with such ease. And Ray says he might be the Grand Sorcerer, but other than his essence, he has virtually nothing in common with Huey. And Kuya says the title of Grand Sorcerer is just a title, crucial to the Klein continent, yet feared in Saya. I dare say the individual behind the title is of little importance. And Ray says, do you really believe that? Look at him, chatting away with an E-droid originally created to kill the Grand Sorcerer. And Kuya says, I must admit, seeing him turn such a weapon into a barely passable lantern. If young Master had been the Grand Sorcerer back then, I doubt I would have agreed to become a clan member. Even if he wears the same clothes and walks the same streets, his propensity for naive ignorance is unmistakable. And Ray says, I mean, what do you expect? He and Huey are completely different people after all. And he's like smiling and stuff, and it's so cute. Ray is being like, wow, I'm literally so in love with Eden. And I fuck with that, and I'm gonna cry and throw up. Also, when Kuya says, like, look at his essence being able to revitalize this land, blah blah blah, he's talking about the glowing substance that Eden put inside the lamp that makes it glow, you know, that makes it a lamp. It was originally sticky and colorless, but he injected essence into it, and then it became yellow and started glowing and became like a sand-like texture. I have no idea what this shit was, but it just, you know, Eden's the only guy who could do it or whatever. So that's the end of that, like, main story. But before we get into the cards, there is some extra stories, and a couple of them give some cool extra context to shit. One of them is a letter written by the professor talking about Blade, and we find out a couple things. One is that Blade's serial number is 0202, so do with that what you will. We also find out that the mission to assassinate Huey was titled Project L, which is so fucking funny. And then there's another letter written by some officer. It's a progress report on the bomb research. And it says that the bomb tests are progressing smoothly, but they have to eliminate Huey because he's the biggest obstacle to their plan of detonating the bomb on Klein. So how do they know that? I don't know. Why is Huey an obstacle? I don't know. Why were they trying to detonate a bomb on the Klein continent? I don't know, but it's interesting. And then another letter / research notes / whatever that's just titled Some Council Members' Research Notes. And it says something about like in the past we've had people go to the Cyan continent to investigate like elemental spirits and essence and stuff. So the answers we seek may be on that continent. So I think this is from somebody on the council that Ray was on, which is probably the reason that Ray was there. So this was back in the day when he was still part of the council, I think. And then there's another document titled A Royal Family Member's Last Words. This is the last words of a guy named Lord Ansel, who is the guy that Ray claimed to be a descendant of. And it basically says that he joined forces with Saya in hopes of taking over the Klein throne at the cost of intel for Saya's research. And he mentions how his health is declining too rapidly to make any progress anyway, and he has no heirs to carry on his plan. So I have no idea how Ray knew about this, but like I'm sure he's good at just kind of worming his way into situations and finding things out, but it's just kind of an insane thing to just have locked and loaded in his fucking back pocket. And then there's another one that actually almost tells a whole other fucking story, but it's titled Ruined Page from an Old Sailor's Diary, and it's a little story from the captain's perspective about how Kuya and Huey returned to Klein on a ship, and basically like this captain saw Kuya in yokai form in Huey's room, and Kuya cast an illusion and set the whole boat on fire, and everyone had to jump ship, which is kind of hilarious. Like, bro, if you see me in my fox form, I'm sinking your fucking ship and killing everybody on board. He was really mentally ill back then. Now that is actually the end of the story, so we can move on to the cards, starting with SSR Unique Mission Blade. Room 1, Setting Sail. So Blade runs off to do a survey of local restaurants to find a place for Eden to eat, and Eden finds a strange shop where the shopkeeper sprays drugged powder in the air and Eden passes out. And then the shopkeeper tries to give Eden to some strange man because Eden has a lot of essence, and the man has an automaton transport Eden, but Blade shows up just in time and takes out 4 automatons, then brings Eden outside, goes back in, and kills the 2 human men. Also, the automaton that was transporting Eden was automaton 9391. And I just think it's cool that the writers pretty much always give the automatons a number, like / a name. I don't know, I think it effectively humanizes them more, even if it's just a number when they're giving them all individual titles. I think it's cool. Anyways, so the guy put Eden in this weird straitjacket to sap Eden's essence. It's like a magic straitjacket that absorbs essence or something. So Eden couldn't like resist, but Eden has too much essence, so it broke, and now it's absorbing and releasing at the same time, and it's making Eden feel sick. And then Blade is like, if you take it off, you'll explode. So he's like, you'll blow up unless I stabilize your essence first. So then we get room 2, Darling's essence regulation. They do some horny shit to save Eden's life. And then room 3, super stealth team. So Blade says that recently Klein natives have been going missing in this area, so he thinks it's his fault for leaving Eden's side. Like his fault that Eden got kidnapped, because Blade is like, oh, it's my fault because I knew this could happen to you, and like blah blah. And Eden is like, it's not your fault, like, it's fine. And Eden says these guys could somehow be connected to the Huey assassination mission, and Blade says they can't rule out the possibility. And then this dude comes out looking for the guy that was supposed to take Eden away, saying some stuff about packages and running out of time. And so Eden and Blade are hiding under a table in this room, and the guy scratches a code into the table. And then Eden is like, wait a minute, there's other people that are captured on that boat, because the guy that was kidnapping him mentioned a boat earlier. Forgot to tell you about that. So they decide to follow the guy from just now and go rescue everybody. So they get to the boat, and Blade says there's another E-droid, and Eden makes a comment like, these guys must be rich. And Blade is like, if he's anything like me, then he really is an expensive tool. But the 9 models seem to be very basic. So they get on the boat to investigate, but the boat starts taking off, and Blade says they still have time to investigate more, and then they can get off the boat. And then Blade activates super stealth mode, which is so adorable. And they find 4 captives and free them, but only one of them is actually like level-headed enough to speak. So Blade is like, we're the super stealth team and we're here to save you. And the guy is like, we overheard the captors discussing their plans before, which is to take us to the Saya continent to be sold to researchers who are interested in people with higher than average essence levels. And he asks if Eden can save them, and Eden is like, we're out at sea, so unless we can take over the whole boat, there's not much we can do. And Blade is like, so is it time to stop investigating and start eliminating? And then room 4, blood splattered E-droid. So Eden thinks if this is connected to the Huey plot, it would be too risky to do anything crazy since the Cyan higher-ups would find out. But if it's just a human trafficking operation, Blade could take them out easy peasy. So Eden's like, we gotta figure out how many people we're up against. So Blade is like, okay, wait, here, I'll go find out. And Eden is like, oh right, I'd be a burden if I went along. And Blade is like, no, you could never be a burden. It's just when I'm carrying out a mission. And then before he can finish his sentence, some guys pull up and try to attack Eden, so Blade goes mission mode and says he'll annihilate the enemies, but he wants Eden to close his eyes so he won't see Blade carry out his mission. But before Eden can make up his mind on Blade killing people, the smugglers try to attack him, and Blade kills them all one by one with a single accurate stab to the brain. And Eden says they need to keep at least one of them alive for interrogation, and Blade stops and captures them instead, causing Eden to feel a bit reassured since he can still communicate with Blade while he's in mission mode. Unfortunately, Blade killed the automaton that was running the boat, but the calm captive from before says all they have to do is send out a distress call, and he says he'll take care of it while Blade and Eden look for more bad guys. And then Eden notices that the other surviving captives are afraid of Blade, and he also notices that Blade is like looking kind of sad. So Blade asks Eden if Eden feels afraid after seeing him kill all those guys, and Eden says he worries about Blade and how his old memories affect him, but also understands that those memories are of incredible importance to Blade. He says that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't a little scared, but that this side of Blade is just one small part of him. He says, I've also seen the kind, gentle side of you, a side that is just as beautiful as the gemstone in your chest, which makes me throw the fuck up because if you recall, Blade said Huey used to say his gemstone was ugly because it's colorless. So just like, so Blade says Eden is kind and gentle and loving too, and that the heavy memories are part of him, but so is Eden, so he knows his future will be super bright. And I died. I fucking died. What else is there to say? So now they're out of danger, but they have some time to kill on this boat. And Eden finds a thing that Blade calls a maintenance cabin. He says if you get in and lie down, it cleans you and repairs any injuries. And Eden concludes that it's for E-droids and assumes that they have it on the boat for E-droid maintenance. And Blade is like, well, I've never used one before because of my self-repair function, but I could use one if I sustained major damage. And then Eden decides he's gonna crawl in and he gets stuck. And Blade is like, oh my gosh, this looks just like a horny manga that I read one time. Did you read that book too? And then Eden says, you could say that. And then he thinks to himself, books, movies, live shows, I've seen it all. Like, what do you... Every time that they give him a line like this, I love these moments. They're so funny. So room 5, titled The Butt I Know and Love, they smash. Also a note on this card, Blade has like doll looking hands for this, and I thought it was a really cool design choice. And I know it doesn't quite make sense because he has to look human, so if he had these really prominent fucking like doll hands, it wouldn't really be that subtle, but I thought it was really cool, and I kind of miss it. But anyway, that is the end of the Blade card. So moving on to the Rey card, SSR, Truth Seeker Rey. Room 1, Melodic Memories. I wanted this card so bad, and I wanted the Blade card too, because this is one of the best Blade cards ever. I didn't get a single, like, fucking SSR in Rusted Nation, and I'm still mad about it. I'm saving up for the rerun, which is gonna be in like 5 months or whatever. Oh my god. Anyway, so Eden is looking at market stalls, and Father comes flying up and communicates to Eden that they need to go find Rey. And they find Rey drunk at a bar getting flirted with and playing into the flirting in a scene not unlike the one from the flashback. And Eden shows up and he tells the flirty guy to fuck off, right? And Rey says something about Eden being nosy, and then he collapses into Eden's arms. And we get a flashback to Rey as a kid. He's holding that music box while 2 kids punch him and try to steal it. And one of the kids says his mother and brother aren't here anyway, and he's too scared to tell anyone. So this was the reveal that Rey had a brother, but then Rey's mom shows up, and just as the kids are about to get the box, and they say, the monster's mother is here, and then they drop the box and they run. And Rey tells his mom that they just wanted to see the music box she gave him, and that it fell to the ground because he wasn't holding it properly. And then she hugs him and says, you can tell me anything because I will always protect you. And then present Rey, thinking of this memory, says, you lied. And I'm really sad about that. We still don't know exactly what happened to Rey's mom, but like based on his rainy season SSR stories, we can conclude that she died. I don't know, but it's sad. And then Rey opens his eyes and sees Eden's concerned face, and the narration, which it's from Rey's POV right now, the narration says, it takes the edge off the discomfort caused by the memories, which is so cute. I love getting confirmation that Ray enjoys being around Eden and finds comfort in his presence. Yes. And then Ray just is like, let's smash. And he's like, I'm not drunk, but instead I smelled a cup of alcohol that reacted to the adamantite inside. He says it smells similar to knockout drops. So he was basically drugged, but I think he knew it beforehand. He said a patron made the drink special for him and he was waiting for that patron to show up, but thanks to Eden, his plan is ruined. And then Eden starts feeling the drug effects too, and Ray initiates horny time. So room 2, thorough search. Oh my god, this room, okay, there's a couple things going on here. One is that Ray is doing his whole like, just put it in already, like who gives a shit about foreplay, whatever, and Eden is like, no, and he insists on going slowly, which I love when he does that, because it's like, yeah, it's so yast. Oh my god. So the other important thing about this room is that in this room, they refer to Ray's asshole as a meat hole. And also as a wall of flesh, which is insane. But I remember one of my friends told me that on Twitter there was discourse and people were hating, being like, what the fuck, why would you say meat hole? That's crazy, like this game sucks, why would they call it that? And I remember talking to my friend about this because first of all, they have always done that. And something about Ray fans, because this was only the second event he was ever in, and for some reason it seems like the Ray fandom is very serious about shit, but this game is also kind of a comedy. Like there's serious shit obviously, but there's also jokes literally 24/7. So I think it's really funny to imagine watching these H scenes and taking them completely serious to the point where the phrase meat hole genuinely pisses you off. But so there actually is a resolution to this discourse, which we will get to in a couple events from now, so stay tuned. So then room 3, mysterious letter. So the guy that made Ray's spiked drink drops off a letter for Ray while he's smashing Eden, and Eden asks the bar owner if he knows who that patron is, and he says he only showed up a month ago and always wears a cloak so you can't see his face clearly. So they leave, and Eden asks if Ray knows anyone here, and Ray says he knows a few people in Saya, but he doesn't know if any of them have come to the autonomous zone, which is what this place is called. That's like the Saya refugee city. And as Ray opens the letter, a part falls out of it, and Ray reads a bit and then pockets the letter so Eden can't see it. And Eden goes, wait up, I saw a line in there about meeting you alone. And Ray is like, and what if it said that? Like, what if you did see that? Whatever. And Eden is like, for the sake of safety, how about I go with? And Ray hesitates and says, this is something for me to take care of. And then Eden thinks Ray might be forcing himself, but he knows if he asks again, Ray will just brush him off, so he decides to stall instead. So he asks Ray to show him around, and surprisingly Ray agrees and says, I didn't know you were so eager to learn. So then they spend half the afternoon looking around at stuff, and they try some weird barbecue sauce, and Ray is like, do you want to wash down the barbecue sauce with a drink? And Eden is like, yeah, oh my gosh, thanks. I didn't think you'd be so considerate. So Eden is a little bit of an idiot. And then they get drinks, and Eden is like, man, this drink is strangely sweet. And Ray is like, oh, that's because I added a few drops of a sleeping potion. And Eden is like, what the fuck? So he passes out, and Ray is like, your plan was way too obvious. I wanted to see if you could pull it off, but it's time already. And Eden, as he is still passing out, is like, hey, what the fuck, man? That's way too far, you're cheating. And then as Ray leaves, he whispers an apology to Eden, which I think is really cute. And then when Eden wakes up, the bar owner says, your friend told me to keep an eye on you, which again, kind of cute. And Eden, who heard the apology, is like, he just apologized to me. That expression makes it impossible not to worry. So Eden goes looking everywhere, hoping to find Father or Ray, and he runs into a woman holding a new harmonica, and she drops it, and then when she picks it back up, he notices that it's glowing green, and the mark on the bag is the same as the seal on the letter that Ray got. So he asks where she got it, and she's like, the music instrument store, duh. So then we cut to Ray in that store, and Ray says, so it is you, one of the officers that took me for an experiment. You've managed to chase me down all the way over here? And the officer is like this old ass dude now, and he's like, you haven't wasted my hopes for sending that letter, member of the Klein royal family. And Ray is like, the part in the envelope is a part of the music box I used to have that was broken and taken by one of your companions back then. Did he give it to you? And the officer says, yes. After you successfully fled from the weapon, I just knew you weren't normal. So, starting from that broken music box, I tried to find out everything I could about you. At last, I have confirmed that you're a legitimate member of the Klein royal family and one of Huey's clan members. With you and the adamantite I enhanced, I will be more powerful than the Saya government, and even the Klein regime will be firmly within my grasp. And Ray is like, so this is why you wanted me to come? The letter mentioned returning the restored music box to me. Was that a lie? And the officer says, no, as long as you cooperate, I won't just give you the music box. I can give you half the power. So room 4, new gift. Ray says the proposal sounds pretty good, but he refuses because he doesn't like working with ignorant people, and the guy hasn't investigated him enough. He says he doesn't have a single shred of power in the royal family anymore. And he says, it sounds like you've been looking for me for several decades, taking so long to find me. Does Saya approve of you wasting so many resources? So this gives us kind of some actual timeline math here. The year 158 was between 3 and 5 decades ago, based on the fact that he said several. I'm assuming several is kind of 3 to 5. Could be a mistranslation too, that I don't know. But that places current decline at about 188 to 208 year-wise, I think. Don't know. That's a guess. But anyway, Ray says, so I'm guessing you lost power long ago and you're still going because you refuse to let go. And then Eden shows up and Ray is like, I'll have to add a higher dose of the potion next time. And then the old man pulls out the music box, but he's made it into a sort of mini bomb. And Ray whispers to Eden, you just have to catch it. And then Father flies forward and attacks the man who drops the box. And Eden does catch it just before it hits the ground. And then Ray takes the box and puts up a magic barrier before detonating it and absorbing the shock, and he says just a little bit of essence was needed to absorb it. That goes to show how pathetic your enhanced adamantite is. Also, what could an officer who's already lost his power and his mind hope to achieve? And then that guy has a straight up mentee bee on the floor, and Ray is like, alright, time to get all the adamantite in here and bring it home for research. But he doesn't keep the music box, saying that after what's been done to it, it's no longer the original. And Eden is like, but that guy said it's your precious treasure? And Ray is like, it was back then. Once it was taken, it stopped existing for me. But Eden senses hidden emotions in Ray's face, which obviously, if Ray came here to try to get the music box, he still cares about it. Duh. Also, this is kind of confusing to me because Ray, if the music box was taken from him like several decades ago, why was it still in his house? I don't know. But it is the same one because there's like a drawing of them when it shows in the main story, and here, like, it's the same box. So I don't really understand what happens there, or if it's just kind of a continuity problem. I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. Special music box from his mom, basically. So we cut to a ways in the future, and Eden kept the box and turned it into something useful. Since it can't be restored to its former glory, he made it into a little bedroom for Father. So he gives it to Ray, and Ray is like, what are you hoping to achieve doing so many pointless things? And Eden says, nothing. And it's not pointless to me. I guess I just want you to be happy. And Ray is like, happy? And Eden says, yes. Even though you said the past is the past, if you can turn memories of the past into something to keep you company, then that's something to be happy about, right? Also, when you see this in the future, you'll be reminded of me, a designer, and then maybe you'll be nicer to me? And Ray is like, I see. So he takes the music box and he starts groping Eden, and he says, if you want me to be nicer to you, you'll have to put in much more effort. And Eden is like, you really do have a one-track mind, huh? Fine. And then they hear footsteps approaching, so they hide in a closet. But it locks when they get in, and then Ray is like, everyone knows you shouldn't waste air in small enclosed spaces. So he starts kissing Eden. And then we get room 5, closer than ever. So this was another room where Eden insists on being like slow and gentle, you know? And Ray is like, yo, fuck you, like, what's your problem? And Eden is like, aw, you're not used to being treated like this, are you? As in treated kindly and gently. And Ray is like, shut the fuck up and just go faster. But Eden does not. And then we get like a brief Ray POV moment where he starts feeling really good, but he doesn't recognize this specific type of pleasure, so he's also kind of scared and uncomfortable. But then he ends up enjoying it, and then they get out of the closet and Father starts collecting berries in the music box, which is really cute. And yeah, that is the end of the Ray card. Also the end of this notebook, so I have to switch notebooks really quick. I have 4 notebooks full of stuff, and that was the end of the 3rd one, so we're really home stretch now, girl. So, SR, Apathetic Outsider Kuya. Room 1, Ability and Choice. And remember, since this is an SR, there's only 3 rooms instead of 5. Yay. So Eden is talking to Kuya about Huey's past. So Eden gives his makeshift bomb lamp to Blade, and Kuya is like, here I was thinking the boundaries of your ego were getting blurred. What, with your wearing Huey's clothes? And Eden is like, actually, it's because I'm wearing these clothes that I realize I'm not the same as him. Like, for you, Huey is probably strong enough to get your approval, right? And Kuya is like, only someone equally strong is allowed to comment. And Eden's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Kuya's like, oh? And Eden says, hearing you talk about Huey's past is like experiencing something new. It's also made me realize it's because I don't have the power to make similar choices that I feel like I've never experienced something like this. But at the same time, there exists things that only I know, that Huey might not. And Kuya is like, such an arrogant young master. I don't dislike it. What makes you so confident? And Eden points at one of the things on the stall table they're in front of, but before he can explain what it is, the vendor says that it costs 7,000 cyan coins, but that there's better options for Eden, meaning buying something powered by adamantite would be less efficient for Eden, who can use essence instead. And Eden is like, why did you move to the Klein continent? And the vendor says that they had doubts about using adamantite, so they left. And Eden is like, although you say I have better options, I don't quite agree. I'm a designer myself, and I think the birth of each product is a response to the needs of the moment. There's no absolute distinction between good and bad. Even though using adamantite comes with a higher burden, Saya still managed to create a way of life. I think being able to design products that can make clever use of power is awesome. And Kuya says you might not be the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but you do have a way with words. Which I think brightest bulb in the chandelier is such a funny saying, but it's so Kuya core. And then the vendor is like, I'll give you this thing for free if you use your magic for, can I get a drum roll? Cuts to room 3, abnormality. They need Eden to save their grandpa. And Eden is like, I'm not a doctor. And the vendor is like, it's not a normal sickness. And Kuya is like, it's contamination, isn't it? And the vendor is like, so it really is contamination, but he was just fine not too long ago. And Kuya says finding Eden was a stroke of luck for this vendor, and Eden says he'll give it a shot. So they go into the tent and look at the grandpa. His skin on his hands has become transparent, and there's an adamantite lamp in his hands that has become partially embedded in his skin. And the vendor is like, he's always been proud of science technology, so he brought this lamp when we moved. And Kuya casts a spell, and then the vendor passes out, and then he goes to grab the old man's hands, and he says, this absolutely did not happen overnight. Knowing perfectly well there's a problem, but being unwilling to let go, reacting to familiar danger by pretending nothing's wrong. That's humans for you. No matter how much time passes, they never change. And then Kuya starts pulling the guy's hands off, and Eden stops him, and Kuya is like, don't tell me you don't want to remove the adamantite from this man. And Eden is like, I'm gonna try to use essence. And Kuya is like, oh, look at you go, using essence for everything. And Eden is like, I know I couldn't use essence precisely without the clan members, but right now I don't need to be precise. And he uses the essence in a clever way to remove the adamantite, and Kuya is like, blind luck that you thought of that. Which is like, shut the fuck up. And then Kuya has to help a little bit, but they do remove the adamantite and Kuya destroys it. And then Eden is low on essence, so he goes horny time, horny mode. And Kuya picks him up and pays for the 7k coin item. And he says, don't worry about the money. I'll pay for you first and extract my payment from you later, which is wild. And then we get room 3, 7,000 cyan coins, which I think is kind of like a random interesting thing that we now have 2 Kuya intimacy rooms where the titles are an exact monetary value. Like there's this one and then the one from Sunburst Fever that was like a value of 3 million. That's crazy, right? Like I don't know, it's just a weird thing. So that thing of course ends up being a sex toy, and Kuya casts an illusion in an alleyway to make it seem like they're at his house, but Eden is like, clearly we are not at your fucking house. And then he says some stuff about taking notes on what it feels like to use essence, so one day he can use magic, and Kuya seems to like this because he smashes Eden right after he says that. And then also he randomly kisses Eden, which is cute. And then that is the end of the Kuya card and the end of Rusted Nation. It is simultaneously kind of one of my favorite events and my least favorite events because you know I love a dark, dreary sci-fi moment, but it's also just really sad, and it's just, ugh. Also very fucking long. Obviously, it's been 2 hours. I know in the video it's only going to be like an hour or less that you guys actually see of this, but the footage, basically just imagine the actual time I spend recording these is about double the amount of time that it ends up being in the video. Like for example, my main story video was originally about 10 hours. So this fucking video, because there's 12 events and some of them are so long, was like 12, 13 hours. It's a lot. Anyway, time for Blood Key. I am so tired. These last couple events are so heavy, and it's just like, oh, I need like an idol fest in between so I can just talk about some guys being silly goofy for a while. Holy shit. So one content warning on the Blood Key event is there's one mention of self-harm. Otherwise, pretty typical New Carnival stuff. So, the Blood Key event ran from November 2nd until December 7th, 2023 and had 2 SSRs, Silver Confessor Olivine and Infernal Treaty Maker Dante. Okay, first of all, Silver Confessor is my favorite Olivine card ever. It's so good. He looks so good. And Infernal Treaty Maker Dante was an insane... No. It's like... I can't even explain to you my feelings on this card. First of all, yeah, I don't know. You're just gonna, if you want to know my thoughts on this card, I think you're gonna have to scroll back through my Dante tag on my Tumblr account. You'll see it happen in real time, my reactions to this. Yeah, okay. So, Chapter 1, Worrying Confession. So Eden has pulled up to the water temple to help with something, and he finds these kids outside, like these teenagers talking about someone they know that's missing, and they're gonna ask Olivine, but then Eden is like, oh, I'm going in there too, we can go in together, and then they're like, who the fuck are you? And they run away. So Eden goes in, and he notices that Olivine seems kind of upset, but Olivine is like, oh, it's nothing to worry about, like, it's fine. So Eden is like, how about this? How about you sit on the other side of the confessional booth for once and I'll hear your confession. So Olivine gets in the booth and he tells Eden about this guy that was just in there to do a confession before Eden came in, and he was telling Olivine about his daughter who has been frequenting the black market, and she's like in a criminal organization now, and Olivine is upset because he feels like he can't do anything to help. So he's like, damn, that sucks. And Eden says Olivine did everything he could and you can't do any more than that. But when it comes to the black market, Astra and Morvay probably know something. And so then they're like, okay, we'll ask them about it. And they get out of the confessional booth and Olivine is like, wow, being able to share my feelings like that is so refreshing. And it's like, girl, oh my gosh. And then Olivine also says that he can't stand feeling like he's letting people down, which obviously is crazy because people wouldn't expect him to be able to deal with the black market, which he is of course about to, but that's like an insane thing to expect him to do. But of course he is a people pleaser, so he's like, man, I can't take down the whole black market for this man. He's gonna hate me or whatever. It's crazy. So Eden thinks to himself, like, it's definitely not easy to admit your flaws. We all feel that way sometimes, and everyone expecting Olivine to be perfect only makes it worse. And then those 2 teenagers from before come in and they're like, Olivine, we have to talk to you. So Eden leaves so that they can talk privately. And then Chapter 2, Sinister Reputation. So they get back to the mansion, or at least Eden does. And he goes to find Morvay and Astra, and they're riled up about the casinos because there's been these new weapons that are showing up around the black market that are making people too scared to go to the casinos because of course the casinos are in the black market and yada yada. So Astra is like, oh my gosh, I'm fucking losing money. And then a butler comes in and says that Dante has arrived, and Astra is like, oh, that little rascal, right on time. I'm gonna squeeze double what I lost out of him. So then Eden leaves to go see what the haps are elsewhere, and he runs into Yakumo in the hallway, and Yakumo says he's working on new recipes for dinner, and then Eden is like, oh my gosh, new recipes, like, you're getting me excited. And Dante shows up and he's like, excited for dinner at this hour? How pathetic can you be, or whatever. And then Eden says something about like, oh, you have no idea, Yakumo's food is so good. And Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, don't get your hopes up too high, like, I can go get some spices that we used from the Sunburst Festival if that would be more to your liking. And Dante is like, what? You think me so weak I can't enjoy foreign cuisine? Yakumo is like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, please forgive me. And Dante is like, forgive you for what? And then Yakumo just starts crying, and then Eden is like, go easy on Yakumo. All you had to say was there's no need to go to any extra trouble on your account. And then Dante gets all flustered about the misunderstanding. So I mentioned this because... you remember earlier how I told you to read From the Earth Nectar? You know, the Dante Yakumo fic? You should, because it's basically this, but like for a long time. And they kiss. What could be better than that? Anyways, Chapter 3, Famous Illegal Organization. So Eden is talking to Aster after his meeting with Dante, and he's like, man, you guys do a lot of business together. And Aster is like, yeah, I've been betting on Solaria for several years now, and the city's revival is bringing in money hand over fist. And so Eden is like, well, so you guys knew each other before then? And Aster's like, yeah, but only as a business partner, not as a clan member. And he says back then, he had just succeeded to the title of Sun Lord and was in dire need of outside support. The king, that old fart, was useless as always, so up stepped yours truly. This will be important later. Well, not really important, but it just adds another layer to the importance of something that happens later. And then Eden, thinks about how hard it must have been for Dante to just be kind of figuring all that out as a kid with freshly dead parents. And then he asks Aster if he knows about any criminal organizations on the black market, and Aster's like, yeah, sure, I know about all the big ones at least. So then Eden tells Aster about this missing girl, which her name is Bella, the girl that Olivine was talking about, and the girl that those teenagers were talking about. Same person, her name's Bella. So then Aster is like, well, it sounds like you're looking for Bar Bubble, which Bar Bubble is such a stupid fucking name for a criminal organization. Like, what do you mean? Anyway, so Aster says they have branches in every territory, but the water territory is their main one, and they recruit a lot of children, like teenagers and stuff. And then chapter 4, hard to recount. So Eden later that night passes Aster's office and overhears a conversation between Aster and Dante, where Aster says, I haven't been in contact with Bar Bubble for years. A request like this is way too troublesome. And then Dante says, this isn't a request. Preventing news of the meeting from getting out was part of our deal. And so then Eden is like, what? Like, this is crazy. And so he's curious, but then he's like, on second thought, I should not be here. But then he overhears Aster say, don't forget how I helped divert Master's attention from this exact topic by finding a task for him to do. Which earlier, after they were talking about Bar Bubble, Aster told Eden to sort through a bunch of gifts from nobles or something, so this is what he's referring to. And then Dante notices that Eden is there, so he says to Aster, in short, give me all the pertinent info you've acquired. As for your extortion scheme, we'll wait and see what happens. And Aster says, extortion scheme? That's my livelihood you're talking about. What have I done to make you think so little of me? And Dante is like, enough of your theatrics. I'm going to bed. And then he leaves, and Eden thinks to himself, was it just me or was he acting super weird? But Dante leaves the mansion before Eden could see him in the morning, And so then when he asks, like, where did Dante go? Aster is like, oh, he had a change of plans and he went to stay somewhere else. And then Eden is like, girl, this is so suspicious. But if they don't want to tell me, there's nothing I can do to make them tell me. And then he goes back to help at the temple again. And as he enters, Olivine and Morvay come out, with Morvay seemingly having just explained the whole Bar Bubble situation to Olivine. So Morvay tells both of them that Bar Bubble never used to recruit regular civilians, but they changed that recently, and it could be because of their new leader, the Collector. His real name is Duke, but he calls himself the Collector because he's cringe. This guy apparently is also behind the emergence of these new weapons that Aster mentioned. And so Eden and Olivine are like, oh my gosh, we have to stop them. And Morvay is like, well, if they keep recruiting regular people, it won't be long before the knights get involved anyway. And then Bella shows up to talk to Olivine, and she says, if my family comes again to talk about me, you should tell them that I'm safe and that I can't go home because of unfinished business. And Olivine is like, will you tell me what's going on? And she's like, there's no way someone as pure and righteous as you would understand. And she tries to leave, but Olivine grabs her arm, and he notices that she's shaking and she's gone pale. And he says, I won't force you to talk, but he insists on giving her a blessing, and then she leaves. And then after she leaves, Olivine tells Eden that he's known Bella for a long time and that her parents have always struggled to make ends meet. And then he reveals that he actually put a tracking spell on her just now when he quote unquote gave her a blessing. And Morvay is like, oh my gosh, your holiness, I never thought you had it in you. Like, to lie and like that. And Olivine says he learned tracking magic when he was asked to infiltrate the sorcerer's trials just to be safe, which I always love when they reference other events, but that is of course a reference to Chimes of Darkness. And he's like, I feel bad about secretly tracking her, but something terrible could happen if I don't. So Eden asks to help, and then Morvay gives them one of these new super dangerous black market weapons. Okay, okay, Jesus. Fuck, my notes are confusing. I think Morvay didn't give them a weapon, he just said he was going to, so then in chapter 5, Piece of the Puzzle 1, he tells Eden to meet him at a bar where he has the weapons stored because he's tight with the boss and he gets to store black market items there or whatever. Also, trigger warning for this chapter. First though, before that, we go to the bar where Eden is meeting Morvay to pick up this weapon, and Morvay explains that the rumor is an underground craftsman once got a weapon from an unknown land and copied it using Klein techniques, but it was hard to make and deemed too dangerous, so it was outlawed, so weapons like this haven't been seen anywhere in years until now. And the weapon itself is an outfit paired with a quote-unquote handheld essence conductor. So the outfit, like, collects the essence and puts it into the handheld thing, and then you can shoot it. It's a gun, but like an essence gun. Also, with the way that the outfit works and whatever, you don't have to be like adept at magic to use them, so Eden can also use one, which I don't remember when it was in like some previous event, but there was one where Eden said, oh my gosh, I wish I could like funnel all my essence into a bullet and shoot it from a gun or something. And it's like, what the fuck? That's so funny that they put such crazy specific foreshadowing. So we cut to an Olivine flashback. This is where the scary happens, so trigger warning for the Olivine flashback. He is in the Sorcerer's Trials library back when he was a student, and he's straight up jorking his peanuts to the sound of 2 students smashing in the library. And after he is done, he says like, forgive me, I have sinned, or whatever, and then he feels this intense fear, so he uses a candle to self-harm, and then he says, accept your punishment and everything will be okay. I'm just not really going to say anything about this. There's a lot to be said. I'm sure you guys can all just kind of think it yourself. I don't have to say anything. So it cuts to current day Olivine. He wakes up. Turns out this flashback was just a dream nightmare situation. And then he thinks of Bella calling him pure and righteous. And he's like, she has no idea how wrong she is. And then he goes back to sleep. And then we get chapter 6, Familiar Shadow. So the next day, in an uninhabited forest close to the water territory / the black market border, which I think I mentioned before, the black market in this world is literally a physical place, like a physical marketplace, which is really funny. I mean, I guess I don't know how it works in real life, but it's really funny that there's like a border, like it seems like there's just a black market on the map. Like, here's the black market, by the way, you can go here. What do you mean? I feel like if the black market was just on a map like that, the fucking police, the knights and shit would be like, hey, there's a bunch of criminals. Like, why would they not? Which actually, I do know the answer to that question. It's because the black market helps a lot of the nobles and the knights and stuff anyway, so it's like kind of just like real life. So Eden and Olivine are meeting up in this forest, and Eden is in his new outfit with the gun. And Eden gives Olivine an outfit and a gun as well, and then he tells Olivine how to use the gun, and he accidentally takes down a tree with one shot. So Olivine is going crazy mode because he has so much essence and he's so powerful, right? And then Olivine casts a disguise spell on them and they head into the black market. So they get into the black market, and Olivine leads them to the place that Bella has been spending most of her time, remember, because of the tracking spell, and they hide in an alleyway to plan their next move, and a group of scary guys come out with a rich-looking middle-aged man in the middle of the group, and of course this rich-looking middle-aged man is Duke. And then he says, I look forward to our next meeting in 3 days, and someone else exits behind him. Guess who it is? It's Dante. So chapter 7, threats from the organization. So Duke is threatening Dante / Solaria because it's getting harder for Barbubble to do their work in the water territory. So I guess he wants to like move their shit to the fire territory or something. But before they can really hear more about this whole fucking situation going on between these 2 guys, Eden and Olivine get caught. They get caught by some dudes, and the guys bring them out in front of Duke and Dante, and then Duke snaps his fingers and the disguise spell vanishes. And he says, well, if it isn't the Grand Sorcerer and a temple priest, Sun Lord, it seems you've brought no shortage of little helpers along with you. Now, of course, Dante had no idea they were there, but Dante says, who I bring with me is none of your concern. Tell your men to lower their weapons. And then the Duke does so, and Dante takes Eden and Olivine, and he's like, let's go. And then the 3 of them leave. So Dante, knowing that if he said, these guys are not here with me, that would have put Eden and Olivine in grave danger, he was like, fine, I'll sacrifice a little bit of my trustworthiness or whatever to save these motherfucking idiots, which is cute. So then Eden tells Dante they're looking for someone, and he asks what Dante is doing here, and he's like, what's with the outfit and what's with the haircut? Because of course Dante has his gun outfit and whatever too. And then Eden gets all sad thinking about like that Dante is hiding so much from him, you know? And then Dante, he gets like upset about Eden's sad face. He's like, oh, that expression that he's making, man, he looks so sad, right? And then he actually explains his situation. Just boyfriend things. So not long ago, he received a letter from Duke blackmailing him with some sensitive information about Solaria that only Dante and his predecessors should have known, and he demanded certain Solarian privileges within 3 days or he'd release the information. And Eden thinks back to Dante mentioning keeping a meeting secret to Aster, and he thinks this could be what he was talking about. And Dante says he doesn't plan on letting Duke have his way, and he looks to a red mark on the ground, and he leads Eden and Olivine along a path of red marks until they arrive at a hidden doorway. And Dante explains that the marks are signals left behind by an informant that he's working with to guide him to their secret meeting points. So, it's Bella. Isn't that so cool? She's kind of girl bossing. So, Bella pulls up and Eden is like, what the fuck? Bella is your super secret informant? And he thinks she's just a kid. They grow up way too fast these days, which is like, what the... So they explain how they know her, and Dante explains that he was looking for an informant in the black market and she was one of Barbubble's newest recruits. So she was a good choice. And he also says she's been handsomely compensated, and then Olivine scolds her for getting involved in something so dangerous and worrying her family. And Bella says the boss has a special trick to control all the new recruits, something called the Pure White Proof. Now the Pure White Proof is a special kind of handkerchief, and if you touch it with a drop of your blood, a golden key is formed from your deepest, darkest secrets. And she says she knows where it is and can help Dante sneak in and take it, and then he can use it as a bargaining chip to get the boss to hand over the keys. But she doesn't like discussing this in front of Olivine because she still thinks that he is like very pure and perfect and whatever. So Dante agrees to this plan and he says they'll do it tomorrow, and Olivine is like, Bella is just a kid, you shouldn't be like involved in something like this. And Dante is like, she'd be considered an adult in Celeria, plus she chose to join the black market herself. And Olivine is like, fine, I'll go too then. And Bella is like, it's too dangerous, what if you get hurt? And Olivine is like, rest assured, I can take care of myself. And then she's like, okay, fine. And she agrees to find a new meeting place for tomorrow. So chapter 8, Piece of the Puzzle 2. We get a Dante flashback here, where an elderly minister tells a young Dante that the people are planning another revolt and they have to end the famine, which of course Dante is young, but he's already the Sun Lord at this point. And Dante says, what news of the officials who attempted to hide huge stocks of grain in order to incite an uprising? The minister says they're rich men and they've used their wealth to great effect. And then a second minister says they have no choice but to ask a rumored organization called Barbubble for help. And Dante asks if they have a contract with this organization, and the minister says, oh, not a contract, a contact. Jesus Christ. Once again, my handwriting sucks major ass. Dante asks if they have a contact with this organization, and the minister says, remember that merchant who claimed to be one of the Grand Sorcerer's most trusted confidants? And then the old minister is like, Dante, what would your parents think? And Dante is like, I'm the Sun Lord now, I'll do whatever it takes to help Celeria. And then current day Dante wakes up from this memory/dream, and he thinks, a dream about my first days as a Sun Lord. Even if that fool learned of what happened back then, it would do me no harm. But he's worried about what Eden would think of him if he knew this shady shit he was doing in the past, right? So, Olivine and Dante are both in the same position. They're plagued by memories of their past already, and they're worried what Eden would think of them. Also everybody else, but mostly Eden. Actually, with Dante, it is specifically Eden. Olivine, it's everybody plus Eden. So before Dante can get too lost in the sauce here with this mental illness, Eden comes in, and by the way, forgot to mention, they have relocated to the temple. They are in the kitchen at the temple. So Eden notices that Dante seems a bit upset, and then Dante finishes his thought from earlier. He says, if he knew of what happened, would he still look at me with the same eyes? Which, bruh. Chapter 9, Collector. Okay, so now it's time to sneak into this motherfucking collector's room and get the whatever. So Bella brings them to this dude who says he snagged a crystal that will temporarily disable the base's defense spell, but it won't last long, so they have to get over the wall fast. And then they disable the thing, go over the wall, and there's this cute little moment where Bella goes first, Olivine and Dante go next, and then they both hang back over the wall and hold out their hands to help Eden up. So Bella also says something about, she keeps like bringing up how perfect Olivine is and whatever, and she's all uncomfortable with him being there. And she says something like, oh, the pure white proof is no threat to someone as perfect as you, right? But before Olivine can reply, they hear the voices of two captains coming around the corner, and then Bella goes around the corner and pretends there's some issue that the captains need to solve, so they all leave and go the other direction. And then Bella brings the crew, Eden, Olivine, Dante, to the hall where new members pledge allegiance to the criminal organization. I noted at this point, Bella has been nervous this whole time. I smell a betrayal coming, so I mean, who would have thought? But anyway, as they enter the hall, Eden notices Dante taking several red crystals from his pocket, and Dante says they're a means of securing their escape route, and he tosses the crystals on the floor, and then he enters the hall. And of course, the door slams shut behind them, and Dante and Olivine immediately turn to sprint to Eden, but several gang members with guns appear. And then chapter 10, Pure White Proof. So they start shooting, and Dante and Olivine use their magic to shield Eden and themselves, but a few bullets get through, which causes blood to drip onto the floor. And then Duke pulls up and tosses Bella a pouch, and he says, "You'll find your key inside. You'll find your key inside. Your reward for delivering this delicious threesome to me." Which is crazy because it really would be a delicious threesome if you think about it. But unfortunately, we did not get that in this event. Maybe someday. So the Duke pulls out the pure white proof, and Olivine casts a powerful healing spell on him and Dante to prevent their blood from touching it, which Dante is like, wow, impressive. Just thought I'd note that because just it's important. Also, my fucking notebook is squeaky. You hear this? Why does my notebook squeak? I'm sorry if that's been happening this whole time, I just noticed it. And then the Duke is like, oh, like, I don't even need to get your blood anyway because this whole room is like a magic fucking whatever, so if your blood touches any of the walls or the floor, I automatically have it for the thing. So since their blood hit the floor earlier from the bullets, he has their things. And then he injects essence into the keys and they float into the air. It's like magically playing their fucking memories, you know, in the air for everybody in the room to see. So then chapter 11, puzzle revealed. This is again trigger warning for self-harm only during the Olivine memory, just so you know specifically when. But first we get the Dante memory. So an underground room full of people talking, one of which being young Dante asking for Barbubble's services. The former boss of Barbubble is like, "You're so young, are you sure you understand just how we do things?" And Dante says, "I do, and I see no issue." And then the boss tells Duke to bring Dante the contracts, and the scene fades to Olivine in the same cold underground space, but a different room, and his rolled up sleeves reveal a series of scabs and bruises on both arms, and Olivine is praying to God for forgiveness for his lack of control over his desires and his constant sinning in secret, and he asks to be punished and absolved of this evil, and then he cuts the skin of his arm with a quill, and a relieved smile appears on his face. So he is actually like the freakiest of freaks, like I don't even know. But this is also just, I think, a really like interesting portrayal of how people's religion can twist in their mind to create problems like this, you know what I mean? I don't know, it's just, yeah. So Eden, of course, sees all of this playing out, as does everybody else in the room. So Olivine and Dante are now really nervous because they know that Eden knows their secrets. And so Duke goes to make his leave, but Olivine shoots at him, and one of the gang members shoots Olivine's bullet, which causes it to hit the wall. And then Duke says, "It's regrettable I wasn't able to get yours too, Grand Sorcerer, perhaps next time." And then Duke tries to leave through a secret door, but Eden runs after him, and then a gunfight breaks out between Eden and Duke. Duke hits Eden in the shoulder, so Eden's aim is bad, and then the Duke evades his shot. But the Duke lets his guard down for like 1 second, and in that second, Eden grabs the pure white proof, and a bunch of bullets graze Eden's flesh while the Duke gets away, and Dante tells the gang to stand down, and they say, "We have you totally trapped." And then Dante is like, "Trapped, you say?" And he touches the red crystal badge on his jacket, which matches the ones that he dropped in the hallway. And Eden tells Olivine to get down and cover his ears, and then the main entrance explodes and sends the gang members flying. And then Dante and Olivine take out the remaining guys. And then Dante yells at Eden for being too reckless and trying to grab the keys, and Olivine heals him since he had lost a lot of blood at that point. And Eden is like, "Man, I didn't get the keys, but I did get the handkerchief." And then Eden's like, "Wait a minute, I just lost a lot of blood, but the proof didn't make a key. That's weird, right?" And Olivine is like, "Yeah, by all accounts, a key should have been produced. He's built different." And then Bella, who saw Olivine's past as well, comes up to him and she's like, "I was an idiot. I kept telling myself we were different, that you had never made any mistakes or suffered any pain, but in truth, you've suffered too, locked in a constant battle with yourself. I think I understand now. I know it's too late to apologize, but I want to do everything I can to make things right." And then she leaves. And I just really, I don't know, is anyone else about to cry or just me? Are we having another crying moment or is it just me? Because bruh, like this probably meant so much to Olivine, like somebody finally being able to, it was against his will, but somebody finally saw some of his deepest, darkest secrets and accepted him and was like, wow. I don't know. Also, I feel like somebody thinking that it's a good thing that he isn't perfect was probably so like therapeutic for him, that she was like, "Wow, you're just like me for real, and I feel so bad for doubting you," like whatever. It's like, he probably was like, "Damn, bitch, that's awesome." But yeah, it's bruh. So Bella leaves and Olivine is like, "Wait, like come back." And then Dante is like, "Reinforcements are on the way, we gotta leave." So chapter 12, a concerned person's thoughts. They hide in some empty like storage closet room to plan their next move, and Dante and Olivine are all weird because of their secrets being revealed. So Eden gives them a little pep talk, and he's like, "Those were just snippets, right? Nowhere near enough to get the full picture. But for you two, they must be some pretty painful memories. So how about this? I'll pretend I didn't see anything, and if you guys ever feel ready to Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll pretend I didn't see anything, and if you guys ever feel ready, we can talk about it. And Dante is like, easy to say, but can you honestly do such a thing? And he has this like really soft, sad face, and it's like killing me. And Eden is like, I guess it might be a little difficult to actually forget, but I trust both of you completely. We've known each other for a long time now, and even if you have a few skeletons in your closets, that doesn't mean I don't know the real you, which is sore boyfriend. And Dante is basically like, yeah, fucking right, like shut the fuck up. But Olivine is like, oh my gosh, thank you, that's such a relief. And then it cuts to Eden shooting people, but every time he shoots somebody with his essence thing, he is yelling, sorry, I'm sorry. Which is so cute. And of course, the shots are non-fatal. They're not killing people, but still. And then while they're fighting, they're having this big like shootout, right? And one of the underlings looks at Olivine and is like, you're his holiness, right? Can you save us? And Olivine looks at them, but he is like, my duty to my companions comes first. And then he thinks to himself, look at how they suffer, shouldering the burdens of their pasts. They live in fear of being exposed, their reputations destroyed, their loved ones devastated, heartbroken, hoping, wishing that the suffering might end one day. And then he says, I understand your pain, and I will grant you absolution. And it's just, he goes ham. He says that and then he goes ham, right? And I think there was a lot of fan art of this moment. And I just love picturing it. I mean, I don't know if anybody else is having like a vivid image in their mind. Probably not, because my explanation is not nearly as good as the scene building in the game. But like, I don't know, it's like an action movie. Anyway, so then he goes ham and Dante is like, the priest has given us an opening. And then they leave Olivine behind after some hesitation from Eden to chase down the Duke, who was like, you know, behind this fucking huge mob of guys. And so they find a path of signals from Bella and they follow them to a sturdy iron door. And Dante tries to melt the lock, but it's heat resistant. And then Eden senses essence and sees a magic circle etched into the lock, the same magic circle etched into the pure white proof. So he puts the pure white proof up to the door and it opens, and then they head in. And of course it's the collector's collection, or in other words, a room full of keys with everybody's names on them. And they feel an essence wave, and a glowing magic circle the size of the entire room appears above them. And then the Duke comes in and he's like, everyone who joins knows this room is off limits. Anyone who breaks this rule must suffer the corresponding punishment. Get too curious and you die. Simple as that. So chapter 13, the way to manipulate someone's heart. The magic circle starts draining their essence and Duke goes into a villain monologue, and he's all, the pure white proof has granted me the unparalleled power to control anyone I meet. Even, what was her name again? She's known the priest for years, yet she chose to follow my orders. And Dante says, all that proves is how powerless and despised you truly are. And Eden thinks, Dante's fire looks a little unstable. But maybe. And he says, Dante, all you need to worry about is attacking Duke. And Dante's like, what are you talking about? And Eden says, he's draining your essence, so I'll replenish it. Let's see which one of us gives out first. And as he says that, Duke fires a bunch of bullets at Eden, but Dante pulls Eden into his arms at just the right second. And Dante says, such a reckless plan. Where do you get the confidence? And Eden says, it's you I have confidence in, so make sure you take him down before I pass out, okay? And then Dante smiles and he holds Eden in one arm and his gun in the other one. And it's like, just, whoa. Just, oh my god. This event is so good. I hate talking about the ones that are super heavy and like I just don't have the time for all this emotional weight. I'm sick of it. But also, it's so well done. It's so good. So they start going ham and Eden's legs give out, but Dante holds him up and Eden's like, I'm fine, don't worry. And then Dante thinks, liar, he'll be in danger if I don't subdue Duke soon. But he says, hold on just a bit longer. And then Dante shoots Duke in the chest and a powerful essence wave comes from above, causing the ceiling to explode, which covers Duke in falling debris. Chapter 14, Escaping Bonds. So Duke rises from the rubble as Olivine tosses his warped gun to the floor, and he says, Bella told me you were here. Sorry for taking so long. I had to find my own way in. Which is so... that's such a classic, like, badass action movie line. Like, sorry for taking so long. I had to find my own way in. Like, bitch... Anyways, so Olivine borrows Eden's gun because he literally used so much power to blow up the fucking ground that his gun was broken. He uses Eden's gun and he joins forces with Dante to take down the Duke for good, with non-lethal shots, of course, because duh. So they get their keys back and Eden uses Dante's gun to destroy them with his remaining essence. But before Eden shoots, Duke is like, you haven't seen the rest of the memories. Don't you want to know what they're hiding from you? And Eden says, even if I did, I wouldn't need these to find out. And then he destroys the keys and the pure white proof. And then he passes out. Just had to take a moment. I am now crying again. bruh. Am I a little bit emotionally unstable and mentally ill? Yeah, but also this was a very powerful moment. Can you blame me? I'm tearing up. What do you want? What do you want from me? Anyway, so chapter 15, Caught in the Net. He wakes up in the temple, and we find out that after he passed out, Dante captured Duke and turned him into the Knights, and now the bar bubble captains will be occupied for a while fighting over the leader position. And then Dante is like, oh, you're staying in bed? And Eden is like, don't look at me like that. You used up a ton of essence too, right? You should go take a rest for yourself for once. And Olivine is like, hee hee. And then Eden's like, what's so funny? And Olivine is like, I was just recalling the sight of you destroying our keys. Seeing you so ready to protect our secrets, I can't help but feel at ease. And Dante says, I have to admit you handled the situation well. Destroying the keys before that information gets out has likely saved us a great deal of trouble. And Olivine says, indeed, destroying a couple keys is much easier than dealing with those who know too much. And Dante is like shocked. He's like, whoa, the priest is kind of bad. And chapter 6, Determined Guard. We find out that Dante said the Knights raided the black market and seized all of the essence conductors, the guns, to be destroyed. So, yippee. So it cuts to Olivine and Eden going shopping at the Water Territory Farmers Market. Olivine visited Bella's family. They're having trouble coming to terms with everything. Even after getting her key, Bella confessed her crimes, so she has a lot of atoning to do, but she seems a lot more happy now than she ever was before. And Eden, upon hearing this from Olivine, is like, well, as they always say, the road to redemption starts with admitting your mistakes. And then Olivine says, I'm not sure if I'll ever have that chance. And Eden's like, in that case, I'll be your accomplice. If you have secrets, I'll keep them to my dying breath. And if they ever come out, I'll be there to defend you. And Olivine is like, oh my god, thank you, that's crazy. And then we cut to Eden running into Dante as he's leaving the mansion. And Dante is like, listen, like, about what my key showed you. And Eden says, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. And Dante is like, I know that. What I want to ask is, doesn't it bother you? And he has that really sad face again. And then Eden is like, to be honest, it bothers me a whole lot, but my mind hasn't changed. Besides, if I wanted to know your secrets, I'd much rather they come from you. And Dante says, all I can tell you is that I did what I did for the sake of protecting everything that I hold dear. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd make the same choice. And then he turns to leave, and Eden says, don't try acting all cool. The exit is the other way. And then Dante says, who said I was leaving? I'll be staying here for the next few days at least. Tell that crooked vampire to make the proper arrangements, or he can forget about any more trade deals. So basically, Eden's response convinced Dante to stay and be with his BF for a few extra days. Yippee! And then that's the end of the main story. So we move on to the cards, starting with SSR Silver Confessor Olivine. This card is fucking crazy. We'll get into it. So, chapter 1. Nope. Room 1. Locked Crisis. So, a report from the Knights comes in saying someone stole a new weapon and was spotted with it near the water temple, so now Eden and Olivine have borrowed their guns again to watch the temple. Which I thought all the guns were destroyed. I don't know what's up with that, but whatever. And they see a familiar looking man stealing supplies from the temple, and he leaves a big box behind, as well as injuring Olivine's boob in the process of like a little scuffle, right? So Olivine's booba was hit with this like magic potion poison thing, and so the poison the poison has to be expelled somehow from Olivine's boob. I wonder how they're gonna do that. I wonder how they're gonna pull that off. So in the box there is a suction cup device, essence powered fucking whatever the fuck. So, I'm assuming you can infer what happens next. Eden goes a little horny mode, and he's like, no, I have to hold back. This is /serious. And then Olivine is like, no, it's okay. You don't have to hold back. And then we get room 2, honey or poison. No notes about this. Actually, my only note just says boob. That's it. So, it's boob. Then room 3, past and scars. So Eden asks how Olivine knew there was going to be a suction device in the box, and Olivine is like, this wasn't my first rodeo. So we get a flashback to young Olivine as a Sorcerer's Trials student again, and some kid named Angus they're in like a class, and some kid named Angus is being questioned about a box full of quote-unquote tools in front of the class, and he tells the professor that the tools can make you feel good, and the professor tells Angus to shut the fuck up, and Angus is like, even that goody two-shoes Olivine knows. He'll even sneak a peek when me and and the others are playing with these. And the professor's like, yeah, right. And then some random kid is like, yeah, everyone looks up to Olivine. There's no way he would break the rules like you. Because remember, there's a no sex rule and like all that shit. And then everyone in the room is like, yeah, Olivine's awesome. Like he would never. And Olivine is like, I wonder why they all have such high expectations of me. And then current day Olivine says he envied Angus at times for being able to face himself head on, and that Angus was telling the truth back then, but Olivine couldn't admit it in front of everyone. And Eden gives Olivine a little hug, and he's like, if I were with you back then, I would definitely comfort you like this. And Olivine tells Eden he thinks the criminal from tonight was Angus, and he cast a tracking spell on him in hopes of being able to talk to Angus himself. And Eden is like, well, can I go with? And Olivine, of course, is like, yeah. So we pull up to the meeting. They're like in the middle of the woods, I think. And Angus puts a magic barrier between Eden and Olivine that's soundproof, but he lifts Olivine's one so him and Olivine can talk without Eden hearing. And Olivine says he needs Angus's gun to turn it in, and Angus says he wants to turn it into something that people who don't know magic can use. And Olivine is like, you want to give such a weapon to the common folk? And Angus is like, no need to throw a fit. This is just like potion-based magic and the suction device. You can understand it once you've experienced its wonder. Tell me, those things are good, right? I left that stuff at the temple hoping you'd understand me and come seek me out. What a shame. And Olivine says, me? Understand you? And Angus says, yes, we are fellow travelers. We both have an instinct for pursuing pleasure. And Olivine says, you're wrong. I'm always aware of what I'm doing. And Angus says, so that time you concealed that deadly magic in your fist, did you know what you were doing then? And then room 4, firing at former days. It cuts back to the flashback from before, and Olivine, without noticing, is clenching his fist and thinking about all the pressure that he's under from everybody thinking he's perfect. And this desire for freedom is about to explode, and a strong magic brews in his fist, and he starts thinking like, if only none of this existed, you know? And then the professor says his name, and he snaps back to reality, thinking nobody noticed, but Angus, of course, did. So then we cut back to the present. And Angus says that's when he realized him and Olivine are the same. And he says eventually his desire will come out, it's inescapable, and Olivine thinks he's right. And he thinks back to injecting the gemstone with the monster nut back in the main story. But just in that moment, Eden breaks through the barrier and says, I have no idea what that guy said to you, but don't let him get to you. And Olivine thinks, right, there's no time for confusion. Eden managed to escape the barrier by himself. I can't afford to feel bad about having failed him. And then Olivine is like, Angus, I can't agree with your reasoning, so hand over the essence conductor. And Angus is like, if it weren't for this guy, I would have convinced you. And he tries to shoot Eden, but Olivine shoots Angus's gun and breaks it. And so they're shooting each other and fucking whatever. But they failed to notice there's a magic circle on the ground where Eden is standing, and it starts constricting him. And Eden is like, I can't let Olivine worry about me. I have to rely on my own strength. So he uses his essence to resist, and it works, but he still can't talk. So Olivine doesn't know that Eden isn't like currently dying. And so Olivine gets this really scary look on his face, and he shoots Angus in the face. But like, he shot him in the face gently, I guess. Like, I don't know. So he tells Angus to let Eden go and make Eden pass out. And the narration or whatever says that Olivine feels just like when he drugged the altar, hurting while also feeling incomparably relaxed. So he's like going crazy mode, and he's about to kill Angus, like actually fucking kill him. And Eden uses more essence to cough out that he'll be fine, and he makes his way over to Olivine. And then Angus is like, that's unexpected. And Eden says, what comes next will be even more unexpected. And then he puts his hand on Olivine's hand / Olivine's gun, and he says, this one's for me. And then they join forces to hit Angus with just enough essence to make him faint. And Olivine is like, Eden is telling me to not get carried away by my emotions. This time, I'm being protected by Eden. And then they go turn Angus in, and Olivine is like troubled by everything that Angus said. And Eden is like, are you okay? And Olivine shares his feelings for once, and he says he wants to deny that he's the same as Angus, but in truth, he's always had dark thoughts. And if Eden wouldn't have stopped him, he may have actually killed Angus. And he thinks maybe a day will come where he won't be able to control himself, which is so Yakumo core. So I think Olivine and Yakumo should kiss. Thanks. And then Olivine is like, if that happens. And Eden is like, if that happens, I'll be right here with you, because no one understands how hard you've been trying more than I do. Maintaining such gentleness under constant pressure is pretty difficult, right? Even harder in an emergency like this one just now. I don't think you'll turn into an Angus, but if you're worried it might happen, I'll believe you. And Olivine is like, you'll choose to believe me? And Eden's like, yeah, I know you have your reasons. It's because I believe you that I'll be here no matter what kind of person you become. That's the most important. And Olivine thinks he's willing to accept that side of me. It's like, I'm not scared anymore. And then Olivine's tiredness from the fight suddenly catches up to him, and he leans on Eden, and Eden is like, you look so handsome like this and whatever. So it's horny time. So we get room 5, beloved accomplice. No notes on this one. They smash. They go crazy. I don't know. It's fine. So SSR, Infernal Treaty Maker Dante. Room 1, Confessional Adventure. So while Dante is staying at the mansion after the main story, there's hardly any trace of him, right? He's like barely there. Then one night he comes knocking on Eden's door, and he's drunk as fuck, dressed up in his gun outfit, and he says something about Eden pretending to be the Grand Sorcerer, and then he leaves, and Aster shows up, and he's like, looks like Dante has been taking the investigation I entrusted him with very serious. So apparently after Duke lost his power, some big shot came to Aster saying he wants to get the key back from what remained of the organization, and this noble is important to Aster, so he couldn't ignore the request, but everyone knows him, so he had Dante do it. And Eden asks where Dante goes to gather intel, and Aster says the remnants of Bar Bubble hang at a specific bar. Cut to Eden and Dante at this bar with their hands handcuffed together. So we find out that Eden came because 2 is safer than 1, and they ended up having to play this bar game for a key. So the bartender explains the rules. It's basically truth or dare, but they're handcuffed together. But the shackles are like lie detecting. They have magic on them, so you can't lie, right? Eden wins round 1, and he asks Dante how many drinks it takes to get Dante drunk. Also, I forgot to mention each pair has like a supervisor to make sure they do it right. So their supervisor tells Eden that his question about Dante's drinks is too fucking lame, so they make Eden switch questions. So Eden asks instead, who did you lose your virginity to? And then Dante says some shit about his first experience being with a master of etiquette, which is crazy. Dante wins round 2, and he asks what secret is held in Eden's key, because they're pretending to be past Bar Bubble members, so in theory Eden would have a key, which of course is an impossible question to answer truthfully without giving their position away, which means Eden has to choose dare. But right before Eden actually says that, Dante is saying like, it's okay if you don't answer, but Eden cuts him off by saying dare, and Dante was not expecting that. So then the dare is to drink a house special wild drink, and Eden chugs it and then wins the next round. So now Eden is drunk and horny because of course the drink had aphrodisiacs in it, as per usual. Also, the dare wasn't from Dante, the dare was like given by the supervisor or something, I think. And so Eden asks what was in Dante's key, and then Dante is like, enough. And then he picks Eden up and they leave, but now they can't take the shackles off. So room 2, when we're shackled together, they go into the bar's underground storage room and they argue about whose fault it is that their plan is ruined, and Dante keeps kissing Eden throughout the argument, which is really like, whoa. And then Dante asks why Eden drank the alcohol, and Eden is like, you would have done the same thing. And Dante explains that he was trying to get more intel out of their supervisor, and that Eden could have answered anything, and Eden is like, but the magic shackles. And Dante is like, there's no fucking magic on these shackles, you dumbass. They're just normal shackles. And Eden is like, bruh. But he's really tired now, so they finish, and Dante gives him a piggyback, and he says, you don't have to be angry, I have no intention of finding out your secret, which is really cute. Also, I have to add that to, somebody anonymously asked me on Tumblr the other day. They were like, I know you've been taking notes on stuff, but did you take notes on every time Eden has been picked up? And I was like, yeah, I do think I have a list of those. Like, I don't have a list, but I think I have them in my notes. But I couldn't, like, I wasn't about to actually read all of my notes front to back to make that list, so I just kind of thought of some off the top, and I keep finding more, so I have to add this to that list. Let me go find the post. Anyway, so room 3, read my mind. Or read my mind, not really sure. So Eden wakes up with a hangover, and he goes to the kitchen where Dante is already drinking hangover tea, which Yakumo made. I think they should kiss. And of course, Yakumo also made some for Eden, so they sit there and like drink this hangover tea, and it's like really cute. And Eden is like, thanks for taking me home, and Dante smiles and says, it's nothing, which causes Eden to think, don't tell me he's still drunk, shouldn't he be calling me a nuisance and listing my shortcomings? And then they talk strategy for recovering the keys, and Dante is reminded of Eden saying, even if you don't tell me, don't think I can't guess it, after asking what Dante's key holds yesterday. And then Dante, kind of out of nowhere, with that sad look in his eyes, says, you think so too? That whatever I do, it'll be too late? And Eden is like, what? I have a note here that says, maybe it's because I've been unwell recently, but this is going over my head. So I don't know if this story just like low-key didn't make sense, or if my notes are really bad and I forgot to write down something that was like really important. But anyway, bear with me. I don't really know what the fuck is going on either, to be honest. So they go back to like talking strategy or whatever, and they're talking about about how since the keys can't be opened, nobody knows whose key they actually have, so it's throwing a wrench in their plan because they need one specific guy's key. And Dante asks if Eden would chase the keys if it were up to him, and Eden says, I'd first have to consider the risk of my secret being revealed, and the cost of chasing them, I don't know. And Dante says that doesn't sound like something you would answer. And Eden says, I really don't know. There's a lot I don't want people to know. If the pure white proof could be used on me, I might not have one key but a whole chain. Maybe I'm naive, but I have a hard time thinking I would trade these secrets for anything, or that I would go through hell and back for secrets. And Dante says, you are naive. And Eden says, I feel the same about other people's secrets. And Dante is like, is he talking about me? He wants to know that secret, but he's not willing to exchange or trade for it. If he's willing, he can probably guess the outlines of the thing. He doesn't mention it because he's waiting for me to bring it up first. But words have weight. Keeping other people's secrets is not a lighthearted matter. And then Eden suddenly in this moment is like, hold on. If those shackles weren't magic, does that mean the master of etiquette wasn't real? And Dante is like, of course he was fake. Why would I possibly? And Eden's like, what a waste of my vivid imagination. And Dante is like, you have no permission to imagine. They were having this whole moment. I kind of love when they do this, when it's like they're having a whole moment and then all of a sudden they're goofing. And then they go back to that bar bubble base that is now essentially open to the public. And they find the bigwig's key with 2 other keys in a box under a pillar in the collection room. And Eden ponders what they should do with the other 2. And Dante says, let's just get out of here first. And then room 4, speak. I keep calling the rooms chapters. I think I did that in the last in Rusted Nation. I don't know why I'm doing that, but oh well. So Dante goes to throw all 3 keys into a river, and Eden is like, whoa, wait a minute. And Dante says it doesn't matter that they recovered the key. The noble will still be scared in the future because a secret merely has to exist for it to be exposed. The key doesn't matter at all. He's once again spitting bars. And Eden asks why Dante was scared when Duke got his key then, and Dante says if it weren't for this secret having to do with Celeria, he wouldn't care who knew, which is of course a lie. And so Eden is like, including me? And Dante is like, of course including you, which is a lie. And Eden's like, so if someday you're no longer Sunlord, or this secret no longer matters to Celeria, you'd be willing to tell me? And Dante is like, if you remember to ask me when that day comes. And Eden's like, hee hee, you don't distrust me. And Dante is like, do you have to confirm something you already know? Which is so crazy. And then Eden says, saying it out loud is very important. Words have weight, which is of course what Dante was just thinking about the keys and the secrets and shit earlier. So Dante's like, what? And then Eden keeps the noble's key for Aster and tosses the other 2 in the canal. And he tells Aster there was only 1 key in the box, and Dante leaves without a word. He goes to his room to drink alone like a fucking freak, and Eden brings some ice cubes and tells Dante about putting ice in alcohol. And Dante says it doesn't sound too bad. But of course, because he's drunk or whatever, his facial expressions are particularly easy to read right now. So Eden can tell that he's angry and he asks why. And Dante is like, destroying the noble's key would have been the right thing to do. That way, he would forever be worried whether I actually destroyed his key, afraid I might reveal his secrets. He wouldn't dare cause any trouble for Celeria. And Eden's like, you're not that kind of person. And Dante is like, you tell me, you've seen my secret. And Eden thinks, so he does still care about that, he just needs to be drunk to admit it. And then he says, didn't we agree? I'm not going to make a guess until you tell me. Plus, it's not the secret itself I care about. I just want to bear the weight of the secret with you. Even if we agree to embrace something dark, it'll be easier together. And Dante's like, don't. Just worry about yourself. You don't always have to want to bear whatever. No one can just keep bearing the burdens of others. And Eden's like, huh? And Dante's like, when I carried you back that time, you were talking in your sleep about when you were little. And Eden's like, what the fuck did I say? Tell me. And then he's like, wait, don't tell me. Damn it. And Dante is like, do you see how I feel now? And he thinks to himself, unwilling to say it, but wanting to know what the other thinks. You can almost hear their thoughts, but you don't dare listen. And then Dante says to Eden the same thing that Eden said to him, which is, I'll wait for you to tell me, I want to share the burden, whatever. And Eden is like, don't imitate me, you prick. And Dante is like, I'm not. Words have weight, so I use them sparingly. Sparingly, whatever. There's a lot others don't need to know. But hearing you talk in your sleep, I really hope you tell me of your own volition. And then Eden thinks, is this what he meant? No one can just keep carrying the burdens of others, and he's willing to share the burden with me. I have nothing to share, but it does make me a bit happy. And then Eden goes horny menace mode, and he's like, you want to know? What'll you give me in exchange? And Dante is like, are you drunk? Didn't you say it can't be exchanged? And then we get room 5, Between Ice and Fire. While they're smashing / afterwards, Dante says something and he's like, it's okay if you want to break your promise, but no, I only understand people through my dealings with them. And Eden says, my secret isn't actually all that special, I just don't want you to see my flaws. And Dante says, there's no shame in that kind of secret. And then he thinks to himself, plus, I have the same reason, but I'll keep that a secret from him for now. And then that is the end of that, and the end of the event. So, we're down to the fucking last one. I'm gonna cry. Okay, strap in, you guys. Strap the fuck in. Here we go. It's the big one, the last one. Also a very long one. So when I said strap in, I meant it. Okay, it's time for Frozen Echoes. Frozen Echoes ran from December 7th, 2023 until January 4th, 2024 and had 3 SSRs: Tranquil Cloud Edmund, Snow Patrol Quincy, and Binary Starlight Garu. Let's fucking go. So chapter 1. A folk song that resonates with Essence. So Eden goes to visit Edmund at his house, and he's wearing a new outfit that he made for winter, and Edmund is also wearing a new outfit that was specifically made for performing at the wintertime ceremony. And so Edmund was chosen to sing a special song in this wintertime ceremony. Legend has it, it's a folk song from an ancient tribe that would sing it to pray for nature's blessings. And the reason this song was chosen is because it resonates with people's essence when it's sung, and the reason they chose Edmund to sing it is because he also has a lot of essence, so they figured it would work better if he did it. But Edmund is nervous about this, and he says, in truth, ever since my gemstone regained its luster, I have slowly come to feel the benefits of living in harmony with essence, which is a huge win. And then he says that the song is unfinished. Like, it has an unfinished melody and no lyrics. So it's like, bruh. But of course Eden is like, I'll help finish it, like, we're good. And they bring up how Eden wrote the song for Idolfest. And then chapter 2, expectations hard to conceal. So Eden is back at the mansion, and Aster comes to tell him that Edmund is headlining the wintertime ceremony. So Eden is like, why do I get the feeling you know more about this than Edmund himself? So of course Aster is trying to make money off of Edmund's performance, like he was making money off of the Idolfest performance. And he also somehow already knows that Eden is finishing the song, and Eden is like, what the fuck, how do you know about that? And Aster is like, let's not sweat the details. Anyway, whatever Grand Sorcerer related rumors you might hear, be sure to ignore them. And then he leaves. So Eden ends up finding Karu hiding behind Momo, and Karu is like, I was just passing by. I'm not at all interested in what you two were just talking about. And Eden is like, oh, because I mentioned Idolfest? I remember you were a big fan. And Karu is like, I told you, I'm not interested. And I absolutely do not think that human knight will look amazing performing on stage. So you can add those two to the list of pairs that I want to kiss. So then Eden gives Karu some shit for that, and then he heads to his room to start working on the song. And Karu comes up and he starts pacing outside the door, and Eden is like, if you want to come in, just come in. And Karu is like, I guess I can lend a hand, but he doesn't really understand music. He can't read it, so Eden hums the song, and Karu gets that essence resonance feeling. But then Eden tells Karu to go to sleep because he's been awake for a really long time today, and usually he isn't out for that long. It's usually Garu mostly. So Karu goes to sleep, and then Garu comes out and he's like, hey, maybe we should visit the Wood Territory tribe for inspo because they might know similar songs. And then he also passes out from the big sleepy, and Eden is like, you know what, that's actually a good idea, plus I should visit Quincy because I haven't seen him in a while. So chapter 3, Unfamiliar Totem. The forest is of course covered in snow because it's winter, which is so fun to know that it snows in the Wood Territory. Why wouldn't it? I'm not sure, but it's just, it's fun. And Eden, the whole time he's been walking or whatever he's been doing, he's been humming the song, and he notices that the resonance between his essence and the melody has intensified since he got to the Wood Territory. And then he gets to the tribe and he sees a platform with unfamiliar totems all over, and he's like, well, that's weird because I asked Quincy to explain all of the meanings behind their totems, and I've never seen or heard of this one. Which I would like to point out that it's very cute that Eden asked to know what all the totems are for, and I feel like Quincy probably was very happy that there was somebody else that was interested to know that. And I think they should kiss, but they actually do, so it's okay. I don't have to dream because they kiss frequently. Anyways, so Quincy shows up in his winter outfit, and he says that this This specific totem represents an unknown power of nature, and it's not commonly used outside the specific purpose of the tribe's wintertime ceremony. And so then Eden is like, oh my gosh, like what's the purpose of the ceremony? Why is there nobody here? Like asking all these questions as per usual. And Quincy says the ceremony takes place at night and that it's like a really ancient ceremony, like existed well before he was born type of old. And then Eden is like, oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna ask you, does the tribe sing any like ancient songs? And Quincy gets all serious and he's like, no, there's no song. And then the ground starts shaking and there's an avalanche going on. So Quincy is like, stay close to the tribe, and then he leaves. And Eden starts humming the song again, and the elemental spirits around him start singing it back. And they start gathering around, and it creates this like river of light that stretches deep into the forest. So chapter 4, a song sung by elemental spirits. It cuts to Eden back at the mansion again, and Edmund has come to visit, and Olivine, Yakumo, and Blade are offering their help with his singing practice, which is so cute and I love them. Also, Karu wants Edmund's autograph, which is so cute and I'm gonna throw up and die. And Edmund is like, now hold on, y'all are profiting off this event, like what the fuck? He finds out that Aster is selling shit and he's like, bruh. So basically what happened is Aster has hyped this event up so much that now it is being billed as a magical song written by the Grand Sorcerer, blessed by the god of Klein, and performed by the vice captain on behalf of the king to bless the people. And Aster is making, of course, merch and like a whole bunch of shit, so yeah, it's a whole situation. Also, Eden tells Edmund about the elemental spirits, and he says he didn't follow them, he just memorized the rest of the melody and rushed home to write it down right away. And he says his guess is that long ago someone from the tribe heard the spirits and made a record of the melody. And Edmund is like, I doubt everyone can hear the song. And so they figure it's probably something to do with like having high levels of essence and whatever. And then chapter 5, surprising stage decoration. So Edmund is practicing, and he says he has to practice until the song comes as naturally as breathing. And Eden is like, I thought you might say that, so I prepared a surprise for you. And the surprise is that they are going to the wood territory to practice on that platform stage that the tribe uses. This was actually Karu's idea, and then Eden had to convince the tribe to let them use the stage. Another important note is that they invited everybody else in the whole clan because Karu was like, well, if you perform for a small audience, then the bigger audience is going to be less scary, which is exactly what Yakumo did during Idolfest. Just kind of a cute little thing. Also, the explanation for Karu's outfit is that Eden gave it to him as a gift. So, in case you were wondering, there's that. Also, Blade has made a bunch of those little Eden statues and put them on the stage. And then Eden is like, wouldn't it be kind of weird having statues of me up on the stage at Edmund's performance? And Blade is like, oh my gosh, you're right. I should make Edmund statues. And Edmund is like, no, please don't do that. Another couple important things. One is everybody is here besides Quincy. And the second important thing I want to mention is that Ray and Kuya show up at the exact same time. Very suspicious. I think they were exploring each other's bodies before they got here. Any arguments? No arguments, thanks. So Ray, of course, is here to study and research this phenomenon, but he tells specifically Yakumo to sing the song because he also wants to study Yakumo, which I think is the most important thing to come out of this event. Not really, but to me, this is big news because, as I think I mentioned in the main story video, they are one of my top favorite ships. I love them. I am mentally unwell about these guys, okay? And I always will be. And they need to kiss immediately. I think my desk is making sounds, by the way, sorry about that. It's been doing that this whole 3 videos and I'm just now apologizing, but like, you know, so Edmund finds out that this was Karu's idea and he thanks Karu for coming up with this and for keeping him company while he's been practicing. So, as it turns out, Karu has been keeping Edmund company the whole time he's been practicing, which is literally so cute and precious and I'm gonna die. And then Edmund invites Karu onto the stage to join for the rehearsal, and Karu gets all excited, but then of course he tries to hide it because he's like, no, I would never be excited about this. But then Karu gets up on stage and he passes out. Chapter 6, irregular essence fluctuations. So Garu wakes up and he's like, Karu got too excited, but he's forcing himself to stay awake. But Karu wants Garu to sing in his place while he's dead. And then Eden starts thinking about like, Quincy isn't here because he's been really busy, but for some reason, Kuya is right on time, which is very suspicious. And it is very suspicious. But we'll find out exactly why here in a moment. So Edmund and Garu start singing the song and they feel like they're essence is trying to like escape their bodies or something. So they both release their essence at the same time, and it sends a huge shock wave of essence flying out into the crowd, and it hurts everybody in the path, which is everybody but the two of them. And Edmund is fine, but Garu falls to his knees and falls asleep, and then Quincy shows up. Chapter 7, The Call of the Valley. So Quincy and Edmund help take everyone but Kuya to the tribe to rest, and Kuya is like, judging by that look on your face, old friend, you know exactly what happened here. Accident as it was, they answered the call of the valley. And Quincy is like, and you just let that happen? And Kuya says, don't be mistaken. I have no idea what you're trying to prevent with your strange behavior at this time of year, but it clearly isn't working. And then Kuya leaves. So the reason he showed up right on time is because he knew this was going to happen, and he thought it would be funny, haha, which I'm sure it was for him, and now he is entertained, so he's fucking leaving. Eden shows up right as Kuya is leaving, and he heard like the end of that conversation, and Edmund also shows up, and they're like, yo, Quincy, you gotta fill us in on the fucking situation, like what the hell just happened? And Quincy says the echo doesn't affect the people who release the essence, that's why Edmund and Garu are relatively fine, and he asks where they found the song, and so they fill him in on the whole situation. And Quincy confirms that the song was passed down through the tribe since ancient times, and he says the unknown power represented by the totem could be the singing elemental spirits since they appear each year at the time of the ceremony, but these days the connection has been lost, and he says he didn't want to tell Eden before because it was dangerous. And Edmund is like, well, back when I was a guard, I never heard of any incidents involving such injuries, and Quincy says that what happened today was unusual. These elemental spirits have a fixed habitat. They normally stay deep in the mountains and only are active in the winter. And Eden is like, oh, so is that what Kuya was talking about with the call of the valley? And Quincy's like, yeah, they occupy the sky above the valley and repeat the melody while forming unique curtains of light. Only those with strong enough essence can hear the melody and see the lights. Kuya and I have only ever heard fragments. You have enough essence to hear the whole song. So the shockwave was from the spirits, and Quincy says if you release your essence to answer their call, you incur the echo's curse. He also says every year at this time he patrols the mountains to make sure nobody gets too close to the valley, but these repeated rehearsals of the song have drawn the elemental spirits out of the valley instead, so this bullshit still happened. And then Garu suddenly comes running, saying that Karu has disappeared. Chapter 8, The Disappearance of an Important Person. So Garu says Karu sang with him on stage, and then it felt like he left with the essence that Garu released. And Edmund asks if this is part of the curse, and Quincy looks all worried, and he's like, no, I've never heard of this happening before. As I understand it, they inflict damage by bouncing the song and the essence back and forth like an echo in a valley. The stronger their essence, the more severe the backlash. If the clan members hadn't been there to block the essence, the entire tribe would have been wiped out. And Eden says, I get the feeling he's seen something like this before, otherwise how would we know all this? But now's not the time to ask that. So Garu asks Quincy for help, and Quincy says he doesn't know what to do. Edmund says they could possibly find answers in the valley, and Quincy says it's too dangerous, but Garu is like, I don't care how dangerous it is, I need Karu back. And then Edmund is like, well, this whole incident is my fault, so I'm gonna go with. And Eden is like, I'm the only one who can hear the song, so I should go too. And of course Garu is going, so Quincy says he'll lead them to the valley, but once they're in the mountains, they have to do exactly as Quincy says. So they get on their way. Chapter 9, Seeking the Source. It is now blizzarding and also nighttime, and Edmund is acting all weird, and he's being like, you know, you've been hurt by my essence once already, further contact might make it worse, and he's like staying away from people. And Garu, upon hearing him say that, is like, oh my gosh, you're right, maybe I should stay away too. And Eden is like, shut the fuck up, like be for real. So he takes their arms in his, and then they keep walking together, and they pull up to the valley, and the light curtain is here, but it's faint because of the barrier that Quincy put up around the valley, but they can hear the song. And Edmund says, judging by the way they act, they seem to have a richer consciousness than ordinary elemental spirits, and the melody sounds almost artificial. Even though they're surrounded by mountains, the song has no echo. And Quincy says it's probably not a true sound, it's just the way they use essence to communicate being similar to sound, which I think is a pretty interesting thing, like just what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. And then Eden hears the complete melody of the song, which is nice. Now he doesn't have to make any more melody up for Edmund's performance. Yes. Chapter 10, Aurora. So Eden suddenly walks into a cloud of mist/fog, and he starts yelling because he can't see anybody anymore. He's like, oh my god, what the fuck, where'd you guys go? And then Quincy grabs him from behind and puts his hand over Eden's mouth, and he's like, shut the fuck up. If you yell too loud, it might reverberate off these mountains and then cause an avalanche. And Eden is like, what the heck happened? Where did this fog come from? And Quincy is like, you walked into it, which is so funny. And he says that the fog is the barrier that Quincy put up, like the magical barrier. So he surveys the area and then does away with the fog. And then Eden sees the lights in the sky and he says, wow, is this an aurora? And Quincy's like, what? And Eden explains that it looks similar to auroras, which we have, you know, like the northern lights. Yeah. And then Quincy reminds everybody not to respond to the spirit's song no matter what. And by respond to the spirit's song, he means release essence. He's like, don't do that. But Karu is like, I can feel Karu here inside the elemental spirits. And he starts trying to release his essence so Karu can feel his presence. But everyone is like, don't fucking do that, dude. What did Quincy just say? And then, of course, there's a fucking avalanche. So chapter 11, Illusion. Quincy tells everyone to cover their mouths and noses and protect themselves with essence because there's no cover nearby. And Edmund grabs onto Eden and they end up falling off a cliff. And all Edmund is thinking about while they're falling is protecting Eden. And a shield forms from his essence, which I think is really cool. And that's the first time we've ever seen Edmund do any sort of magic like that. I know he does kind of use magic for his sword fighting, but it's just like to amplify something he can already do. But I feel like magic shield is pretty dope. Also, as they're falling, Eden gets like a vision from the elemental spirits of a group of silhouettes singing in a line along the cliff's edge at the top of the mountain. And he sees the front guy in the group reaching out as if to give the power in him to nature, and he smiles. And so then Eden takes this as a hint and trusts the spirits, so he reaches towards the sky and gives his essence to the spirits. And then chapter 12, Reorganizing. Eden wakes up surrounded by everybody, as in everyone in the whole clan, and they're all totally fine. And Ray is like, once night fell, a strange surge of power regulated everybody's essence, and Dante thought that Eden might need help, so everyone rushed over to the valley. And we find out that Kuya led them there. I'm gonna kill him. He is so... bruh. So Eden realizes that his essence is also back to normal. And Edmund is like, why did you suddenly release your essence when we fell? And Quincy is like, what? And then Eden explains the vision. And Ray says everyone's essence went back to normal right when Eden did that. And it felt extremely similar to essence regulation, which is kind of crazy. Like, they were all just chilling at the tribe and then suddenly it was like, oh, all of a sudden it feels like we nutted. What do you mean? Like, I just, what? Anyway, so Eden is like, so why was the outcome different for me than it was for you guys? And Quincy's like, maybe the outcome wasn't different. So basically, it did the same thing as Edmund and Garu's thing did. It's just that Eden's essence resonates with everybody's gemstones, so the huge shockwave of essence like healed them instead of hurting them. So this causes Eden to think that the wave of essence maybe isn't hostile in nature, it's just kind of a natural thing that happens. So chapter 13, Ruins of the Tribe. Garu is really scared that Karu is gone forever, and he recalls how Karu always used to say he didn't want to share the body with Garu, so Garu thinks that Karu might have decided to leave on purpose. And Eden is like, there's no way that's true because Karu is always looking out for you and like you're his most important person and stuff. Eden, of course, is also worried, but he just doesn't want to let it show because Garu would have a mentee bee, worse than he already is. And then Quincy tells Eden he has something to show him, and he brings him to the valley floor where there's remnants of people that once lived here, and they find the same totem from the tribe ceremony. Chapter 14, The Blessings of Nature. So the vision Eden saw was a real memory, and this also means that Quincy's ancestors used to live here, which is really interesting to me anyways. And Quincy says, with this totem here, there must be a connection to my old tribe, but I know of no legends or records about this valley. And Eden says, yet somehow a ceremony involving this totem has been preserved. And then they conclude that the vision Eden saw was probably the ceremony this ancient tribe used to do, and this location is where everything started. And Eden says, so you were right, the winter ceremony really was for making offerings to the singing elemental spirits? Or wait, maybe it's the other way around. The tribe sang to pray for blessings, and the elemental spirits repeated their song with the echo mechanism. The complete melody sounds more man-made than something the elemental spirits could make. And thinking back to the contents of that manuscript, maybe the song the elemental spirits sang in response is what came to be known as nature's blessings. And Quincy says that ordinary people can't hear the song, and Eden points out that everyone has at least a little essence, so maybe they felt a faint response or resonance and took it as a blessing. And Quincy says, I agree that the song was likely first written by by the tribe, but as for a blessing, I've never thought about it that way. These incidents hardly seem like blessings. So Eden asks if Quincy has seen shit like this happen before, and Quincy is like, yeah, a long time ago, I took part in the tribe's winter ceremony, and I noticed that every year around that time, there was a disturbance in the essence in the area, so I went to investigate, and I saw the lights and heard the songs. So I sang back and released essence, and when I got home, the echo had severely damaged the outskirts of the village. So it had like killed crops and livestock and knocked several people out. So now, every year at this time, he patrols around the mountain to make sure nobody goes into the valley. And Eden goes to apologize for causing all of this, and Quincy says, I've spent all this time trying to prevent disasters, but I never thought about what was causing them. Now I finally have a chance to get closer to the truth. If we can figure out what happened here in the past, maybe we can figure out a solution once and for all, which is really cute. And then Eden points out that the tribe's people in his vision looked happy, and Quincy says, so the problem must lie with us. And then the spirits start singing again. Chapter 15, Familiar Figure. So they show everybody else the ruins, and Garu finds Karu in a cloud of light mist made of elemental spirits, but Karu isn't responding because he doesn't have a physical body and therefore can't really hear or do anything. So Garu goes to release his essence, and Edmund is like, no, don't fucking do that. But Quincy says, let him sing. Use your essence and offer the entire song to the spirits. Maybe after all these years endlessly calling out, all they want is to hear the song once more, just like in that scene they showed you. And Edmund is like, but the echo might still hurt people. So Eden is like, you guys can sing it and I'll release my essence so nobody gets hurt. Chapter 16, Learning the Truth. So Quincy and Edmund take Garu's hands and they sing with him, which is just so bruh. And then Eden asks Quincy how he remembers the song still, and Quincy says, I could never forget that melody, and I too wish to experience it once more. Bro, he's bro. Like, I don't know. Again, I have nothing to say. I can't really verbalize my thoughts, but I'm just like, bruh. So Karu comes back, and it's like a whole moment. I can't really do it justice by just explaining that he came back, but like, trust me, it was a whole thing. And I cried when I read this. I did. So Karu says he didn't want to leave, he just got dragged away by the song on accident, which is crazy. Like, I don't know, I'm just imagining like living in a song, like hearing a song and going, you know what, I'm gonna go to there. I want to go to there. That's fire though, I have a lot of songs I would like to go. And then the elemental spirits leave. So all they wanted truly was to hear the song one last time. And then they get headed back, and Quincy thanks Eden for getting him to learn the truth, which, I mean, I already said earlier. I said bruh earlier, but need I say it again? He says, back when he took part in the tribe's winter ceremony, they all stomped a rhythm on the ground and took turns dancing to pray for blessings. And Eden is like, we should probably return the song to the tribe. And Quincy says it's a good idea. And I just, I can imagine how much that meant to Quincy, that Eden was like, you know what, we should give this song back to them. Like, I don't know, Quincy's not part of the tribe anymore, but they clearly mean a lot to him, and I cried. Chapter 17, Inseparable. So they all get back to the mansion, and Aster has changed his marketing strategy to, the god of Klein guided the Grand Sorcerer to recover a magical folk song once sung by an ancient tribe to pray for nature's blessings. On behalf of the king, the vice captain, a warrior from the tribe, and an innocent wolf yokai will perform the song to bestow the winter blessings we've all been hoping for. A song joining the nation, the people, and nature in glorious harmony. So Edmund, Garu, and Quincy are all performing, and Edmund says, Quincy, thank you for agreeing to perform. I can't think of anyone more fitting to sing the tribe's song than you. I think, and you're not gonna believe me when I say this, I think they should kiss. Eden is like, bro, I can't believe you agreed to perform this. And Quincy says, the song holds special meaning to me. I'm happy to sing it with you. Which is just so cute. Chapter 18, Lost No More. So it's now time for the performance. This is also the last chapter of the main story of this event, which is going to make me throw up. We're literally so close to the end, it's actually killing me. So, day of the performance, Yakumo is there, Olivine, to watch the gang. Dante also came with the excuse of wanting to hear what the people of the city think, but of course he's just there because he cares about these people, but he doesn't want to admit it because he's a jackass. And Eden is like, Dante, shouldn't you be in the front row with the most important special guest people? And Dante says, only during the speeches. We're free to roam during the performance section, and I'd like to hear what the people of the city think of such an event. And then Ray says, true, which Ray also is here because everybody is here. Ray says true. Whether it's the performers' voices or the thoughts of the people, sitting up front doesn't always mean you get to hear them more clearly. And this was kind of the moment that I realized Dante and Ray would be a pretty good pair as well. Hear me out. I think they should kiss. But they both have the like royal upbringing situation, so they can bond over that and complain about all the pressures and the yeah. Speaking of pressures, Dante, Olivine, Ray, Polycule. Thoughts? Okay, thanks for agreeing with me, because I know you did. They all decide to watch their performance together, so they go find Olivine, who is standing next to Blade in the crowd, and so they all like crowd around. And then Eden hears Kuya laugh somewhere in the distance, so Kuya is also there. We just can't see him. And then they start singing. And everybody in the crowd felt that warm, fuzzy essence resonance feeling, and they all loved the song. And that is the end of the main story. Holy fucking shit. There's a whole bunch of extra stories with this one, but I'm not reading them because they're not plot relevant, but they're literally really cute. So if you have these unlocked in your game and you haven't read them, you should go read them. Or if you haven't unlocked them yet, when they do the rerun of this event, which is going to be like in December of this year probably, you should get those. Anyways, moving on to the cards, starting with SSR Tranquil Cloud Edmund. Room 1. This thing called chatting. So Edmund is discussing invitations to an event after the ceremony, and he talks about personally inviting Eden, and this night squad leader guy named Osborne is like, Eden sucks. Knights should hate outsiders and only do night things. And he points out that Edmund used to agree with this, but now he's close with the Grand Sorcerer, which Osborne thinks is the same as Edmund admitting he needs his large amount of essence to be a good knight, which is of course this recurring controversy that Edmund has been swept up in since he first became a knight. And then Edmund basically is like, okay, fight me then, pussy, and the guy leaves. And Edmund's subordinate is like, that guy sucks. And Edmund is like, you just gotta block out the haters. Cut to Edmund finishing up some documents and thinking, since Eden is helping with the song, etiquette demands he show active concern. So he gets up to go visit Eden, but Eden is already here to visit him instead. Also, since he's still working on the song, this means that this is before the ceremony, I believe. So Eden says, let's chat, and Edmund is like, I understand, but he's all proper posture / serious atmosphere about it, and he invites Eden to the banquet. And Eden, after hearing some nobles' opinions about their closeness from Morvay, worries Edmund will get more haters if they go together, and Edmund is like, I don't care. And then Eden is like, by the way, this isn't chatting, we're discussing official business, like, bruh. So he moves closer to Edmund and starts asking about what kind of tea Edmund likes and like what books he's reading and stuff. And Edmund has a book on his desk titled Beginner Magic Theory, which I think is important and shows Edmund's growth when it comes to essence and such. Also, probably the reason that he could do the whole essence magic shield thing while they were falling off the cliff. Just realized that. This book might be the reason that him and Eden didn't fucking die falling off a cliff. Anyway, so Eden is like, you're studying magic? Do you need me to be your test subject? And then Edmund gets up and walks away, and Eden thinks he went too far, but Edmund was just locking the door. So we get room 2. I always admire your effort. This, oh my god, this is, first of all, let me just say, Edmund straight up asks Eden to touch him, which is huge. And he's done that before, but it's still huge every time it happens because, I mean, if you've been here this whole time, you know. I don't have to explain it. But the other thing I need to get into is, remember in Rusted Nation when I was talking about the meat hole discourse? So this 2 events later is the antithesis of that, because this room, and I think if I remember correctly, the rest of the H scenes for this whole event, they were using like fucking textbook biological anatomy words instead, which had me crying. So like in this one, they straight up were using words like frenulum and shit, and it's just so good. Like, I don't know, there's no way to prove this, but I just love the idea that the developers and the writers and whoever saw people on Twitter being like, ew, what the fuck, why would you say meat hole? And then they went, fine bitch, we'll say frenulum. Like, we're gonna be out here using anatomy terms instead then if you can't handle meat hole. So I love them. They're so funny. Whether or not they did that on purpose, they're so funny, but I think they did on purpose. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like, I don't even think I'm making that up, but you can't prove it, so whatever. Anyways, room 3, going forward alone. So Eden is now looking at a wall in Edmund's house full of past and present family member portraits, and he sees a picture of Edmund as a kid, and he says he looks like an angel, which is cute. And then Edmund shows up and he's like looking at that portrait, and he's like, I've had issues with my essence being unstable since I was young, which caused my parents a lot of trouble. There's a portrait, there's also a portrait of Edmund, the head of the knights, and Lucien, which is really sad, and we get a flashback to the day that portrait was taken. So Lucien is talking about Osborne and his crew being weenies, and Osborne challenged Edmund to a duel, but Edmund has recently injured his arm. So Lucien tells him to at least use some healing magic, but Edmund of course refuses because at this point he is still a magic hater. And then Lucien offers to walk with Edmund, and Edmund is like, I can handle this by myself. And then present day Edmund thinks about how back then he thought he could only trust his own abilities, but now he knows a bit about magic and he wants to depend on Eden, which is so sickening. And then it cuts to the day of the performance. Eden and Edmund are going to the fountain downtown for some last minute warm-ups, and Edmund makes a point of walking with Eden. And he makes this face like he almost forgot to do this. He's like, oh yeah, ooh shit, gotta walk with Eden. And while they're here, Edmund notices Osborne exchanging coins with some shady looking people, and then he practices for a bit, and as they head back to the stage, one of the shady guys from before comes up to them holding a suspicious bag. Room 4, traveling together. So the guy throws powder at Edmund, but Eden steps in front of him to protect him. And then Edmund restrains the guy, who says he was just told to teach this arrogant rich kid a lesson. So the guy gets sent to the guards, and Edmund tries some light healing magic while they wait for an actual healer. And Eden is like, oh my gosh, Edmund, you're so amazing. Which, like, Edmund doing healing magic? That's crazy, bruh. He's so yes. And then he says something like, you're already so strong, but aren't you stronger now that you can use magic? And Edmund realizes that his past opinions weren't a waste because they made him who he is today, which is so true. So then Eden gets healed, the besties perform, and Edmund calls Osborne a bitch, and he thinks it's all thanks to Eden that he can stand up to Osborne, so he makes tea and such to thank Eden before the banquet, which is so cute. And before Edmund can actually treat Eden to tea, Eden shows up to visit him in his room, and he says he's not too happy and can't sleep, so he brought wine to chat with Edmund. And he says, relax, I won't get too drunk, I want to be your good little helper after all. And Edmund says you already are. And then Eden is like, oh my gosh, praise from Edmund, which I was right there with him, that's crazy. Edmund is being crazy. So Eden ends up spilling some wine on the tablecloth, so Edmund is like, oh, I'll take that to the laundry. And while he's gone, Eden looks to see if he spilled anything anywhere else, and he finds these books that were on Edmund's desk before when they were chatting that Edmund got all embarrassed about. I was like, don't look at what I'm reading. So the one of them was, of course, the Beginner Magic Theory one, which Eden already saw, but the other one is a book titled 99 Ways to Get Closer. I'm gonna be sick, bruh. So Eden grabs the second book and he sees there's a marked page with an underlined sentence that says, make sure to slow down your steps so you can walk side by side. So of course, when Edmund was walking with Eden to the fucking fountain, he slowed down so he could walk with Eden so they could get closer. I'm not well. So Edmund comes back and Eden is like, even for something like this, you put in hard work. It's really attractive. As for getting closer, I have lots of experience. Let me show you. And then it's horny time. So room 5, airtight. They smash. And Eden is like, oh my gosh, normally I'm trying to get closer to you. I didn't suspect you were thinking the same thing about me. And then the next morning, Eden is up bright and early to head out for that banquet. And Edmund thinks to himself about how he hasn't only accepted magic, he's also accepted that he wants Eden to go forward in life with him. Like what? You can't just say that. You can't just say that, bruh. And the last line is Edmund saying, let's walk together. How could he do this to me? How could he do this to me? Oh my god. So that's the end of that card. Moving on to SSR Snow Patrol Quincy. This card is also crazy. Oh my god. Crazy actually for reasons I might not even get into because it's horny shit reasons, like just things from the H scenes that I don't ever bring up. Lol, but just it's crazy, okay? If you know, you know. Real Quincy fans know what happens in this card, okay? So room 1, self-promotion. This is after the performance. Quincy is about to leave to patrol the mountains again, and Eden shows up and is like doing his horny little shit face, and Quincy is like, oh, here we fucking go. Also, kind of random, but Topper is not here. And so Eden's like, what's with that? Like, where is he? And Quincy explains that he's going to visit a friend who just had babies to help the babies forage and keep warm, which is so cute. Like, Topper is out here fathering. I love him. I love him. I need to know more about his daily life as well, what he's up to. Anyway, Eden convinces Quincy to let him go with on his patrol, but Quincy thinks Eden is gonna die in the mountains. So he's like, we gotta prepare more. And it cuts to Quincy with his tits out, and Eden keeps doing his sales pitch, trying to convince Quincy to let him go with. Like literally he's talking like a salesman, and Quincy keeps fucking with him because of course Quincy made up his mind about Eden coming with before Eden even spoke a single word. But now he's all like testing him, like he gives Eden an axe and he's like, well, you better show me your strength if you want to come with. And then it cuts to Eden also with his tits out, and he's trying to cut wood, and it's not going well because he has noodle arms. And Eden is like, listen, I meant I'll be the best emotional support, come on. And then Quincy takes him inside and he's like, okay, prove yourself. So it's horny time. Room 2, comfort food. This is the crazy one. Otherwise, nothing really goes on, nothing plot relevant, just horny time. Good shit. Room 3, uncharted road. So they go on their way on the patrol, and Eden isn't talking very much because he's focused on keeping up, and Quincy gets worried that he went too far, so he offers to take a break. And then Eden is like, oh my gosh, look, there's pretty blue flowers. And then Quincy is like, oh, he's fine actually, I didn't go too far, which is so cute. Like, ooh. So there's a road full of flowers that Quincy hasn't been down in a long time, and Eden is like, let's go that way. And Quincy is like, it's too dangerous. Let's stick to this charted path. And Eden is like, but if you don't take a risk, you'll never know what you missed, which triggers a memory where Quincy and Zaro were having the same exact conversation. And Zaro was like, it's easier to go the same path. And Quincy said, if you don't take a risk, you won't know what you'll miss, which is sickening. And so Zaro says, fine, but if we run into any trouble, it'll be your fault. Cut back to right now, and Quincy tells Eden he can go, but if they run into trouble, it's his fault. I'm not okay. So the road leads to a really pretty frozen lake, like a mountaintop lake. It's fire. I wish I could go there in real life. And Quincy had no idea this was here. So he's happy he came, and he's happy he let Eden go this uncharted road, right? And they see these little glowing octopus looking things in the lake, and Quincy is talking about how they are kind of a rare sight, and Eden is like, well, good thing we took a risk. And then it cuts back to the Zaro memory where the same thing happened. They went Quincy's way and they saw this really pretty sunset, and Quincy was like, good thing we took the risk. And then Zaro says, on the way back, let's look at that amazing sight I mentioned before. And then cut back to currently, Eden almost falls into the lake, but Quincy saves him. And then Eden is like, oh my gosh, okay, should we continue down the planned route? I promise I'll follow without any fuss now. And Quincy is like, but aren't you curious what else we could see if we continued this way? I'm unwell. I'm ill. I'm sick. So room 4, sights once missed. Quincy says there's a place he wants to show Eden, but they can head back down if Eden's tired. And Eden is like, we should keep going because I'll definitely regret it if we don't go to whatever this place is. And then we get another flashback to Zaro saying he's too tired to keep going, and Quincy is like, this was your idea. And Zaro is like, I only wanted to come because you looked like you wanted to go. Is it really worth all this? And Quincy says, I'm not sure, but if I don't go, I'll regret it. However, they were trying to get to this scenery that Zaro mentioned that only looks really pretty when it's really cold or something. So it wasn't actually cold enough, and they didn't actually get to even see the scenery, and then they got in a huge fight when they got back. And current Quincy thinks, the past is long ago, it's natural not to linger. And then they get to the top of the mountain and they look out at the stars, and a blue halo appears in the sky, spreading horizontally. Quincy says during harsh winter nights, the water elemental spirits in the valley gather together and rise up where they collide with fire elemental spirits in the sky, and the friction causes blue light, which this of course was the view that Zaro wanted to show Quincy, but it wasn't cold enough. And then Quincy tells Eden, long ago a friend told me there was a beautiful sight here that only shows up during cold winter nights. I didn't get to see it back then. Now I can finally see it with my own eyes. And Eden says, you couldn't see it before? That's a good thing. The first impression is always the deepest. Now when you think of this view, you'll think of me telling you to take a risk. And Quincy smiles and says, yeah, probably. And then Eden thanks Quincy for showing him this, and Quincy says, you're welcome, with this like super soft expression on his face, and he gives Eden head pats, and it's making me die. And then they sit there until the blue light fades and Quincy says something is wrong because mist is gathering, which means a blizzard is coming, so they have to leave immediately. And they make it to a patrol cabin on the original patrol road and they get the fire started so they can not fucking die. And Eden's like, I feel bad because I was all talk, but when we actually faced trouble, I was useless. And Quincy says, I don't think you're useless. I'm used to moving through blizzards alone, but this time was different. And Eden says, really? And Quincy says, yeah, in the future, I can take you up the mountain again, take a different road. And Eden is shook, which I also am shook. That was very cute and wholesome, and you'll never guess, died. So then we get room 5, Snowy Mountain Troubles. They smash in the cabin, you know, the classic like, oh man, it's so cold, we should warm up excuse. And then they meet back up with Topper at the bottom of the mountain, and Quincy thinks about how much he enjoyed their little trip, and that is the end of the Quincy card. So moving on to SSR Binary Starlight Garu. Room 1, Unpolished Diamond. So this is after the ceremony, and we are with Karu, who gets approached by an appraiser from Brilliant Productions Studio who wants to turn Karu into a model, but Karu doesn't know what a model is. And just for context, he means model like fashion model. And so Karu thinks he could have power over more people if he became a model. So he goes with the guy and Eden comes with to make sure it's not a scam. And they go to a tailor, and an illustrator does a bunch of sketches of Karu in various different poses. And he says Karu has a sexy and wild style, so he should practice that more. So Eden says he'll help. And then we get room 2, Sexy Secret Skill, where they are in a dressing room or something, and Eden is like, I have a sexy secret skill to teach you. And they smash, of course. And then we get room 3, Challenge Accepted. So turns out Karu has a competitor for who gets to actually debut as a model. So there's a competition where they both work with 3 different stores to promote products, and they have to both ask to promote with each store individually, and whoever gets at least 2 stores wins. But Karu isn't very good at sales speak, like customer service voice, but Eden decided to just let Karu do his thing and support him instead of trying to like change how Karu behaves. So they get back to wait for the results, and Karu goes to sleep, and Garu comes out, and Garu is like, he tried hard, but Karu didn't get the shop owners to like us, did he? And Eden is like, so you noticed, huh? Which is so funny. So Garu explains that Karu thinks the promotional illustrations will speak for themselves, but Garu is like, he doesn't really get what being a model is about, does he? And he says he'll convince Karu to give it more thought, and Karu wakes up and is like, if you're not gonna help, then shut up. You want me to give up already? And then room 4, Drive Everyone Crazy. So Karu and Garu talk it out with a bit of help from Eden, and Karu says he's not worried because Eden and Garu will be there to help him, which is so cute. And Garu says he realized he likes when people look at him and adore him, and they both end up only getting 1 contract from 1 store, so they lose, but they have fans anyway, of course Eden being their number 1 biggest fan. So they're disappointed, of course, but they immediately start thinking about how to improve. And I have a note here that says Garu is quite mature / emotionally intelligent, but I'm not writing out all the context. So I think it was just something about how he handled the disappointment was really mature. I don't know. And then Garu and Karu say they've prepared something special for Eden as a thanks for helping them with this. And then we get room 5, Only Make You Lose Your Mind. So the surprise, of course, is sexy time, and they're wearing a special outfit or something. It's cute. And then that is the end of the Garu card and the end of Frozen Echoes, which means we're at the end of the 2023 video, which means we're at the end of all my videos. What? At least for now. I can't believe that I completed this project. I really can't believe it. This is the hardest I've ever worked on anything in my life, and the longest I've ever worked on anything. I think I said some of this before, but it took me 3 months just to read all of this and take notes, which I realized partway through recording everything and editing stuff that like I didn't even have to take notes at all. I could have just live reacted to all the stories, like just read them into a microphone, and it would have been basically the same. So if I ever make more videos like this in the future, I'm not going to be doing it the same way, but I didn't know, and now I do. It took another month to trim everything. It's going to take another month to edit stuff. I'm really excited though, and I have so many people that are are excited to watch this, which is really nice to know. And it's been like a whole thing. So I hope everybody has enjoyed it. If nothing else, I have. So also, as per usual, if you want to follow me somewhere else, the only relevant platform really is Tumblr. That's where I talk about New Carnival. I will put my Tumblr in the description. Otherwise, it is Gay for Juza, which is my handle because I was obsessed with A3 before I was obsessed with New Carnival. I think that's it for now. You guys should all download New Carnival immediately. Okay, bye.